Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is a role-playing game released in 2004 by Troika Games under the publishing of Activision. It's a shining example of ambitious and intricate design, an excellent adaptation of complex and dense source material, and intensely captivating as a standalone work. It's also functionally broken, deeply unpolished, and at times downright offensive. As Troika's final project, Bloodlines is an encapsulation of the immense strengths and weaknesses of the studio. Attention to detail in the making of creative worlds and mechanics stood at the forefront of design, and a small staff without resources or focus on bug fixing. This resulted in games that offered great promise, depth, and replayability behind a layer of unapproachability caused by their own instability. No more were these traits apparent than in VTMB, attempting to hybridize RPG elements with an in-development first-person shooter engine, implementing real-time action combat mechanics and three-dimensional exploration, a notable first for the development team. While the game shows a high degree of quality in its craft from a design standpoint, the emphasis on pushing the boundaries of an RPG in this manner, with unknown development tools, an understaffed and overworked team, and insufficient attention to functionality resulted in a game that holds great ideas, and at times great execution, but one that's marred by inconsistency, and one that's underlying philosophy could not sustain itself or its creators. Bloodlines didn't kill Troika Games, but was symptomatic of the issues that did. Immense skill and creative ability without enough focus on being able to manage time or resources, employee positions, or even the technical standings of their own games. Worse still, for a particularly niche market. These factors made what Troika was doing undesirable for their lone source of funding by publisher contracts, and with little reserves to maintain the company, it went under following 3 months of no influx after their final release. All that's left behind is the potential of Troika, and of Bloodlines, of which there's quite a lot, maintained by the continued efforts of those who were drawn in by its promise. In covering Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, I aim to dissect the various elements of the game, mechanical, narrative, and developmental, to gain a better understanding of why this particular game has such lasting but niche allure, and more closely critique and appreciate its strengths and weaknesses. Unfortunately, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is immensely unstable in its retail state, at least for the Steam version. So much so that the game doesn't launch at all without an unofficial patch. Using this patch is the only way to make the game function on modern hardware, and the state of the game at launch was abysmal. Even with the community's extensive work, the technical experience is far from flawless, but at least it's at a point where it's fundamentally functional. With the community's unofficial patch comes the option to install the Plus patch, which aims to add and restore cut content from the game. The changes and additions to the game from the Plus patch are both major and minor. This complicates the process of analysis for the game, as there's 2 different experiences to critique. There would be 3 if it were possible to play the game in an unmodified state, but since that's an outright impossibility, we're left with 2 in the unofficial patch and Plus patch experience. To better understand both the work of the original developers and the effort of the game's modding community, 2 playthroughs of the game were conducted, the first without the Plus patch and the second with. I'll make differentiations to the content of both throughout the video for the sake of clarity, and a better ground criticism of both works. But know that if you want to play the game, the physical retail copy and Steam version require the unofficial patch. The GOG version includes the unofficial patch by default. If you're worried about external content, there is relief in the knowledge that the modders and download are of good repute, and the installation process is exceedingly simple. A link to the mod page will be provided, along with citations of one of the patch's authors, Wes5, who has been one among many dedicated to improving the game and documenting information surrounding it for years. It's fair to say that for a game of this scope, and for a game so heavily entrenched in its source material, it's essential for Bloodlines to be accompanied by thorough documentation to ease newcomers into its world and mechanics. It does so quite effectively within the 63 pages of its manual, devoting an appropriate amount of space for its introductory hook before giving fairly comprehensive instructions of the fundamental mechanics of the game itself. This begins with the obvious introductory elements such as menu navigation and basic controls, an inclusion that's beneficial for those unfamiliar with video games in general, small though that audience may be for a property as systematic as World of Darkness, and for an audience as hyper-specific as early 2000s PC gamers. Some of the information presented within the mechanical section of the manual is valuable given that the game itself will make minimal reference to features that are otherwise important for gameplay and story purposes. Case in point, this section describing the difference between Masquerade, Elysium, and combat zones. What's particularly interesting is the amount of space taken to explain combat mechanics. This is practical, as there are multiple methods of engaging in fights, and each has nuance to how they're performed on a reflexive and statistical level. There is a degree of mismatch between description and the practical experience of gameplay, especially in the statements on melee combo attacks and enemy reactions to being attacked. The descriptions here aren't inaccurate per se, but they are exaggerative of the dynamism present in battles. Though there are technically 4 directional combos and that there are 4 directions you can hold while attacking, there are practically only 3 as left and right mirror each other. While enemies can be staggered and can block, their tendency to do so will play a diminished role in the actual game. Disappointing, since there's a clear intent for this to be at the forefront of gameplay, but the inconsistency is present nonetheless. The manual does an excellent job of introducing unfamiliar players to the source material of Vampire the Masquerade, taking the time to explain major concepts and terminology that are the constructions of the World of Darkness setting. The secrecy of the Masquerade and its violations, humanity and the beast, the major political factions of the setting, and the various clans and their defining characteristics are all given due attention to quickly familiarize the uninitiated with the fictional world they're about to engage with. This alone is an extremely useful tool for immersion, as prospective players are given a chance to gain a cursory view of the setting, then interpret and speculate upon how it will impact their choices and preferences for the character they choose to play. Not that it's strictly necessary, as the game itself does a very good job of unveiling these concepts to the player diegetically, but it remains effective in encouraging engagement with its fiction preemptively. Clan explanations are particularly useful for presupposing character creation, as they succinctly define the major character archetypes, both in their strengths and weaknesses. Past this, in the most comprehensive section of the manual is a description of every discipline present in the game, their upgrades, costs, effects, and the circumstances under which they're acceptably used, i.e. are not masquerade violations. That last part is especially noteworthy, as certain vampiric abilities will draw the ire of unsuspecting humans, but to know which ones do so in the context of the game itself is less than practical in many cases. The manual gives a quick yes or no, and sometimes how, to the circumstances in which these abilities will violate the setting's code of secrecy. On top of this, there is space given to explaining the impacts of statistics and their increases for character building, making the process of player creation easier if the manual is consulted before the creation process. Lastly, the manual details development and production credits for attribution and easy cross-referencing. Stylistically, Bloodlines manual feels in line with the tone of the game, both in the style of writing and the visual choices of how information is presented. The design presents information in easily readable form, while emphasizing a kind of semi-gothic intrigue that stems from the moody background and sharp choice of font, not to mention the incorporation of icons in the clan descriptions and in disciplines that make for a cohesive introduction that's frankly quite impressive for an external material that most people would be likely to gloss over, if read at all. As a source engine game, Bloodlines controls are mostly familiar, understandable, and intuitive to those with experience in similar titles in the engine such as Half-Life 2. It primarily utilizes standard WASD movement and mouse look in a first-person perspective, with context-sensitive options tied to the E key, jumping to space, crouching to left control. Left and right mouse button perform mostly combative functions outside of menus. It's standard fare, but has the underlying source engine feel due to the physics and momentum systems inherent to the engine. Jumping is that strange in-between of heavy and floaty that it's always been in Source, with the air acceleration exploits for bunny hopping still present here. More niche uses of controls access the menus with escape for pausing, L to view quest information, C to view and edit the character sheet, and I to access the list of acquired items from the inventory. There is a degree of logic to these choices, tying the keys to the first letter of their major functions, L for log, C for character, I for inventory. This makes sense, but isn't necessarily the most comfortable or intuitive location for keybinds. For menu functions, this isn't egregious, since their use is never time-sensitive. Combat functions, however, would benefit from more deliberate proximity to the standard keys of movement, as to allow players easier balance of movement, weapon switching, and to a degree discipline use. Starting with the positive, the vampiric feed ability is tied to the F key, which is both sensical and practical in its proximity to the movement keys. For the frequency with which this is needed, its location on the keyboard is comfortably placed for the average player. The R key reloads weapons. Other control functions are questionable. The H key allows for the holstering of one's weapon. This is never strictly necessary and so is superfluous. The Z key allows for the switching of perspectives between first and third person views. Aside from the novelty of switching viewpoints, there is a practicality to this in that the game forces a switching of perspective for certain actions, particularly forcing third person for any melee ability, and forcing first person for lockpicking. The switch feels arbitrary, but is nice to have nonetheless, even if the need to switch to your preference constantly is a mild nuisance. By default, the 1 and 2 keys are tied to a standard melee and ranged weapon respectively. The choice of said weapons in these slots by default are questionable at best. It's made worse by switching between weapons, as the process of selection is actively painful. F1 and F2 cycle through the respective melee and ranged weapons you have in your inventory, and if you press K, you can hotkey disciplines/weapons to the number keys. The game never tells you that you can change the hotkeys like this. This implementation has, to some extent, remained a problem with most Source games, but is made worse here in the choice of the function keys being tied to weapon selection, furthered by the lack of scroll wheel functionality to quick cycle through weapons. Correction. Scroll wheel does actually do this, but only for disciplines. This is a significant issue in the case of ranged weapon use, as running out of ammunition in the middle of a fight requires the uncomfortable and distracting stretching of the fingers to obscure distant keys to cycle to, and often pass the next right weapon with ammo. You can only go forward, can't go back. Otherwise, the issue is marginal for melee builds who rarely have to switch weapons at all, given that such weapons have no ammo or durability. Worse still, special abilities and disciplines are easy to activate or cast with right-click and a scroll wheel menu for abilities, but to deactivate them, the F8 key must be pressed. There aren't too many instances where a discipline will need to be cancelled, but having it bound to F8 may well be the worst choice of key possible. Thankfully, keybinds are universally able to be rebound if any of these choices are inaccessible or overly cumbersome. As it stands in its default state, controls are mostly acceptable, with some strange and less than ideal choices for certain core and secondary actions. Every playthrough starts with character creation, and it's the best reason to have read the manual before beginning. Character sheets are seldom approachable, with a bunch of different statistics and options that can vary the play experience greatly depending on investment choices. Even just looking at the list of red orbs can be overwhelming if you have no context of what they mean, but it is a practical and functional adaptation of the tabletop system of Vampire the Masquerade. Even if you don't come into character creation prepared, each attribute, ability, discipline, and feat when hovered over gives some information on what they affect, down to the minutiae of individual skill levels for the various disciplines. Before seeing the character sheet itself, however, the starting point of each character's abilities are determined by the clan the player belongs to. Clans are divisionary statuses between vampires, separating them on supernatural traits of common ancestry. There are two options for character clan selection, one in which you answer a short and vague series of questions akin to a personality test so that you can be assigned a clan, and one in which you make the choice manually. I like the presence of this feature for role-playing purposes, aligning your character with the game's perception of who you are as a person, especially as it relates to the lore of how new kindred are sired into these clans, but I cannot remotely recommend following the game's prescription for a first playthrough, and I don't say this purely out of spite for being assigned Nosferatu. There are select clans that substantially alter the play experience, with two in particular, Malkavians and the aforementioned Nosferatu, shifting tone, writing, and gameplay in fairly major ways. It's not a hard line, but these outliers are variations to the general structure of the game, and are better choices for those with familiarity of the game systems to get the most out of them. Furthermore, what you're given for your quiz answers seldom aligns with the player's desired build, or what they'd actually be interested in using. The clans themselves are sevenfold, creating various vampire archetypes for the player to align themselves with. The player character's appearance is dictated by the choice of clan and gender, though these are often the least of what they impact. Each clan represents a set of shared characteristics and abilities that set vampires apart from one another. Starting with the Bruja, a passionate, often hot-headed group of vampires with exceptional strength, speed, and presence as reflected in their disciplines of celerity, potence, and presence. Celerity is essentially super speed, but functionally slows time in actual gameplay. Potence increases melee damage, and presence instills fear into nearby foes, weakening and potentially stunning them. Mechanically, the Bruja is suited for combat builds, especially of the melee variety. Lore-wise, they're supposed to be rebellious idealists, often anarchic, and subversive of the status quo. A fierce anti-corporate or government activist in life would be most likely to be sired into a Bruja by another for the predisposition to anti-establishmentarianism. Next are the Gangrel, closest in nature to the animals and generally preferring to keep their distance from people and cities. Their inclusion in a game set in urban Los Angeles is mildly questionable given their vast preference for nature and isolation, but it isn't a strict rule that Gangrel must be country folk. That being said, the Gangrel are another clan that excel in physical feats that tie into their beastly nature, and have access to the animalism, fortitude, and protean disciplines. Animalism is an interesting discipline in that its attacks are almost all remote summons. Level 1 stuns with a distracting swarm of ravens, Level 2 sends a burrowing beetle projectile that damages foes, Level 3 summons a spectral wolf that tramples and mauls a single enemy, Level 4 sends blood-sucking bats that damage enemies and restores the blood gauge, and Level 5 sends a swarm of locusts that can eviscerate enemies into nothing. Most, if not all of these, have the added benefit of locking enemies in place for a short time. Fortitude is a defensive skill, with each point into it allowing for longer and stronger periods of damage resistance. Protean is the gangrel's special sauce, allowing them to temporarily assume progressively greater forms of animal-like characteristics: heat vision, claws, extra strength, resilience, and eventually a full war form transformation not unlike that of a werewolf. In terms of characterization, gangrels are generally supposed to be loners with low social interest and/or skill, better relating to animals than people. They, like the Brujah, can be quick to anger and are closer to states of frenzy than most. It's hard to say what the predisposition to being sired into the gangrel clan would be, since there's a desire for seclusion that would make them difficult to discover in most circumstances, especially in the urban context of Bloodlines' narrative. Regardless, the gangrel are functionally a more varied combative class archetype. Malkavians are brilliant and batshit at the same time. Their gift and curse is tremendous, but clouded insight into a vast network of nebulous prophetic and borderline psychic information. The manifestation of this is often expressed in the form of sourceless voices, akin to the stereotypical depiction of schizophrenia, but it can seemingly also just be an innate understanding of that which cannot be known. Malkavians are constantly exposed to this source, sometimes cited as the driving factor for their apparent insanity. In terms of the game itself, Malkavians are unique to most other clans in that playing as one radically changes the dialogue options given throughout the adventure. More often than not, they function in the same way, but the expression of the characters changed significantly, and there are varying degrees of response to Malkavian dialogue by other characters. On top of this detail, Malkavians have access to the Dementation, Auspex, and Obfuscate disciplines. Dementation is another combat skill line that harnesses the power of madness latent in these vampires. Level 1 instills a maniacal laughing fit into a target, Level 2 causes enemies to hallucinate and be less effective in combat, Level 3 causes visions so horrendous that the victim usually dies instantly, Level 4 makes an enemy start attacking everything in sight before dying themselves, and Level 5 casts a random one of these aforementioned effects on a horde of enemies. Auspex allows the extrasensory perception of nearby living or undead creatures, and increases the perception and wit statistics by varying degrees for a time. Obfuscate is a stealth build's dream, making the player completely invisible, first while crouching, later while walking. Continued investment into Obfuscate makes the period of invisibility last longer, and allows players to do more interactions without breaking the invisibility. Unbelievably useful. From a narrative context, Malkavians often choose to sire those with or predisposed to mental illness, or those with substantial eccentricities. While most other vampires write off Malkavians as crazy, they are a font of valuable information for those willing to listen. Nosferatu share the Obfuscate discipline with the Malkavians, but have a much greater need for it. The Nosferatu are shadow-lurking vampires, obsessive eavesdroppers, and gatherers of information as a source of power. Their physical appearance is radically transformed upon embrace to that which is at best perceived as a substantial deformity, and at worst, unrecognizable as human to the point where their presence makes them an active violation to the concept of the Masquerade. Their disciplines are Animalism, Potence, and the aforementioned Obfuscate. Animalism ties into their hiding away from most human perception, more often surrounded by the animals and vermin of a society's sewers or outskirts. Potence just makes them do more damage. Context for who's likely to become a Nosferatu is much more varied than one would expect. The clan values secrecy and the gathering of information to an extreme degree, and will sometimes prioritize hackers and data analysts as a result, especially if they stumble upon data that exposes their clan to the world. But the Nosferatu also have a bend to sire people based on appearance, choosing both those who would be considered as exceptionally physically different, deformed, or typically unattractive, and people who are deemed traditionally and exceptionally beautiful. In the latter cases, they have particular fervor for siring those with high degrees of vapidity, lack of regard for others, and an otherwise overly privileged existence due to their appearance as a kind of vengeance for the clan's most noticeable trait. They like to teach people valuable on-life lessons. The Nosferatu are a really interesting clan, but have the potential to reshape the game experience due to being strictly punished for normal presence amongst humans. They result in a playstyle that forces stealth, and taking to the game's back alleys and sewers, often avoiding contact with characters and narrative threads that are arguably the highlight of the game. Thoughtful design with many contingencies makes it so that most, if not all quests are entirely functional as a Nosferatu, but the mechanically forced aversion to much of the game's excellent writing makes this clan difficult to recommend for a first playthrough. Nonetheless, Toreadors are the antithesis of the Nosferatu in all but one aspect. Both sire those destined for the front cover of fashion magazines. Toreadors are obsessive pursuers of art, beauty, and emotion. They wish to keep in touch with the humanity they feel they lost with their embrace, and try to remain deeply intertwined with expressions of said humanity. They can come off as dramatic and possibly superficial, but they generally are in search of something meaningful to justify their undead existence. They tend to sire artists, models, actors, people who either express or embody beauty in some way. Their disciplines include Auspex, Celerity, and Presence. Nothing exceptional on its own, but they are affected more significantly by the mechanic of humanity gains and losses, doubling both. Tremere are fake vampires, insofar as other clans are concerned. They're vampire wizards, whose origin is traced to one that essentially stole the vampire lineage. In life, they were often mages or magically inclined, and they retained some sense of that on death, being able to practice thaumaturgy, the magical manipulation of blood. The discipline of thaumaturgy includes the level 1 ability to fire a blood projectile at enemies, level 2 causes nearby foes to vomit blood, level 3 is a shield, level 4 is a blood-draining projectile that refills the blood meter, and level 5 causes a violent boiling of blood in the victim that makes them explode. As a clan, they're depicted as highly secretive and very powerful, but in terms of the game experience, they're about on par with other clans. Other disciplines of the Tremere include Auspex and Dominate. Dominate has varying abilities, with further levels usually resulting in more potent impositions upon the will of another. Level 1 puts an enemy into a trance state, level 2 makes them think you've disappeared, level 3 straight up kills them. Level 4 makes them attack others for you, and level 5 causes a bunch of people to just die on the spot. Lastly, and bizarrely similar to the Tremere in terms of ability, are the Ventrue. These are the high-status vampires, the upper social classes, the aristocrats of the vampire world. They're pricks. That's literally their whole thing. They're defined by their desire to rule coupled with an arrogant superiority complex. As such, they share the Dominate and Presence disciplines with the Tremere and Toreador, with the supernatural fortitude of the Gangrel to boot. They sire the aforementioned higher social classes and tend to have leading roles in the giant vampire political machine of the Camarilla. All clans also have varying impacts on stat distribution at the beginning of the game, giving a predisposition to particular categories of attributes for immediate upgrades. These don't generally make or break a character build, and you can change them later, but they are helpful in the formative stages of deciding how you want to play and directing attention to the governing skills of a particular playstyle. Beats are the baseline statistics of a character, divided into combat, covert, public, and soak. Combat is self-explanatory for the most part, with exception to defense actually being responsible for evasion chance. Covert are the stealth and intrigue abilities, sneaking, hacking, lockpicking, noticing small details, and the ability to gain knowledge from skill books. Public are the social skills, which grant otherwise inaccessible dialogue choices that can elicit desired responses in conversations. Haggle makes prices better. Soak is a category that determines actual defense, governing 3 different types of damage. Soak statistics bear greater relevance to combat, but in short, they're affected by armor and fortitude more than attribute or ability investment, unlike most other feats. Strictly speaking, attributes and abilities are arbitrary categories, but contain the major places to improve stats. As the player gains experience through quest completion, they can spend an increasing amount of said points to gain higher ranks in these skills, raising various feats in the process. Attributes generally are able to increase more than 1 feat at a time, but will cost slightly more than an ability upgrade, which usually only upgrades 1 feat. An example of this would be the dexterity attribute improving both lockpicking and sneaking, whereas security and stealth do the same thing as separate upgrades in the abilities section of the character sheet. The relevance, particularly to character creation, is that clans are the sole determinant of how priority is given to categories of attributes and abilities in the base game. In the Plus patch, character backgrounds are optional modifiers to this priority list and add flavor to a potential backstory for mental role-playing purposes. Many of these backgrounds are clan and gender specific, and some have rather amusing implications such as the game publisher background. Regardless, these choices distribute an array of starting points to upgrade particular categories. Some clans will have higher points to spend on physical attributes than social, such as the Gangrel, others will have more to put into knowledge abilities, and so on. It helps to solidify an archetype for each clan choice without necessarily barring the player from certain playstyles, Nosferatu notwithstanding. Character creation, while initially cumbersome, is highly versatile, practical for the coming experience, and an excellent adaptation of the source material into a more tangibly interactive medium. All of this deliberation over character choices proves its value in gameplay, where each facet of a character's strengths and weaknesses are tested amongst a variety of problems to elicit solutions that express the continuous decisions of who a character, or the player, is in the context of the game world and story. Whether a vampire is physically, socially, or mentally strong will have significant bearing on how the game plays out and how the world is experienced. The vast majority of the game will be spent exploring the buildings and streets of LA, in which players will investigate, steal, manipulate, and force their way through interactions with the many assorted items and individuals of interest to the overarching goals instilled by narrative and quest design. There's a broad versatility in the majority of quests that allow for a multiplicity of approaches, making it so issues are seldom impassable, regardless of character build. With select exceptions, the major archetypes of violence, stealth, and socialization are equally viable for quest progression. This is woven quite well into the game's overall design. Conversations can be and are a significant method through which conflict is resolved, but are as equally valued as a strong arm and light feet. In the event that an object needs to be appropriated, you can brute force your way through security, or crawl through the fence to avoid detection altogether. It depends on the player's preference and individual build, but the ability to take this approach in the majority of interactions is commendable. Where there are exceptions to this relate almost exclusively to mandatory combat segments, which do detract from a sense of freedom and expression that exploration and quest design otherwise bestow upon the player very well. Nonetheless, the experience of the world itself is primarily composed of a mix of choices and approach. The characters of the world, of the non-player variety, are the all-important in-betweens, and do a great deal of the heavy lifting in terms of portraying tone and theme, which the game does excellently for characters it deems as important. They facilitate all quests, being the socio-political motivators for action in the world of the undead. Who you are innately, as in clan and statistical variations, have bearing on how these NPCs will treat you, as will the player's dialogue choices and how they decide to complete quests. Everyone in this game is distinct, and most, with some exception, are written with nuance and are representatives of greater causes or concepts. These characters do an excellent job of establishing and maintaining a strong interest in the game world for the people that compose it. They provide exposition in convincing rather than contrived ways, and more often than not err on the side of believability rather than camp or caricature. There is a specific point where the NPC writing deviates into the status of caricature quite heavily in Chinatown, however, and there are some notable Orientalisms and tropes that more than border on racist. So unfortunately, the latter portion of the game comes with a heavy caveat to its writing for the depiction of select characters and cultural misrepresentation. I will elaborate more upon this particular qualm later, but more often than not, the navigation of the game world through its non-player characters is exemplary, both as a tool to facilitate gameplay and as a medium of writing unto itself. On the mechanical side of socialization are the many dialogue options available to the player. A plethora of inquiries and varying states of ego fanning and crushing intersperse conversations alongside special options only available with certain player archetypes. The feats of intimidation, persuasion, and seduction are capable of providing new contextual prompts that fit into these traits. Intimidation is a stark green font with lines that are often threatening, overtly or not. Persuasion is a flattering or controlling statement made in a professional blue font. Seduction is usually some form of flirting in a fancy pink font. On top of these, there are discipline-specific dialogue prompts. The Malkavian, for instance, has access to a maniacally scribbled red font for options relating to their dementation skill. Ventrue allegedly shares a similar font for their dominate skill. There are varying degrees of reactions and resistance checks in conversation for the use of these skills to determine their success or failure. This can be incentivizing for players already focused on putting all their points into conversational skills, but disincentivizing for those that only casually engage with them. If a player has access to an option but finds that using it is met with failure, there are usually two outcomes. One in which the player stops using the skill altogether, assuming that it's useless, and another where they continue to put points into it with the knowledge or hope that it will eventually have success. On the side of writing, I respect that not every character is going to be coerced by intimidation or seduction, but from the perspective of play, it introduces potential systemic barriers to continued use of the systems of play due to inconsistent results from its investment. Character interaction is altogether a solid mechanic and tool of expression in the context of Bloodlines, especially in its instances of exceptional writing. Many of these conversations often lead to some sort of action needing to be fulfilled, taking you to places that are fortified or guarded. In these situations, one could commit a low-key massacre, but for the more covert, there are plenty of options that allow players to come and go from a location sight unseen. Small-scale environments and interiors will have plenty of corners, side rooms, and ventilation shafts for players to hide, accompanied by a fairly robust sneaking system to avoid enemy detection. Stealth is a statistic that can be improved, with further points into the feat reducing the numeric value of your detection. The fundamentals of stealth here entail that you not be in direct line of sight of someone, but also requires you to monitor proximity to guards, the lighting conditions in which you're standing, and actions that would reasonably make enough noise to alert others to your position. Being at a distance, in the dark, and immobile makes you less likely to be detected. The meter when sneaking has a gradient of green to red to warn of detection status. Being near 100, or in the red, can eventually cause a guard or guards to be alerted, and at that point, the only options are to run, fight, or reload a save like a coward. Guess which I did. The system of stealth herein is, as previously stated, robust, but that doesn't mean that it's always fun or fair. The threshold for detection, especially at low levels of stealth, is far too low, with guards being alerted to noises more often than is preferable. Even at max stealth, approaching directly behind an enemy is often an impossibility. That is, of course, not counting the 2 clans that bypass the need for this stealth skill and mechanic completely through their use of Obfuscate. Obfuscate completely dismisses the rules of stealth by making the player temporarily invisible and silent. Only making contact with people causes an alert status. If you choose to play a Malkavian or a Nosferatu, don't bother with stealth. Obfuscate does a far better job for less cost. Sneaking isn't the only aspect of covert operations in the World of Darkness, however, with lockpicking and hacking as other valuable skills for breaking and entering. Lockpicking opens doors based on their skill level against yours. If you're equivalent or higher in lockpicking, the door opens. If not, raise the feet. High lockpicking can be used to bypass quite a few segments of interiors to more directly find the areas of interest, but in many cases is not outright necessary, as most locked doors that are mandatory to progress have keys strewn about their environment. Hacking is another major stealth skill, allowing for the psychic guessing of passwords with sufficient point investment. All computers in the game are basically 1980s IBM terminals, which is surprisingly charming. To access specific information on the computers, you need to type in the correct password. Pressing Ctrl-C uses the hacking skill to guess the password. Too low a skill results in a random string that would actually make for a secure password, but people being what they are, the actual passwords here are much less secure and preset. If you decide to be a dirty cheater and look it up, you can break into any computer without any points in hacking, since every password is predetermined and usually related to the context of their environment or the character that owns them. While you can metagame this very easily, I actually adore this design choice since you can guess randomly, use context clues and environmental storytelling to give password hints, and you can brute force the password with ability and attribute investment. This method of basic hacking is also the most strangely honest depiction of cybersecurity breaches in a video game. It's not an overly complex labyrinth of numbers or letters in a puzzle like in Cyberpunk 2077 or Fallout New Vegas. It's mostly social engineering. People are lazy and people are basic with security. Simple as. Using a combination of stealth, lockpicking, and hacking allows for a near completely pacifistic experience of most areas of the game as well, making it mechanically and narratively useful for those that want to avoid the game's combat systems, either for novelty or role-playing purposes. Though the majority of conflicts in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines can be solved covertly or socially, there will be instances in which the player will be forced to resort to violence. While I have mild qualms with aspects of this, the actual methods through which the player is able to enact aggression are standout in terms of their differences in approach, with the game featuring 3 major archetypes of combat that work and feel mostly distinctive from each other: melee, ranged, and disciplines. In all aspects, combat takes place in real time, eschewing the dice roll and turn-based combat of previous CRPGs in favor of an action-oriented system with player control at the forefront. RPG elements remain in the retention of progression systems and skills that diversify and improve existing parts of the character's abilities, but the shift to real-time entails a greater reliance on the player's manual dexterity with a mouse and keyboard to make the most of their offensive and defensive potential. You are the one responsible for hitting, and to a lesser extent getting hit, not the dice. How the game interprets the value of hitting and being hit, and the types of actions you can perform are determined by the aforementioned player skills, and feats with respect to their combative ability. Defense is universal to all types of combatants, with the actual defense stat determining your chance of evading an attack. This is increased with points in the Wits attribute and the Dodge ability. To actually reduce damage taken, the Soak feats come into play. This is mostly handled by armor, but select aspects of damage reduction can be improved with investment into the Stamina attribute for increased bashing resistance, and into the Fortitude discipline for aggravated damage resistance. Damage types are a mild consideration in combat, but not enough that you'll have to worry about it. Bashing damage is from bullets and blunt objects, lethal damage is from blades, and aggravated damage is from fire, electric, and other elemental or supernatural attacks. Lethal and aggravated damage generally do more damage and are harder to recover health from. Health itself can be recovered with a blood bag, the plus patch exclusive blood heal discipline, by feeding on people, or by waiting. Feeding also has the aforementioned benefit of filling the blood point meter, allowing for the use of disciplines. In any event, defending alone will not always be enough to get through a problem, meaning that you have to do some damage of your own, starting with the melee aspect. First and foremost, this is the only form of combat that will actively change the point of view of the game, revealing the third-person perspective. This can be jarring, and depending on the preference, a little annoying to have to switch back and forth between perspectives based on the activity, but it is a cool way to show that there are a whole series of third-person animations that were added in spite of there not necessarily being a need to have them. Close-range abilities of the melee variety receive increased damage with further investment into 3 different aspects of the character: the strength attribute, the brawl talent, and the melee skill. Strength increases damage with all close-range attacks, whereas brawl increases unarmed damage and melee increases weapon damage. Melee weapons, not counting hand-to-hand, include swords, knives, bats, and assorted variations on the same fundamental movesets. Regardless of arm distinction, left-clicking a couple times can do a few rote combinations of attacks that vary depending on the directional input at the time of clicking. There's supposed to be different combos for neutral, forward, backward, and sideways attacks, but several groups share the same small pool of animations. Forward and neutral share a pattern, and both sideways inputs share a separate pattern. Backward attacks are unique, but often have a dangerously long windup to them, making the player highly vulnerable in the process. These combos often stop at 3 hits before repeating themselves. This could be capable of devolving into tedium as players resort to the fastest sequence of attacks to do the most damage per second, but another system is implemented to force the use of the directional movements. As you continue to attack enemies with the same combo ad nauseum, the damage of said attacks will decrease exponentially. In order to continue doing decent damage, if any at all, the attacks used have to be changed with relative frequency. Though an interesting method of discouraging thoughtless use of the melee system, this feature is flawed as combo variations are at best mildly different from each other, and at worst, unwieldy to use given the long windup. Furthermore, attack damage seems to be diminished when multiple creatures are the recipient of an attack, and a lack of any kind of automated enemy targeting system means that attacks will often fall between enemies rather than directly on a specific target. Having to swing the mouse around to keep the target consistently on the right enemy takes some adjustment, but it lends itself to a sense of chaos in the game scuffles. It should also be noted that melee is a double-edged sword, sometimes capable of consistently high damage, but also risky in that the majority of the game's enemies hit like a truck or have varying degrees of automatic weapons. Being out in the open in the middle of a gunfight is usually not the best idea, but if you spec into brawling, it's probably going to be all you have. There is a block button assigned to tab by default, but the practical utilization of that, both in hand position on the keyboard and actual effectiveness, makes the tool unwarranted and undesirable. It's more effective to invest in defense via stamina or wits and have viable healing options at the ready, which a melee build should have no trouble with thanks to the added benefit of being able to feed on most enemies, made far easier with a high strength value so they can't push you away. As an aside, constant feeding mid-combat can be selectively overpowered with a free heal and restock of the blood meter, but is interrupted if you're attacked, so use it carefully. Long-range combat is an arguably safer choice in most instances, with a small variety of firearms to choose from. Pistols, SMGs, shotguns, and crossbows can be picked up in the course of one's adventure. To use these effectively, characters have to invest into the perception attribute and the firearm skill. Damage isn't strictly determined by these investments, rather the spread pattern of shots is narrowed with further skill. You can, in theory, use any gun with no skill, but will seldom hit the target, especially at greater distances. Even with a maxed range feat, you're by no means a sharpshooter. In play, there's an element of focus that has to be used to improve accuracy. Moving widens the potential spray area, standing still and crouching narrow it. It takes time for the bullet spray window to narrow, however. The implementation of this system is solid for a role-playing game, making the use of the skill feel like it requires some deliberation, attention, and progression. As a result, as you put more points into the range skill, there is a tangible sense of improvement that's extremely valuable for the RPG experience. This unfortunately does not mean that the guns are universally satisfying to use. Combining the discouragement of movement while shooting against mobile enemies with small clip sizes and sparse ammunition makes the use and overuse of firearms non-viable. Ranged weapons are also not particularly reactive, partially because most enemies you fight are supernaturally strong, and partially because the game is designed to be an RPG first, action game / shooter second. The numbers go down, but there's seldom the sense of impact or reaction that makes the use of ranged weapons appear more tangible and sensory. Enemies are notorious for sponging the bullets until they drop or disappear. Melee attacks are more consistently able to knock the game's adversaries off their feet than a shotgun blast to the face does. The damage value of weapons themselves are also questionable. Shotguns, despite lore implications and textual evidence, are one of the least effective weapons due to their extremely low clip size and slow reload and fire speed. They don't even do that much damage, to be honest, with certain handguns eventually outperforming them. Crossbows and flaming crossbow bolts don't do enough damage, especially to the fire-vulnerable vampire. Headshots don't seem to do more damage either. In the Plus patch, they might have fixed this, but it seems to only have affected zombies in the Giovanni Mansion. Looking at ranged combat as if the game is a shooter leaves an unsatisfactory impression, but as a role-playing game it works surprisingly well as an adaptation of numeric progression systems that are the cornerstone of the genre's pen and paper roots. The last method of dishing out harm stands on its own, though it has extension to all aspects of combat. Several disciplines have indirect modifications to the player's abilities, such as protean transformation modifying unarmed combat to claws with heightened defense and attack, fortitude amplifying all forms of defense, potence increasing melee damage, and celerity augmenting game speed. Lastly, there are direct methods of unique attacks. This latter kind would include the animalism, dementation, thaumaturgy, and arguably higher levels of dominate disciplines. The abilities therein can vary, but these are essentially different flavors of magic builds. Fighting with disciplines means engaging at a distance and watching flashy effects go off with various impacts. The aforementioned animalism discipline distracts, attacks, and drains enemies with summoned creatures. Dementation instills varying degrees of insanity into its victims, ranging from distracting laughing fits to psychologically instilled cardiac arrest and mass homicide. Thaumaturgy lets you manipulate blood, which has some projectiles, shields, drains, vomit blasts, and lets you make exploding human soup. Dominate and Dementation appear to share the same root characteristics, with several skills having direct overlap: Hysteria and Trance, Vision of Death and Suicide, Berserk and Possession. Similarly, Animalism and Thaumaturgy overlap, but with less direct indication in how skills are comparably given to the player. Bloodstrike and Burrowing Beetle, Blood Salvo and Bloodsucker Communion, Purge, Blood Boil, and Pestilence. On a surface-level encounter, these similarities are benign, if even noticeable, given the largely incompatible presence of combative disciplines in a single playthrough. Generally speaking, you can't have both Animalism and Thaumaturgy at the same time, as they're exclusive to different clans. Same goes for Dementation and Animalism. It is, however, indicative of the game's rushed development in the reuse of content for even the fundamental abilities that make up a significant portion of the play experience. The same can be said of the melee weapons, with most sharing animations and functionality. Many ranged weapons feature this quirk as well. That point aside, the combative disciplines in Bloodlines are likely the most interesting aspect of combat due to their cosmetic and utilitarian variety. Being able to summon a spectral wolf or send a shadowy veil of insanity to deal with foes provides visually captivating flair that makes each major clan's attacks feel unique in spite of their apparent mechanical similarities. Many abilities also lock enemies into an animation, making them free to target for a short time, meaning that disciplines are useful for both players wanting to focus exclusively on them and those that want to dip their toes into every kind of combat experience. I would still recommend putting focus into one primary facet of combat for the sake of reliability, but having the option to, in essence, multi-class rounds out the combative aspect of the game. Disciplines are the most imaginative and unique implements in battles and highlight the fun and fantastical appeals of the supernatural that's inherent to the source material. At various points throughout the game, especially in the latter portion of the adventure, players will be directed to instances in which combat becomes the major focus of the experience. In these, exploration loosely accompanies movement through swaths of enemies that dot the path through a maze-like environment toward an encounter with a boss. This is traditional RPG fare, but feels out of place for the type of adaptation that Bloodlines is. Thankfully, many of these encounters are made, at least partially, with the ability to utilize stealth or even social skills to bypass most enemies. The problem lies in those that intentionally do not accommodate for this, and in the obligatory boss fight at the end of these instances. The compulsory nature of combat is understandable to a degree, both in terms of the supernaturally violent and politically laced theming of the narrative, and in the general demands of gaming as a medium in which violent action is accepted as the default method of interaction and engagement. It is, however, too abundant and recurrent. The abundance of enemies in many of the dungeon-esque encounters prolongs the segments into what becomes a slog, especially in the game's finale. The recurrence of these combat segments also detracts from what is one of the central emphases of the World of Darkness game experience over its competitors. Vampire the Masquerade and the World of Darkness games in general are socially driven role-playing experiences that focus on the themes of the psychological, political, and moral as they play into the post-human experience and the supernatural. These games prioritize storytelling through non-combative means as opposed to its contemporaries such as Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, and Warhammer. While physical violence exists in the World of Darkness, more action takes place through scheming, power structure, intrigue, and interpersonal drama than overt fights. It is then disappointing that Bloodlines floods its latter half with boss fights you have to work your way through at the end of these dungeon segments. It steamrolls players into using combat even if they're not at all equipped to do so, which is very much a possibility. In the event that one does take this approach, not investing in combat skills at all, it is still theoretically possible to proceed past these segments with brute force and save scumming. Emphasis on theoretically, as the practicality of doing so requires immense luck, tedium, or exploitation of game mechanics on a level that crosses over into the territory of questionable cheating. The game approaches a freedom in design that it seemingly wants to permit multiple approaches to problems, but the forced combat against bosses diminishes this tentative design significantly. That being said, the dungeons on offer vary in terms of quality, with some being excellent showcases of visually distinct areas with good pacing and interesting boss attack patterns, whereas others suffer from a lack of concision and too great a density of enemies. The visuals of this game are excellently stylized and intricate, to the point where I still have a hard time believing this is a game from 2004. Art style, texture work, environmental design, character models, and facial animations are superb individually, and work in tandem to create a product that in most facets holds up to the graphical standards of games well beyond its release period. The underlying art style itself aims for a blend of dark, grimy, and gothic interpretation of a nocturnal mythos for Los Angeles. In spite of these aims, there is a softening or smoothness to details and models as to avoid over-reliance on an uncanny pursuit of realism that so easily dates works in the medium. There's a masterful conveyance of grit and seriousness interspersed with a subtle comical ambivalence in the art, both conceptual and actual within the game, that excellently encapsulates the duplicity of tone of the tabletop source material. World of Darkness is the kind of setting that's willing to question and explore complex ideas of politics and individual identity, but is also a world that sells demon burgers and where video games actually do cause violence. Textures are a great balance of detailed and smooth, creating items and materials that effectively convey what they're supposed to be in a cohesive manner, supporting the desire for a dingy and dirty world through the game's various objects. Environmental design from an aesthetic perspective is an excellent portrayal of spaces that are reminiscent of the real places they're inspired by. Though there's very little accuracy to the real-world city of Los Angeles, the depictions of Santa Monica, downtown LA, Hollywood, and Chinatown are rich in detail and character, distilling a particularly satirized and yet still convincing interpretation of the real places they're meant to evoke. Exterior environments, the streets of LA, are, objectively speaking, very small and confined places. Narrow streets that intentionally wind around in unintuitive ways to make the environments seem artificially larger than they are. I don't mind this concession by any means, as the dense environments create a very distilled experience of the world that's not filled with excessive bloat or pointless space, barring the singular winding road of downtown, which very quickly exposes its tedium when you go back and forth on it for the 10th time. Interior environments, at least the finished ones, are detailed and appropriate to the type of buildings they're supposed to be, with many side routes and service hallways amidst the primary offices and living spaces that all reflect different levels of opulence, social ideals, and their utility. The caveat that some are unfinished or unfurnished is one of many consequences of the game's premature release, but even in the face of this pressure, Bloodlines environments are seldom repetitive, samey, or stale from the standpoint of visuals. These same areas also sell the idea that Los Angeles is an extremely seedy place, emphasizing the most exploitative elements of its nightlife. There are some noticeable breaks to selling the space as Los Angeles in that the city is actually walkable, and there's no one driving. That just ain't right. Character modeling is a showcase of the art style in its most concentrated form, with a distinct eye for exaggerative fashion woven into easily identifiable designs that visually communicate a character's personality in how they're put together, their choices and in the state of their clothes, their hairstyles, the facial structures, and the general attitude they convey in appearance. As to be expected, major characters are given greater attention to detail and distinction given their importance, making them stand out. But even the most minor of pedestrians are still imparted with unique stylings that depict the gritty themes and superficial fascination of Los Angeles media culture and fashion. There's not a large abundance of pedestrian types, however, so finding twins in the wild is an extremely common occurrence. Even so, this isn't a notable detriment to the experience or the fault of the modeling itself, rather the incorporation of said models into the game space. When it comes to these same models, Troika made the most of the Source Engine's unique specialization in facial animation rigging. Conversation is a very large part of the game, and so it's of great benefit to the overall experience that lip syncing, the portrayal of emotion and facial expressions, and the believability of reactions and movements are top-notch. It still remains technically and visually impressive, more so given that these animations were likely not mocapped. These features come together to form a visual product that's almost wholly impeccable, until a cutscene plays. Animation work in these major moments is often woefully lacking, with actors and objects filled with placeholder and canned movements that appear largely unfinished. It undersells the attempt to make a cinematically impactful moment in its extreme lack of polish and is disjointed from the rest of the game, where animation is generally fine. Camera work and placement in these cutscenes is also mediocre, and in some cases, though there are unique environments specific to these interactions, they too are underdeveloped with visibly missing details and environmental endpoints that can break the illusion of immersion. This isn't always the case, but it may have been a better solution to remove these scenes where possible in favor of the standard dialogues and emergent interactions to make more convincing story segments and set pieces. This would have also been more cohesive to the rest of the game and likely less intensive in development. I would then assume that this is another casualty of the overambitious development and premature release date imposed on the developers by Activision. Otherwise, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is a superb visual work. The audio is a mixed experience, or maybe that's what it should have been. Sound effects are appropriate and mostly uninvasive, with exception to the few that are meant to be as such. What I mean by this is that most environmental sounds are not obnoxious unless they are inherently so, such as an alarm or the ceaseless voices in one's own head. Foley work is very well done. Everything sounds as it should. The more esoteric sounds and the implementation in general pose more problems, however. Certain abilities, such as Obfuscate, will play a passive, airy, whooshing sound when active, which can become quickly bothersome. Sound mixing is also pretty broken. Sounds can stack in volume, particularly the empty blood bar sound. Mixing issues are pervasive in the conversations of the game as well, which is a massive disservice to the mostly phenomenal performances given by the cast. Some lines are way quieter than others, and can often be drowned out by environmental sound and music. The presence of subtitles for all dialogue marginally improves this issue, but it remains a major detriment to a core part of the experience. Vocal performances, as previously alluded to, showcase a bevy of talent that bring to life their characters in exceptional ways. Not only do these performances feel natural, they distinctly provide a unique identity for the characters being portrayed and the methods by which these actors are able to exaggerate specific characteristics. John DiMaggio as Jack is a perfect performance of an anarchistic, devil-may-care former pirate who lives entirely by their own whims, but is still helpful and charismatic, and downright kind at times.
Kid, I never answered to no man in life. Now I sure as shit ain't taking orders from a vampire with a suit and a funny name. And when I die again, the devil's gonna have to cut me a deal if he wants my ass. Besides, I never trust anybody with an X in their name.
Ray DeLisle's performance as the Vormans shows a versatility in conveying similar characters with wildly different tones and emotionally tense scenes.
Two minds as crazy as ours, and who knows just what might happen.
Shut up! I thought I could control my sister as long as Tongue was out of the picture, but nothing's changed. Because of them, I'm in a worse position than I was before. The Ocean House is worthless! So our business is forfeit. The feud is on!
As much as I hate LaCroix as a character, Andy Milder phenomenally portrays the arrogance and pompousness of the Ventured Prince.
Each minor problem like a grain of sand. Each night I inherit the desert.
Steve Bloom as Andre is an incredible and almost otherworldly voice that fits the character perfectly.
Hello, young K-Knight. I see your face is not so lifeless. Your nerves not so deadened that you cannot express shock. Tell me, child, is my appearance that frightening? Or is it my knowledge of you that is so unnerving?
This is to say nothing of those that voice multiple distinct characters, such as Phil Lamar voicing Malcolm, Skelter, Fat Larry, and Dennis.
We got twice as many people as usual waiting for treatment.
Live and let live. We got enough to worry about.
If you don't pay me, your life is shit. Understand?
The ladies call me, oh God, but you can call me Fat Larry with a F-A-T, cause I know I got a weight problem, I just don't give a fuck.
Andre Soglioso as Mercurio, the cab driver, Bruno, Victor, and Zhao.
Junkie bricks, hit me with a bat!
In your voice there is desperation. Certainly, there is an exit out of your predicament.
I'm afraid it's invitation only. How did you get in here?
I am a man of my word, and I ordered it to Wong Ho.
And James Arnold Taylor voicing Vandal, Julius, the Southland Slasher, and the well-to-do guy just outside the starting apartment.
No blood for you. No more!
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Not one of them paid. My whole family dead, my life gone. I'm supposed to let that happen?
Nothing. Just waiting for a friend to get off work. He's a police officer, old army buddy. He should be bringing his dog as well. It's a Rottweiler. Wonderful attack dogs they are.
In almost all of these cases, you could have easily convinced me that these were different actors for each character. Compare Fat Larry's sound to Malcolm, Mercurio to the cab driver, or Julius to Vandal. They don't sound like the same person. It's seriously incredible. There are a few performances that are particularly lacking. Unsurprisingly, these are voiced by one of the game's lead staff, Leonard Boyarsky as Carson and Gomez. These minor roles aren't distracting, but you can tell that it's a developer voicing a character.
Oh, hey, help! You gotta get me out of here, man! This guy's a freaking nut job! Who, Gimbal? Yeah, Gimbal. That guy's been taking pieces off of me and McGee over here for the last 3 days. He's crazy, man! Freaking crazy!
That being said, Brian Mitsoda, another of the game's developers, does a surprisingly good job with voiceover, playing the newscaster and Romero, the gravekeeper.
See, it's like this. Every night around this time for the past, several months now, the dead have been getting up with an itch to stroll down Hollywood Boulevard. Nobody knows why, but they're working on it.
On top of the voice work is, of course, the music, primarily composed by Rick Schaefer, and featuring a few licensed tracks that mostly play in the game's various clubs. The licensed tracks are a mix of somewhat gothic club music fare. They fit nicely, but aren't personally my preference for the most part. I will praise the selection for its support of the dark and goth-esque atmosphere the game strives for. Schaefer's tracks are quite interesting, however. They retain a sense of the droning ambiance for the grimy goth clubbing scene in certain tracks, but are interspersed with some really solid chord and melody work across a variety of different contexts. What's particularly odd, however, is the end result of the vanilla game soundtrack. The original game had 17 tracks, with an additional 6 in the original official score. There were many extensions and original tracks not included in the base game, as part of Rick Schaefer's Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, More Music from the Vault. The Plus patch repurposes and restores these additional tracks of the game, creating a more musically diverse end product. It's surprising that the choice was not made to include these tracks in the base game, given that they were, by and large, finished. Regardless, this is one of the features of the Plus patch content that benefits the game immensely, as the greater quantity of tracks aids the experience of exploration, better characterizing individual areas, and diminishing auditory repetition. Subjectively, I also tend to prefer the tracks that were cut. Altogether, the audio in Bloodlines is strong in its individual elements, but needed more attention to detail and better post-processing and mixing work to get the most out of what they had. Functionally, technically, and stylistically, the writing in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines at its best is borderline masterful. It adapts the hooks of its source material, from the gothic supernatural appeal of its rich vampire mythos, to its socio-political intrigue in the conflicts between the established order of the Camarilla, the violent supremacists of the Sabbat, and the game's rebellious anarchs, with incredible finesse and respect to the world of darkness. The lore of the game is sufficiently fleshed out for players familiar with the tabletop experience, but remains approachable to newcomers with contextually appropriate explanations of concepts and mechanics that are not overbearing. Moreover, Bloodlines is an excellent springboard to facilitate interest in the world of darkness at large due to the constant intrigue and excellent incentives to learn more through the dialogue-focused and investigative scripts. It creates the desire to ask as much as possible from every character, read every computer log and diary page, and scour the world for any scraps of knowledge on the protagonist's newly acquired vampiric condition and the massive underground society that they've fallen into. Pacing is brisk, with plot threads seldom outstaying their welcome. New and fascinating characters are constantly introduced, and competing interests reveal themselves with a moderate degree of choice for the player to influence the events taking place. Writing is properly planned out so that the reactivity built into game design feels natural rather than contrived. Tone and themes are laid on heavily, portraying a dark and dreadful environment filled with manipulation, treachery, and selfishness. Particular praise goes to the choice to emphasize the exploitative environment of Los Angeles media culture, making a pervasive atmosphere of immense disparity, debauchery, and vapidity in the many clubs, both bar and strip, XXX video stores, dingy internet cafes, sewers, drug dens, cult hideouts, graveyards, dive bars, private healthcare institutions, and industrial zones. Everyone is being taken advantage of in some way as they all grab for what little power and pleasure they can hold. Much of the writing is character-focused, with the primary cast rich in unique traits, ideas, and causes that they represent. They're all affected by and partially in control of the larger events of the game, and their influence, overt or not, is readily felt throughout the story. The main critique of the writing comes down to cultural depiction and caricaturization of characters of minority status. This manifests in a myriad of ways, most readily apparent in how Asian characters, particularly Chinese characters, are written. One example sees an overtly creepy merchant of esoteric goods tasking the player with stealing a tribute of someone's eyeballs, and later planting a bad luck talisman in a gang member's locker. Another sees two old men, one a con artist fortune teller, and another an alcoholic, both formerly assassins, perform a bidding war on killing each other. The stereotypical plots of organized crime families and the sense of honor are pervasive in another questline. The Kuei Jin faction is intentionally mystified, romanticized, and inherently villainized. Further portrayals abound, with Fat Larry being another racial caricature of the obese black gangbanger, Jack repeatedly referring to an African character as a gorilla, and the pervasive sexualization of most, if not all, major female characters. There are points to be made on all these fronts. In the case of minority caricatures, having these depictions present in isolation would be extremely problematic, as it would remove any sense of nuance of portraying the broad spectrum of personalities and characters in real life and fiction, reducing people, especially groups of people, to stereotypes. I find that in practice, this isn't the overwhelming majority in the game, but it was evident enough to draw attention to. There is a degree to which all characters are exaggerative, but it is apparent that part of these exaggerations are made based on a media history and/or personal bias of ethnic generalizations, as well as divisionary and dehumanizing rhetoric that places minorities into the role of joke characters at best. An Eastern supremacist pseudo-vampire faction, an Italian hyper-wealthy and massive mob family, an angry overzealous German, a Yaz chocolate Norwegian. Jack's repeated referrals to the sheriff as gorilla are also really fucking bad. As alluded to, this prejudicial bend in writing also falls into the sexualization of most all-female characters. In some cases, this could be seen as commentary and reflection of a hypersensual and exploitative culture, but its consistent application for characters it need not apply to is very problematic. There's a long-ass quest chain to get softcore porn posters of the game's major female characters in your hideout, and at its worst, there's an instance of victim blaming in the face of sexual violence. I assume that these depictions, commentary aside, are partially referential to a Hollywood history since the game takes place in LA, sooner referencing the media depictions of people and culture rather than the real and the individual. This isn't uncommon for Troika writers either, with media references being close to the heart of staff prior to the studio's founding, all the way back to the numerous Easter eggs and events in the first Fallout games. The choice to apply this to a group of people or culture, however, is irksome, especially when the origin point for these references is caricaturing and often troublesome in and of itself. This problem is a significant one, and is disappointing given Troika's previous works, and the overall quality of writing on display. The game's writing is fascinating, but features content that people will take issue with. On a technical level, Bloodlines is so fundamentally broken that modding is required to have it work at all. To critique the default state of the game would be impossible given this, so all criticism is localized to the unofficial and plus patch experience. Video settings are minimal, windowed mode only works via Steam launch settings, the game doesn't pick up on capture otherwise, crashes are still possible, softlocks are possible. Objects that should be interactive or movable will sometimes not give the option to do so. Environmental props get some kind of corruption where they default to one specific object if the game's running for long enough, creating some wildly broken environments. This one is admittedly more funny than harmful most of the time, but can be obstructive to progression. Animations sometimes fail to play. Reloading weapons mixed with discipline use bugs out the animation. Screen effects will sometimes not disappear after their intended duration. The character model texture can become overwritten and carry this state between saves. Doors are exactly as they've always been in Source. Camera angles when talking to NPCs can move at what seems like random, displace camera hitboxes when lockpicking are common, certain areas are blatantly unfinished, particularly cutscenes. Most of these issues aren't game-breaking, but from player accounts of those who could get the vanilla game working, these kinds of issues were far more plentiful and detrimental. Several people have complained that the game is genuinely impossible to complete without mods. I can only verify this insofar as I can't get the game to work without mods, but I'm willing to believe them. This is the consequence of a rushed release date coupled with an extremely ambitious title, and the use of an in-development version of the source engine. Reportedly, Bloodlines had 4 years of development time, but this evidently wasn't enough to deliver the game in a finished state. It's a shame, as the underlying game design is excellent, but the end product is broken. Thankfully, continued community support makes it possible to enjoy the game itself, but even that isn't immune to the myriad of technical problems brought about by the original code. It is, however, stable enough thanks to continued modding efforts.
Your sire. Tragic. My apologies. But you see, there is a strict code of conduct that all of us must adhere to if we wish to survive.
No two experiences of Bloodlines are the same. Case in point, the 2 playthroughs I did of the game to get a better understanding of how much changes based on choices in character creation. That, and wanting to have separate experiences of the unofficial patch and plus patch content. In analyzing the content of the story and playthrough experience, differentiations will be given to clarify which character is being played at the time via these images, and plus patch exclusive content will be noted by this icon. Before that, we should introduce our strapping new fledglings. In the world of the unofficial patch rises Damien, an anomaly amongst anomalies for his newfound clan. Despite having found himself smack dab in Santa Monica, he has no particular love for the city. Its smog-hazed days, constant traffic, and concrete homogeneity of buildings left a sour taste in his mouth, having trampled over just about everything good the region had to offer. What remained was his lone reason for staying, the ocean. The waves pushed away the unwanted advances of humanity, leaving only a tranquil but formidable vastness in its wake. Peace amidst chaos, and an escape from the never-ending performative pressure of living in Los Angeles. Finding himself surrounded by false pretenses and fake smiles yearning for the dotted line, he increasingly isolated himself to the seashore, killing more time amidst the crabs and fish than the people. He often waited until the late hours of the night for people to clear out to find his much-needed solitude near the water. More than once, he would risk a vagrancy charge by sleeping out in the open, having made it a point of pride to climb onto and hide out on the roof of the harbor office on multiple occasions. In his last days as Kyne, he found his isolation progressively disturbed by another falling into his same habits. She was little more than a shadow at first, seemingly idling on the beach without purpose. After a few days, she approached Damien. They were standoffish, unsure of the other's intent until it became clear neither party was interested in clearing each other out. Small conversations became larger ones as they both lingered in the moonlight. For once, Damien found someone who just was. Then it happened, faster than he was able to process. Staring at him as he rose from intense slumber was a brief glimpse of remorse. Before a word could be said, she's stabbed by an intruder, and Damien is so too. In terms of stats, Damien enters the world with the undead not far removed from how he was in life. Never one for people, his ability to navigate the nuances of socialization weren't a priority. He's not a bad guy, but he's also not particularly charismatic or influential. He does, however, have above-average physical strength from his proclivities for outdoorsmanship and his aforementioned tendency to climb low-lying buildings. Not necessarily a fighter by trade, but can handle himself in a scrap. His isolationist nature also lent itself to not being as readily noticed in a crowd, making him more naturally stealthy by a small margin. He also has a mildly counterintuitive knack for computers from his school days, but is out of practice. Notably, his preference for the companionship of animals has its benefits for his newfound vampiric ability of animalism, allowing for the convenient summoning of ethereal creatures. Our plus patch contemporary is Lenny, whose bright demeanor and quippy sense of humor landed him straight into the second-rate rungs of media presentation. The presence of predefined character backgrounds in the plus patch makes backstory creation more restricted in the event that we choose a particular history for our newfound vampire, but we can still work with this. Lenny quickly got a job at a second-rate news station in the Midwest as a host, where he built a moderate reputation for his unusual charisma and slightly incoherent jokes. In actuality, Lenny developed his forward-facing appearance as a coping mechanism to a combination of intrusive thoughts, both of anxious and depressive varieties, that has plagued him since early adolescence. Despite his mental health actively deteriorating from the pressure of public exposure, he convinced himself that he needed more, and so moved to Los Angeles to find some sense of stardom, among the millions trying to do the same. On a big night of heavy drinking, he managed to bet a vampire who seemed just as far down the bottle as he was. The thing is, the vampire wasn't drunk. Lenny awakes just the same as Damien, confused, undead, and staked, but with the added benefit of having brand new intrusive thoughts with unique voices. Lenny leans far more into the social and traditionally intellectual skills, being unusually persuasive and able to pick up on new information with ease. While not the shining star of speech checks yet, he will get there. His new Malkavian bloodline also eases the need for stealth significantly, granting him the anxious man's dream of literally disappearing from the perception of others at will with Obfuscate. Being Malkavian, however, has mildly altered his speech patterns, given him unusual insight into the world, and has provided him with several new friends in his head to contend with at all times. All the time. Like non-stop. These character histories are a nice justification for role-playing, but really have no bearing given that I made these stories as post-hoc rationalizations for how I played both characters, especially in the case of no backstory Damien. There was zero consideration while playing of this kind of backstory, but you could reasonably get away with making character histories and adhering to them as the game is mostly capable of facilitating these predefined traits mechanically. Regardless, the story begins the same way for all characters. We're embraced by a vampire under the pretense of sex, waking up being made undead, and then are staked through the heart before being awoken once again on the stage of a theater. The metaphor of location is not lost on me, the gathering and process about to take place being a performative show of power and a framing device for the melodrama of vampiric society that'll unfold in the coming hours. Most kindred of note are present here, familiarizing the player with the faces of important figures in the nights to come. This event in particular is a rite of execution for the disobedience of one of the guiding principles of the Masquerade. All kindred must seek permission to sire new vampires. The consequence of this is pretty openly authoritarian, gathering vampires from all degrees of political acquiescence to witness the Camarilla's imposed right to execute dissidents. Our sire is killed in front of our eyes, with only ourselves left on the chopping block. Were it not for one particular kindred's vocal outcry, we too would have perished in this very moment. Instead, we're spared, with a catch. LaCroix, our would-be executioner turned mentor, immediately puts us to work and then subsequently abandons our confused fledglings to the back alleys of Los Angeles, where we find our first genuine outstretched hand.
What a scene, man! Hoo-wee! Then they just plop you out here like a naked baby in the woods. How about that? Look, kiddo, this is probably a lot for you to take in, so why don't you let me show you the ropes? What do you say?
Functionally a tutorial giver at this point, Jack is an outspoken, crude, but friendly sort. He's also quick to point out Lenny's new loss.
And you're a goddamn Malkavian, too. Wow, you really are fucked.
Unlike LaCroix, Jack gives us a primer on the new ins and outs of vampirism, teaching us the basics of feeding, humanity, the Masquerade, navigation, stealth, and combat as we work our way through a territory scrap, partially between LA gangs, and partially between Camarilla and Sabbat. The scene of conflict here is immensely janky, with the Sabbat agents stiff as a board while firing SMGs before being taken out by the Camarilla sheriff's animalism abilities. Damien will come to learn these same skills in time. This tutorial segment is partially tailored to the unique disciplines of the various clans, with Damien having particular instances of using fortitude to buff up, protean to better see enemies in the dark, and animalism to take out select assailants. Conversely, Lenny is taught to use auspex to outline distant enemies, obfuscate to disappear, and dementation to fuck people up. Getting through the gang wars has Jack meet us once again before being sent on our way to our new safe house in Santa Monica.
Oh, boy. I think they're looking for you outside. Guess you got a cab to catch. Was hoping to fill you in on a little bit more, but hell, you'll figure it all out. If you make it back, stop in at the last round. It's this bar downtown here. I'll fill you in on the politics. Now that's the stuff that'll kill you. Good luck.
For each drop a teeny bit of life shed. You don't care how it's got, as long as it is. You'll be begging for it, and not getting any.
For what's called a safe house, there is very little about this apartment that would actually qualify as safe. The place is practically falling apart, and the one nice thing about it is the biggest danger for ourselves, the windows. Lots of nice natural light to burn ourselves to a crisp with come morning. Might as well live in the oven. At least there's a blood pack in the fridge. Damien turns on the radio to listen to such delightful broadcasts as conspiracy theorists.
As we all know, the Americans established a moon base back in the late 70s. That's no secret. But what most people don't know is that they have been conducting a dig. Not for resources, but for artifacts.
I see.
Well, it's no coincidence that the Chinese have started conducting space missions. You know why? I'll tell you why. The reason is because the Chinese are trying to stop the Americans from finding an ancient space probe sent by the Beta Centaurians. And why? Because the Beta Centaurians are giving space technology to the Chinese to get back at the Andromedans, aka the Greys, for giving space technology to the Americans in the 50s.
Fascinating.
Ads for chicken.
Ma'am, care to participate in a taste test? Here, try this leading brand of chicken.
Oh my gosh! Is that week-old fish?
Now, try this.
Oh, this is some good chicken.
Political attack ads.
Last year, Democratic candidate Michael Redmond bought a sports utility vehicle. 3 months later, there were 2 separate incidences of hit and runs by an unidentified SUV in his area. Is Democratic candidate Michael Redmond to blame? Can you afford to take that chance? Can your children? Vote Republican Senator Robert Thorne, a candidate that has never committed vehicular homicide.
And the world's most generic movie advertisement.
With a guy from that other movie that was slightly popular, and what's her name, from that show you sometimes watch, in a movie with 2 spectacular CGI battle sequences and an advertising campaign that will leave you no choice but to see this film. See it, because it's a movie, and all your friends are going. In theaters Friday, and on DVD in 3 months.
Like real radio, it's evidently more advertisement than content. The news on TV is surprisingly absent of such advertisement, but is loaded with the sensationalism one would expect. On our desk is a note from our first associate of LaCroix, Mercurio, alongside a small package of money. Beside this is another note from one M. Strauss requesting a meeting at their downtown headquarters. On the nearby laptop are a few emails, reminders of her indebted servitude to LaCroix, a mysterious and vague message from a friend, and more ads for bail bonds and penis enlargement pills. In his infinite wisdom, Damien immediately begins breaking into the nearby apartments. He finds nothing. At least there's no neighbors here. Outside, a homeless man asks for some spare change. Damien provides without a second thought, but Lenny is a confusing prick who forgot to pick up the money in his front desk and basically tells the man to pound sand.
Asshole! Asshole! Asshole!
Walking onto the street a changed vampire is a bizarrely cinematic experience when not distracted by Lenny's bare chest. We spot a severely wounded man crawling on the streets and, like any LA resident, pretend we never saw it. This is our agent Mercurio. Following his blood trail leads to his battered body laying on the sofa, still conscious and coherent despite all of this.
Goddamn chemist. Can't trust any operators in LA. I verified him. Organizations seem reliable. Guy mixes up speed, his crew sells it. Occasionally does explosives. I set up a drop. I show up at the beach with the money, right? 4 of his guys, they come out of nowhere. Junky pricks hit me with a bat. It feels like I got a friggin' horse kick in it. I never should have gone alone. Amateur move. I should have handled those pricks. Goddamn dirty Cali rat bastards. Those cocksuckers beat me rotten, left me for a stiff. I had to crawl to my car, crawl my ass up here. The vamp blood's the only thing holding me together. Shit, they got the money, they got the astrolite. Those small-time sons of bitches live out in a dump on the beach. 4 or 5 of them. And one's got the explosives is Dennis. Got my money too, that prick. Laying in a pool in my own blood and you want friggin' directions. Right, alright. Down the street, in the parking garage, stairs down to the beach. On the right. Those better not be some of my last words.
He gives us our first real job with some optional objectives. Find the dealers who beat him senseless, get the explosives, maybe get the money back, and if you're nice, get Mercurio some painkillers while his ghoul powers patch him up. It seems the sensible thing to do to get the drugs first as to not prolong his suffering, with both Damien and Lenny barging their way into the medical clinic to steal a stash of morphine. Both are interrupted outside the medical clinic by the loudest motherfucker known to man.
Oh man, you're a vampire, aren't you? Hell yeah! Oh man, I knew it! Oh jeez, I knew you were, I just could tell, oh man, this is great! And then I saw your teeth and I was like, damn, it was like I could just sense you. The name's Knox Harrington. Pleasure to meet you. Oh man!
He makes the Masquerade seem like a joke with how loudly he proclaims our status in the open. He also points out that the medical clinic has plenty of blood bags should we need them. Damien tried the front entrance first, but was blocked by an annoyed receptionist. Having no need for their shit, he eventually just walked past into the wings. Lenny just broke in through the back. While looking for morphine, there's a lot to find. Firstly, a critically injured woman lies unattended in a private room. She asks for the doctor, but the understaffed hospital makes it so that no help is available. She will die without intervention, and having learned about the regenerative abilities of vampire blood and the ghoulification process, our fledglings hatched the bright idea to play God and save the poor girl with our blood. I'm sure that won't cause any issues later. Getting access to the morphine takes snooping through the various back offices and disabling security features to find the medical supplies upstairs. Damien breaks through the computers with relative ease due to his hacking skill, finding the most secure passwords of sports teams and people's names being easy break-in points. This highlights an interesting bit of game design in the variety of context clues for computer passwords. Passwords being manually solvable means that the passwords themselves can be hidden in the environments, via direct notes on pieces of paper in the most overt of circumstances, and in the most covert, being related to the name of a doctor's extramarital affair. The latter condition is borderlining guesswork, but the information is there for players to put together. On the subject of which, these computers show a plethora of individual and systemic indiscretions ranging from raiding the medical supplies to the aforementioned affairs and other forms of malpractice. Ghoul Hospital. Damien made a quick snack out of the practicing doctor, which in retrospect seems like a terrible decision given that people like our new ghoul desperately need medical attention. It seemed to help his patient though. Roach shot up like a lightning bolt. Upstairs is a restricted area with a guard hiding the medical supplies. Damien got caught, but was given no consequence for a criminal violation, just a lot of yelling and bullets. Downstairs in the basement is the King of Gatekeeping, another particularly judgy and creepy ghoul holding the supply of blood bags. In both playthroughs, I refused to buy from him out of sheer spite. If his door wasn't locked so well, either fledgling would be happy to make a blood bag out of him. Lenny has a much easier time of ignoring the guards and working through the hospital thanks to obfuscate and conveniently large ductwork. Post-Mercurio sedation, the lads find their way through a parking garage towards the pier. hearing of and witnessing the results of a brutal murder that recently took place.
I've seen a lot of shocking things in my time on the force, but that pier, that's the kind of thing that makes you lose your faith in humanity. Poor bastard down there is torn in two. By the looks of it, you'd think someone tied him to two horses and raced them in opposite directions.
On the beach is a small encampment of thin-blooded vampires, with the first one to approach speaking to Lenny's Malkavian nature directly.
Up there, through that chain link gate and up those stairs. Those men you are looking for. Never mind. You wouldn't understand.
She helps both our kindred with her foresight, but in the conversation with Lenny reveals a tremendous amount of spoilers for the upcoming events of the story. It's veiled in somewhat interpretive language, as the Malkavian dialogue often is, but brings to light a shared, albeit slightly warped prediction of the looming threats on the horizon.
You chased it for the one at the top of the city. On the sea. Oh, on the ground. You found it in the crypt. It's open. Oh, it's open. Oh god. Oh god. Run.
She also directs us to the drug den for the astrolite before we even ask, which is cool. Within the same camp is a surfer named E, who, like the rest, seeks answers to his newfound condition.
We all seem to have come down with the same disease. Oh, hell, who am I kidding? We're a bad horror show, alright? And we seem to be the runts, the mistakes. You types call us thin bloods. I say we're all equally screwed. But what I don't understand are the rules, and the terms, and the reasons some of them are at our throats claiming we're harbingers of the apocalypse. That's what I want to know.
His experience is a little sadder than most, having thought he found love and then throwing it away in anger upon his unwitting transformation.
I'd just come to town for the surf tourney. Seems like years ago, but it's, well, been about 6 months now. Every night during the finals, I used to hit the local diner after the beach parties fizzled out in the AM. That's where I met her. Her name was Lily. I remember introducing myself, the way she seemed grateful for the company. Well, a few nights after our meeting, we were on the beach alone. She tried to tell me what she was, but I didn't understand, and so she showed me. I was furious with her when I took it all in. I cursed her and left, never really knowing what I was. Well, I realise now how she must have felt. So here I am now, a mystery to myself. I suppose I'd have moved on by now if I didn't think she'd show up one of these nights. There's a lot I've got left to say to her. Seems no one will talk about it. This all started that night in the diner. Maybe you could start there.
We can help him and the rest of the crew out by getting some information on the nature of the Thin Bloods by asking around when it's convenient. In the drug house, our two vampires separate themselves in their approach. Lenny skulks about with Obfuscate, finding Mercurio's cash in a hole in the wall behind a vent before meeting with the dealer who shorted him. Our boy is smooth enough to negotiate the deal on good faith, doesn't pay a cent for the astrolite, and leaves without so much as a scratch. Damien immediately pisses off the bouncer with a comment about shoving his foot up their ass, and then causes a bloodbath before taking the astrolite and leaving. Bringing the product back to Freddie Mercury has him in varying states of satisfaction. Lenny's stellar performance netted him the cash and astrolite, and leaving the den alive gives Mercurio a shot at revenge later. Damien's less tactful approach deprived him of the joy of murder, and left him broke. Regardless, Mercurio fills us in on the next part of our job, navigating political affairs to find a route into a Sabbat warehouse we need to level. Our stealth informant, one Bertram Tongue, hides out somewhere from an unintentional feud with another powerful vampire of the Santa Monica region, Therese Foreman, the more coercive and planning of the Vorman sisters. Mercurio has some pretty choice words on the Vormans, particularly of Jeanette.
Therese I don't like, but I can respect her. Jeanette's different. I don't know what to make of her. She's a little, in the head. I don't know. Therese is, well, like you. And I would think so's Jeanette. But I hear rumors about her. Alright, Jeanette got a body built for bedrooms. And I got close acquaintances says they conquered that territory. But I asked the main man and he says you types, can't or don't or do that kind of thing. Anyway, whatever she is, I hear Jeanette's a wild girl.
He's also able to tell us of some very cool and legal guns being sold at the pawn shop by our hideout. Damien has no interest in using firearms, but it's a good place to sell the ones he picked up from the drug house. Lenny, on the other hand, would like a chat with this particular store owner. Lenny worms his way into perusing the illegal goods and trades some boner pills. No, that's not a joke. He found in the medical center for a better selection of firearms. Since our goals are a little less life and death now, with Mercurio mostly sorted, Damien and Lenny both follow E's lead back to the diner, where he often spoke with Lily. Walking in, we find a highly defensive man, definitely not a vampire, who wants nothing to do with us.
Something I can help you with. I don't see how that's any business of yours. Goodbye, then.
The cashier of the diner is a somewhat sarcastic lady who's willing to give us some info on Lily if we ask enough. She even gives us a few items of Lily's that help direct us a little closer with some investigation. The object of note is a bail bond receipt for someone named Rolf Toten. Luckily, Kilpatrick's bail bonds is just down the street, where we find info from the office database on Rolf's vehicular registration, among many, many others, because Damien can't mind his own fucking business. And of course, Arthur Kilpatrick himself.
Well, my business ain't bad, I can tell you that much. Santa Monica's gone downhill. Used to be pretty nice, I guess. We do a higher volume now than we did a few years ago, but we gotta deal with a lot more bail jumpers and crap like that.
Among his many charming statements,
hell yeah, I ain't complaining. I'm in a good position to watch it all just slide right down the tubes, you know what I mean?
He requests our aid in finding a missing bounty hunter named Carson, giving us the key to their apartment. You know, the guy he just met. One of whom looks like an anemic meth addict. Our search for Carson will have to wait. We found the license plate of Rolf's car, which we can track down to the parking garage by the pier, in which lies Lily's diary, outlining her introduction to the world of vampires through Rolf before subsequent abandonment and meeting of E. Her most recent entry details the intent to break into the medical clinic to source a few blood bags. Though the breadcrumb trail of the bond receipt to the diary is immensely satisfying for instilling a sense of discovery, it is admittedly contrived and extremely convenient for the story. To have Lily hold on to the bond as a memento of a lost love interest is not implausible. For her to leave it at the diner after moving on and meeting E is not altogether unrealistic either. What is an issue, however, is the leaving behind of her diary in a car that, to my knowledge, isn't hers, and should by all means have been claimed or impounded by this point. A simple narrative change of clearly defining the car as a vehicle which Lily owned or was living out of at the time could have alleviated this. Or, a more optimal plotline could have been implemented by outlining Lily's address as shared with Rolf on the log for Rolf's bail bond, redirecting the player to find the diary where it would be reasonably kept, in her own apartment. This would also be justifiable as Lily appears to be, or have been, a full-time resident of Santa Monica before meeting her sire. There are plenty of empty apartments in the Santa Monica maps, so this could have been pretty easily redesigned to be somewhat more convincing. Unless you want to make the argument that Lily is homeless, in which case make that more clear and lean into it further. Snooping in the car does at least get to show the hood lifting animation, unless it jams like it did for Lenny, goddammit. Regardless, the boys are off to the clinic again, this time to find a series of security codes on computers that are used on a keypad in cold storage to find a secret passageway to a room in which Lily has been strapped to some kind of medical chair. Now, I don't know if you know the lore of World of Darkness, but kindred not feeding for prolonged periods of time is a problem. Not because it damages them, but because it essentially makes them descend into a feral state until they feed again. But I bet Lily's doing just fine.
Let me go. I can smell it. I have to have it.
Nah, she's good. Let's free her.
You don't look well at all. Oh, sweet mother of God!
I'm of many minds about this. Obviously, neither Damien or Lenny are going to let this event get in the way of love. They're vampires, not monsters. You're not supposed to kill your drainee lest you risk breaking the Masquerade, but not only is it not her fault seeing as she was bound to the point of maddening starvation, ratting on her to E is a bizarrely specific, ineffectual, and cruel way to punish her for this. Alternatively, you can encourage her to skip town if you're on the pragmatic step between empathetic and complete asshole, but telling her that E still wants to see her is the better outcome for everyone. Outside, the creepy ghoul blood gatekeeper reams out the player.
Why'd you have to go and let that bitch out? There's one less Phil in the world now. Why'd you have to let her go and eat him, huh? Now I'll never get to do in that bastard myself. Well, you know what? No blood for you. No more!
Damien storms off in protest. Should've killed him. And Lenny uses his fancy powers of dementation to make the man live, laugh, love, and forget.
What were we laughing about?
E and Lily reunite happily on the beach, and everyone learns a little bit about the thin-blooded vampires as a weaker sect of kindred viewed unfavorably by the majority of their society. The reasons why they're viewed as such will be revealed in time, but even lacking knowledge, the prejudicial outcasting of them seems counterintuitive to the maintenance of secrecy the Masquerade stands for. It's almost as if the rules are selectively enforced as convenient to those in power. Next up is to make tracks for the power players of Santa Monica at the Asylum nightclub. Walking in has us meet Jeanette. Nice lady, very forward.
Ooh, what do we have here? Another scrumptious young plaything straight out of life and into my club? You smell new, little boy. Like fabric softener dew on freshly mowed astroturf. Oh, I'm not frightening you, am I, duckling?
Damien's socially incapable of reciprocating her seduction, so much so that he verbally stumbles through conversation with not just her, but every woman in the club while trying to find food.
If you were the last person on Earth, I'd reconsider my views on bestiality.
Could be his moves. Lenny plays along, much to her amusement, while also piquing her interest by virtue of being evidently Malkavian.
What? Oh my, a Malkavian. This ought to be absolutely delicious. Two minds as crazy as ours, and who knows just what might happen.
Coincidentally, being Malkavian also gives extra, though vague, insight to an incoming plotline involving her. They're both directed upstairs to the office, but not before Lenny convinces the barkeeper he's out of a job.
Are you serious?
Oh, that guy.
Your city? Last time I looked, it was called Santa Monica, not stuck-up bitch. Oh, yes. I mean, look at you sometimes. Oh, please. You really do paint a flattering portrait of me with your turn-of-the-century vibe. I always assumed you could do nothing but look down on me. Just the sight of you. Sight of that wicked, tainted house, concealing that dirty, diseased mind. Sin! You have no sin. Let's see who is without sin past the fierce tone. Go ahead and mock me. You pull your pranks, make fun of my ways, but this year, you're just one big joke. Don't you call me that! Should I start calling a duck a pig again? Oh, your sister! How can you treat me like this? That's it, Jeanette. Run away from the truth. I'll take care of everything, as always.
Jeanette having stormed off, we're left with the down-to-business system, Therese.
Please, come in. I do apologize for my sister's crassness if it made you uncomfortable. She's unabashedly scandalous, but in the club business, I suppose that kind of personality is a necessary evil.
Being hopelessly direct, Damien's strong suit should appeal to her sensibilities. Therese is conniving about the feud with Bertram, giving the impression that her motives are more than she's willing to impart.
I'd be willing to put the word out that my grievances with Tongue have been swept under the rug, but in return, you'll have to help me remove a particularly burdensome spirit from a property I'm looking to invest in.
Nonetheless, she tasks us with clearing out the spirits from an abandoned hotel, which can only be accessed through the sewers in exchange for a ceasefire on Tongue. Leaving the club, Lenny manages to talk his way into the necks of several patrons before coming across Knox Harrington again, who manages to outspeak the club speakers.
Life Eater? Damn! I don't even know what that means! Is that vampire for a scary-ass Asian dude that can probably kick my ass?
He offloads a mission from none other than Bertram onto Lenny, asking that we find and eliminate some rival Asian vampire. This has us examining a driver's license given to us by Knox, cross-referencing the name at the bail bond computer, only to find that the guy on it is dead. Following that leads us back to the medical clinic's morgue, where we find the body of the license owner alongside a key to a place called Foxy Boxes. Inside lies the laptops with various reports of this particular creature's activities within Los Angeles, making an alarming amount of salient points on the pointlessness with which the K-Knights quarrel. Further in is the Cathayan themselves, boasting combat abilities that kick Lenny's teeth in quite quickly. We get no characterization for the Cathayan. In fact, he never speaks. The first enemy with a health meter, this boss wields a katana that would have gotten Lenny killed were it not for extensive use of Veil of Madness to paralyze them, and the plus patch exclusive Blood Heal to compensate for damage. Lenny, as he is now, is no fighter. Not out of an idealistic sort of pacifism, he's just weak as shit. Taking the news of the kill back to Harrington has him give us the tiniest scrap of information on the mystery not vampire, with the prospect of thanks from Bertram should we meet him later. This is one of those quests I missed in the first playthrough with Damien. I thought it was plus patch exclusive as I didn't find it my first go around, and due to how underdeveloped it was, but no, it's just highly superfluous and missable. Taking to the strangely clean-looking sewers leads both parties to the outside of the massive mansion, where we must first grab the keys from the office trailer. The door locks behind us as we enter, setting the expectation for the typical horror movie haunted mansion's shenanigans. Inside, the hotel's trapped spirit lies in wait, pushing people away from the site while simultaneously guiding the more intrepid towards understanding the fate of those trapped within. Climbing the curved stairs has them give way, knocking us into the unlit basement where we follow the terrified running apparitions of a woman towards a generator room. Re-establishing power to the building will restore some light and give us access to the elevator back up to the entrance, but sets off emissions from various pipes that can burn the player as they work their way to the side of the lift itself. The second floor features a child's room with mildly disturbing art of a seemingly burning figure amidst a family. The next room features a key in a drawer and the flashing of light before a message written in blood appears on the wall. The child's toys will also pop out at the player as they work towards the locked door, where you move a makeshift floorboard in a burnt room and fall into the hotel bar. Damien gets distracted and starts throwing bottles around like a child at a carnival. Source engine physics and interactive objects are usually just a fun toy to play with in Bloodlines, rarely having design implications in spite of the previous example of moving the floorboard to progress. Nonetheless, its presence is appreciated for its novelty. Using the dumbwaiter to descend to the kitchen, we find ourselves attacked by possessed pots and pans until the unfriendly spirit accidentally breaks down a door, allowing us to escape through a vent to another elevator shaft. Narrowly avoiding being crushed by the descending elevator, we can climb to a much higher floor and find our way through the unkept remains of hotel rooms, chasing spirits, dodging purple fire, and being attacked by furniture before reaching the Mirage at the honeymoon suite, where the trap ghost memento is held. There's a narrative woven into this experience, telling a story of the final family to occupy the hotel. In their stay, the husband slowly loses sanity and trust, directing his increasing violent ideation towards his mostly unknowing family. The result of this is the burning of the estate, which is established through environmental cues throughout the hotel, such as newspapers of the burning of the building itself, a missing family, the child's picture of the burning father figure, and the diary of the wife's growing trepidation towards her husband's increasingly unstable behavior. While obviously derivative of previous popular horror works, particularly The Shining, the implementation of the various horror tropes and slow process of discovery in this environment creates an extremely memorable set piece that reminds the player of the fact that they are not the only otherworldly force in the world of darkness. Returning to the asylum, our kindred find Jeanette there to greet them in Therese's place. She'll ask for the pendant we acquired at the hotel, which isn't really meant for her.
I'm not just some silly doll, you know. All my life, my sisters made me out to be a joke. She told you I was an embarrassment, didn't she? That I couldn't tie my shoes, let alone hold on to something for her. Is that it?
Lenny refuses. Damien caves and gives her the item.
It's beautiful. Like a knight in shining armor, dangling at the end of a noose.
While waiting for Therese to show, Jeanette sends us on a task to tear up an art gallery to counter a rival kindred's power grab in the city. Outside the gallery, we meet a living legend, Officer Chunk.
Hey, hold on a minute there. I'm afraid you are committing a 351. That's trespassing on private property. I'm gonna have to ask that you vacate the premises immediately, or I'm afraid I'll be forced to radio this in.
You can convince him either that you're a member of staff at the gallery, as Damien does, or you can take the Lenny approach.
No, it can't be. I'm useless. I'm completely useless.
The gallery features a series of paintings on the narrative of Cain from the Book of Genesis. In the world of darkness, Cain is the original vampire, having been cursed by God after the murder of Abel. Doesn't seem like the best choice of punishment. Kill your brother, live forever with superpowers. The paintings themselves are a mini-puzzle, requiring their destruction in the proper order of narrative. Cain kills Abel, Cain's cursed by God, Cain meets Lilith, Cain spurs Lilith. Doing so summons a blood spirit enemy that both kindred beat to a pulp before taking the cash box of donations and leaving. Returning to Therese has her pissed off at Lenny and furious with Damien.
How could you give her that item from the hotel? Do you know what she did with it? She threw it into the Pacific. Do you know what this means? It means that I can't get rid of the spirit now, which means that property is useless to me. And to make matters worse, someone's just gone and ruined my event at the gallery.
As it turns out, you can fail quests, which Damien did by giving Jeanette the ghost pendant, leaving the poor spirit trapped for eternity. She sends our kindred to the nearby diner in her place to quell the rivalry with Jeanette, and thereby Bertram. In the diner, Lenny manages to scare off some gang members before picking up the ringing phone. Damien, on the other hand, goes straight for the phone and gets riddled with bullets in the process. A few strewn bodies later, Damien's finally able to pick up the call.
It was a setup. Listen, I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. Therese tried to have you killed. I had to lock myself in the bathroom because now she's got a gun and... Please, you have to help me!
Back to the club. But a word of warning. Not only is this a moment of narrative culmination for the questline, where your decisions thus far come to critical mass, It's also an event of highly sensitive subject matter that includes exaggerated portrayal of dissociative identity disorder, trauma, and incidences of sexual violence that likely contributed to the development of both aforementioned subjects. Jeanette and Therese are of one body, two personalities that are now actively fighting for control and survival over the other. If you've been extremely careful in your approach, you can navigate the minefield of their exposition to negotiate peace and culminate the two personalities into a stronger whole. Lenny has all these points in his favor, as he actively appealed to the sensibilities of Jeanette in flirting, of Therese in persuasion and professionalism, and accommodated the request of both to the best of his ability. Having done so, Lenny and his infinite insight helps us reconcile the fellow Malkavian's crisis, sparing both parties in the process. Damien was not so lucky. Having wasted the potential of Therese's quest and allying themselves more to Jeanette, one manages to erase the other in their struggle. Regardless of outcome, we're given the information of Bertram's whereabouts. Tourette's, yes, that is her actual name, plotline is one that I find immensely difficult to critique. I initially felt that Jeanette, Therese, and their narrative was thoughtfully written, well-characterized, and sensibly sensitive to the nuances of the complex issues it portrays. I was not paying enough attention. The biggest issue herein lies in the characterization of Jeanette and Therese relative to their abuse. I'm hesitant to delve into specifics since the subject matter is inherently distressing, and because of the writing's extremely poor portrayal. So, content warning for the next minute or so. Tourette's character, or characters, are a narrow exploration of the potential outcomes of their childhood abuse, with Therese manifesting a complete rejection of sexuality and emotion from her trauma, whereas Jeanette obsesses over and embraces these same forces. Their conflict with each other is an expression of conflicting forces of escapism, liberation, and attempts to reconcile with the experiences that have formed the people she's become. This is even reflected in their contrasting narratives of their own past, citing different accounts of the same events in the murder of their father. Even their environment hints at their conflicting nature, literally divided between Therese's power-seeking on the left and Jeanette's pleasure-seeking on the right. The problem lies in the fact that Jeanette and Therese's explanation of their abuse frequently portrays themselves as instigators rather than victims of sexual assault. In childhood, no less. One could try to argue a nuance that these characters have damagingly internalized this conception, hence their self-destructive nature, but this doesn't appear to be the intent of writing, as this is never given credence. As it stands, the narrative perpetuates an exceedingly harmful prejudice in the blaming of abuse victims. The attempt at character and story here can be captivating from a conceptual perspective, but runs a heavy risk of alienating viewers on the basis of unprofessional and deeply prejudicial depictions of this kind of trauma and its mental health repercussions. My interpretation of this, I feel, is being very generous to this particular aspect of Bloodlines, and I can see how this story arc would be enough to deter people from playing the game altogether. Nonetheless, our newfound friend Bertram is hiding out in a broken-down silo between the bail bond center and the diner.
The one and only. But don't bother with the introductions, fledgling. I know who you are.
He can give us passage to the soon-to-be-demolished warehouse, but not before giving some context to the Sabbat and human guards scattered around the place. And, better still, he gives the player carte blanche for violence.
The Sabbat like everyone to know just who they're dealing with. So if you get in there and have to bust a few heads, don't feel bad. Think of it as upholding the Masquerade.
The preceding section of the warehouse is a veritable gauntlet of guards that dot a few paths towards a central office area where we'll plant the astrolite. The approach, and escape for that matter, can be handled either with the adverse violence that Bertram gave blessing for, or with complete non-detection. Lenny managed to sneak in and out without any consequence whatsoever, brushing past guards near the train cars, climbing onto the rafters, and dropping down to the office entrance sight unseen. Getting out is a little harder since the bomb you place is on a timer, forcing a quicker and less careful exit path. That is, if you're successful in sneaking in the first place. Damien made an attempt to sneak past the guards, but eventually got caught and had to start brawling his way through them. Not only is this tricky due to the large amount of adversaries, the easy path back through the front becomes blocked off when detected, making escape especially tense under the bomb timer. The combat here was at least an excuse to begin experimenting with the animalism discipline, sicking a spectral wolf onto various foes to manage crowd damage. Damien barely got out of range when the bomb went off, leaving behind a flaming mess before stumbling onto the site of a transforming wolf.
The warehouse. Your handiwork, I presume?
Damien gets a little too excited at the prospect of meeting another gang here. Regardless, Beckett means us no harm. His hyper-inquisitive nature also makes conversation with him extremely useful for information on various queries such as the Thin Bloods, but this meeting is altogether short, with him leaving before any real questions could be answered. Getting back to Bertram lets us pick his mind a bit on the many factions, clans, and power struggles of kindred society. His analysis is partially laden with opinion, which mildly inflamed Damien when they got to the subject of gangrel heritage.
Well, they fancy themselves loners and drifters running around the countryside and barking at the moon. It's all just an act. Gangrel can walk upright. They just choose not to. Aw, did I hurt your feelings, Fleabag? Well, just try not to let the doggy door pinch your tail on the way out.
Dude's a bit of a dick about it, but in a fun way. It's interesting to hear where his beliefs and allegiances lie, particularly when it comes to systems of power.
The Anarchs. Yeah, I respect what they do, strenuous liberty and all that jazz, but they're kidding themselves. Wherever there's an ounce of power to be had, there'll be people dicking each other over. You think the Camarilla invented that? The Camarilla works. When you let vampires run wild, you wind up with caitiff frenzying in the streets, Thin Bloods blowing the Masquerade, and hunters sniffing around. And no kidding. Now that the Camarilla has moved into L.A., Therese wants the title of Prince of Santa Monica. I guess she saw me as a threat. Funny thing is, I could care less. I wouldn't want to be the Prince of Terre Haute. I leave that headache to the Ventru. Besides, there's only like 4 vampires in all of Santa Monica. Some kingdom.
The conversation can become particularly amusing as a Malkavian, with Lenny repeatedly referring to Prince LaCroix as a jester.
Jester? You call him LaCroix a jester? You'd better watch that, fledgling. Anyway, what am I gonna say? He's the boss now.
At this point, we're just about done with Santa Monica. The only task left for the moment being to find Kilpatrick's missing collector. Going back to the apartments where Mercurio's blood trail still hasn't been cleared, we can find a few hints to Carson's location. A tape recorder has some record, but no pertinent information beyond the target of his bail bond, McGee. His laptop has a much better lead, directing us to the tattoo parlor. This is where another detail of the plus patch makes itself evident. The plus patch restores/adds objects to locations such as this to make the environment more believable. This is accomplished fairly well with the tattoo parlor, placing sample images along the walls to better sell the place. It's not necessary, but it is appreciated. The basement of the parlor has a phone that can be used to call the number on the wall, contacting Gimble's prosthetics and receiving an unnervingly upbeat and well-spoken individual.
Hello? Might I speak with Mr. McGee? Well, I'm not sure. I had an appointment with him a few days ago, but he never seemed to show up. Do you know when he'll return? Well, Mr. McGee was going to be doing some modeling for me. Medical reference for the work that I do here in the studio. It's a shame, really. The proposition would have been quite lucrative for him. Why, yes, that sounds delightful. Perhaps you could come down to my studio and we can sort out the details. I'm at the end of Main Street, small basement studio. The sign says Gimble's Prosthetics. Just ring the buzzer and I'll let you in.
In this context, something is not right. Speaking with Lenny seems to resonate with him, which also doesn't bode well. Nothing about this operation is on the up and up. The prosthetics/medical supply clinic is in a remote basement down a back alley and is locked to all unrequested visitors. Inside seems normal enough at first, with Mr. Gimble introducing himself and expressing more than average interest in the state of our limbs.
Good, good. You seem to have rather well-developed limbs, if you don't mind me saying so.
The conversation leads nowhere. He walks off to the back room, and we follow behind for answers. Behind the door, the facade immediately falls apart. Everything is dirty, shoddy, and unnerving. The caged room in the back is closed in the base game, but open in the plus patch. Not that there's anything there, it's just to satisfy players' curiosity, I suppose. He seems to be selling mannequin parts as prosthetics, and that's the least of his sins. The Ghost Mansion didn't scare me. This segment did. I was fully expecting to get jumped in the narrow winding hallways by Gimble with a saw blade. Thankfully, the game is tactful enough to avoid jump scares, instead leading both Kindred to find worsening examples of unclean amputation for Gimble's pleasure. At the bottom is our hunter, Carson, thankfully still alive and mostly in one piece.
Who, Gimbal? Yeah, Gimbal. That guy's been taking pieces off of me and McGee over here for the last 3 days. He's crazy, man. Freaking crazy.
Instead of a saw, Gimbal fights with a fucking severed arm. Damien and Lenny both wail on him. For Damien, it's easy enough. Lenny, on the other hand, has to carefully trap him in moments of madness before slicing him to bits. Unfortunately for Kilpatrick, he's out of hunter, but at least Carson is only out of finger. Clearly that is the absolute least that Gimbal could have taken. Taking the info back to Arthur leaves him moderately disappointed.
What? Ain't coming back? What do you mean he ain't coming back? Man, that's a tough one. Bounty hunter ain't no good without his trigger finger. Well, hell, that really leaves me in hot water, boy. Gonna cost old Arthur real good.
On the bright side, it opens up an opportunity for another bond job.
I got this guy with a sheet a mile long, put in on 3 warrants. His girlfriend put up for the bond, and now he missed the court date. I can't get in touch with either of them. Want a job?
Taking to our own safe house building, a lone phone in apartment 507 holds a message that informs us of the Bailey's new whereabouts downtown. We can, and do, take this info back to Kilpatrick, and he basically just tells us to leave it. We'll be going downtown for other reasons now anyway, so if either of our boys spots anything, we probably won't actually tell Kilpatrick since it's easier to just follow the leads ourselves. Oh yeah, Arthur won't pay you unless you press him about it either. I can't tell if he's being cheap or just forgetful. Good ploy either way. The taxi to the major locations of Bloodlines functions as a world map of sorts, with new areas unlocking based on story progress. As of this moment, it's an intermediary between Santa Monica and downtown only, but more will come. You can let off a couple of one-liners every time you take a cab, or if you're Malkavian, you can be either genuinely confused or a smartass. The driver doesn't seem to care either way.
Look, I'll level with you. We usually fake these things, you know, ghosts of this. That's all bullshit. We were setting up downstairs and weird shit started happening. My crew, they all started disappearing. I don't know what's happening.
Even though I love this scene for its abruptness, it's extremely jank. There's a stiffness to the animations that indicates a need for further development that never occurred. It's still charming, even going as far to cheekily break the fourth wall a little bit.
Those of you sitting in the first few rows will get wet.
Before our kindred can be destroyed, we're saved by Nines Rodriguez, Anarch figurehead and all-around cool guy.
Trouble sure seems to like you. Good effort. Execution needs a little work. You look like shit.
The conversation with Nines and the scene that precedes it further indicates the unfinished nature of the set piece, with background skyline details being non-existent and the map boundaries being clearly visible and undeveloped. I appreciate the intent to make a unique environment for this scene, but it would have been much more prudent to just use the actual downtown map for this. It's richer in detail, more carefully designed, and doesn't as easily break the facade. In story context, we're already going there, and it's not like the player will have seen the space at this point. It's a jarring and arguably questionable inclusion that puts me out of an otherwise interesting introductory scene. Downtown is an equally enjoyable and frustrating play space. There are quite a few well-defined locales ranging from hotels and apartments to bars, clubs, abandoned hospitals, theaters, and libraries. There's little wrong with these buildings or their interiors individually, but the navigational layout of downtown is woefully lacking. It is clever in its utilization of winding pathways to construct the illusion of urban density, but it creates a borderline painful experience of walking back and forth between quest locations, and is mildly unconvincing in that all turns are 90-degree angles, over half of which are sub-T-junctions. Imagining the nightmare of traffic in this space is all you can do since the game has no moving vehicles on the maps, but that's beside the point. The design of the roads and alleys of downtown are stretched out, and when combined with quests that take you back and forth between distant points, playthroughs, especially first ones, will heavily feature walking, or badly bunny hopping in my case, from one end of the map to the other. More so when you don't have a mental route as to how to progress between quests efficiently. You can metagame the tedium out of this to a degree, but the underlying design is nonetheless tiresome. Downtown is visually oppressive, with many mid-rises, high-rises, and skyscrapers densely surrounding the player. It feels cramped, intentionally so. There's a spectrum of color emerging from the signs and buildings that give distinction to sections of the map to deter homogeneity, alongside buildings of clashing architectural styles and purposes that highlight different degrees of socioeconomic status, prestige, and intended activity. Our first order of business is to meet with Maximilian Strauss by finding his chantry downtown. Moderately east of our cabbie is a building with a glowing purple light coming from the upper windows. The interior is an illusory, non-Euclidean environment that will always take the player back to Strauss's room if they take a wrong turn in the hallways. It's almost seamless, with a minute jump visible when crossing these thresholds. It's a cool effect, I just wish it could have been implemented that little bit better. Although I am the type to try and peer behind the curtain, which ruins the effect anyway.
Greetings, Neonate. Might I assume you received my invitation? I have been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. Strauss. Maximilian Strauss. I am the regent of this chantry. Welcome.
The ghost of John Lennon's hairline is an enigmatic individual, especially so if you don't share the same Tremere heritage he does. He's still straightforward enough with some information, especially when dealing with Lenny's trustworthy appearance. You'd give this guy your most precious political secrets. He's actually quite respectful of our Malkavian kindred, with a particular reverence for their gifts.
There is truth in your words, Neonate, more than you yet realize. Your madness allows you to glimpse the truth of this existence, to see through the shadowy veil into the world beyond.
In both cases of Damien and Lenny, he'll give the task of finding and eliminating the source of a growing bloodborne epidemic in the downtown area, pointing figures at the anarchs with much prejudice.
Their precipitous indulgence of certain passions often leads to such things. Ergo, their need for the watchful eye of the Camarilla.
Before leaving, Lenny manages to get some especially noteworthy views from Strauss on LaCroix.
Without saying too much, I think that Sebastian LaCroix lacks the usual discretion necessary to be a prince. I see in him a lust for power that overshadows his responsibility to the Camarilla.
This brings to light part of the excellent writing present in Bloodlines, that being the particular biases and political motivations of major characters affecting their judgment, and being a partial determinant for what kind of information they impart to the player. Strauss is a Tremere regent, a powerful member of a clan that's cautiously permitted under the Camarilla umbrella, despite other clans' prejudices against them for their origins and secrecy. He respects the Masquerade as a principle, and clearly values the hierarchical order of operations the Camarilla imposes. His bias against the Anarchs does mar some of the interpretive value of his statements on the subject, as we'll come to find as we pursue the Plaguebearer incidents, but his insight into the Camarilla and its prince are fairly accurate, if not self-serving. His statement on LaCroix serves as a fairly obvious warning to the player to begin looking elsewhere for a cause to place one's trust into. It is somewhat seditious, but comes from a position of authority on this particular matter. This is where the writing shows its prowess, as characters are made to converse based on their particular views and allegiances, all of which are well defined and placed within a greater narrative of political instability. You would, and do, get substantially different answers about certain sects and their actors depending on the person you ask, in line with their views and ambitions. It's genuinely superb. Moving towards the bar, we find the somewhat rundown hole in the wall at the end of the road. There's no functional need for it, but you can enter and exit the last round via an open window at the back of the building if you're so inclined. The interior, besides its rustic charm, shows another small alteration brought about by the plus patch. The few Anarch vampires located in the bar have been shuffled around between playthroughs. There's no real reason for this to have been modified at all, as it has no impact on the actual experience unless you really care about Skelter being on the ground floor instead of the second. Speaking of which, and oddly coincidental, both Damien and Lenny first run into our new friend despite the shifted locations. He's expectedly displeased with our working for LaCroix, but has unique dialogue for the Malkavian.
Jester? What? What the hell did you say? Hold on. You're Malkavian, right? Oh, you doubly screwed. Crazy as hell and the prince's bitch. Little pawn, you said? Yeah, you got that right. Maybe you're not as crazy as you look.
Most of the Anarchs are initially ready and willing to harass our protagonists for our unintentional allegiance, but have decently salient points and are loyal as all hell if you're willing to hear them out. It'll become increasingly evident that the Anarchs are prioritized as the game's inherently good faction, rarely if ever having a political or ideological misstep in the narrative. They're depicted as righteous fighters for anti-establishment, which in the case of the LA Camarilla doesn't seem like such a bad thing.
I don't need to bare my fangs to feel good about myself. The Masquerade is a fruity Camarilla label. Other than that, I ain't got no problem with it. Live and let live. We got enough to worry about.
This also ties into a quest for Skelter to help deal with an abandoned ghoul who is bearing heavy risk of breaking the secrecy the Masquerade aims to protect. This can pan out a few ways. Lenny met the ghoul in question before accepting the quest, getting pestered by her desperate pleas to find her master, vampire bloodbag. She's kind of wormy about it, playing it cool while she thinks you have what she wants before getting increasingly desperate when you don't provide.
Oh, look. I haven't seen him in days. He said he'd come see me again. He promised. I might age. He promised I wouldn't get thirsty.
Despite the implication of the quest being that you have to kill her, Lenny takes pity and lies his ass off, convincing her to head to San Diego instead. It's a temporary solution, but is a hell of a lot better than what Damien had in store for her. In this same club is a task given by the proprietor to assist her in postponing a mob-related payment, ideally without violence. Lenny's able to take to this quite easily.
No money?
Damien, not so much. Either way, she still doesn't have to pay. Going back to the club, we tell her about the job.
I can't hear you! Let's talk in my office!
In her office, we tell her of this job and can get another to sever ties with the mob boss extorting her for good. The mob is located down the street at the Empire Hotel on the highest floor. The upper floor of the hotel is a mini dungeon-like environment with a bunch of mobsters to either sneak past or systematically eliminate on the way to Boris. This is where combat for Damien accidentally started leaning into his clan deficiency as a strength. Gangrel have a lower threshold to enter a state of frenzy, in which control is taken away from the player while their character goes on a rampage for a short time. The benefit of this is that you deal significantly more and receive significantly less damage while in this state, further amplified as a gangrel. Though I never made the choice to build around this specifically, I increasingly hoped that Frenzy would activate as I continued playing, often keeping myself at a low health threshold to better the chances of it occurring. I realize in retrospect that this is counterintuitive to making humane decisions, since the threshold is affected by the humanity statistic. Even with nearer max humanity, as was my tendency, it's still activated conveniently enough when needed, though not frequently enough to be concerned. Conversely, Lenny used Obfuscate to bypass the guards on the way to Boris. You might think that stealth is the better choice, but violence actually has its benefits here as a negotiation chip. Boris is otherwise too confident to back down and will even counter-offer the player to switch sides and kill Venus instead. In both cases of Lenny and Damien, however, negotiation is just a pretense. They kill him and take his valuables. Returning to Venus has her give our kindred partnership in owning the club, though not the kind with any decision-making ability.
Really, I'd love to hear them, but I've got to go find a new DJ. Our old one's still spinning that Pixie Wave-matic 80s Redux electronica. It's so last Friday. Heaps of thanks again.
Not really even mad about it. He didn't even have to give partner status. Done a lot more for a lot less. You can find Jack back at the last round, finally able to chat him up about the various places and people of the Kindred's LA.
Well, well, looky who made it back in one piece. How's Santa Monica, kiddo?
He's got some of the best dialogue in the game, even if it's largely expository. Jack's the definition of anarch, pure, well-meaning chaos.
Ah, kid, I never answered to no man in life. Now I sure as shit ain't taking orders from a vampire with a seat and a funny name. And when I die again, the devil's gonna have to cut me a deal if he wants my ass. Besides, I never trust anybody with an X in their name.
He's got a vision you can get behind and knows how to get things done.
Every time I yank a jawbone from a skull and ram it in an eye socket, I know I'm building a better future.
The man was also a pirate, which is pretty cool. Nines is also briefly kicking it at the bar, giving us the anti-establishment speech speedrun world record.
The Camarilla? This is the short of it. They operate a lot like a pyramid scheme. There's a bunch of these old-timers at the top with God only knows what plots in mind. They lose their power, they die. They sired more to carry out their plans, and looking for a little power, then those kindred sired for their own schemes, and so on and on and on. It hurts my head just thinking about the mess. What it works out to is this. Only a few people at the top have any real power. I learned the way of this world during the Depression. Bunch of old rich bastards screwed the country. But did they suffer? No. The little people suffered. You can't trust the people at the top. The world would be a better place without them. All you can do is get a group of people together who aren't assholes. Find a place to put your feet up and make some examples of the quote-unquote elite to keep the rest the hell out.
He's also willing to teach low brawling skill kindred like Lenny a bit of hand-to-hand if you ask. Last but not least of our happy-go-lucky group of violent anarchists is Damsel, who has the highest temper of anybody in a 5-mile radius. Giving her the accusation from Strauss goes over well.
That goddamn blood witch told you what? He thinks we're responsible for that plague bearer? If I hadn't promised Nines I'd keep my nose clean, I'd go over right now and rip him a new wizard shoot. Magic missile casting motherfucker!
It's at least a step in the right direction, giving us a lead to follow in the recently scarce ghoul named Paul. The whole plague bearer thing is an interesting concept, with the vampires being asymptomatic carriers of disease since, well, they're dead. The former objective naturally leads to the Skyline Apartments, all of which are in some way enterable. Damien walks into the security room in the back to find that the guard is an immense sleazebag. Not only has the building got the security cameras on the interior of the apartments, he makes notes on the activities of the residents. The guy seems to get off on it. It's creepy as fuck, but it does give helpful info on what apartment is Paul's, as well as the apartment of someone who had been seeing Paul recently. Lenny has a bit more trouble since the guard keeps watching the lobby in the plus patch, getting violent if he sees you trespassing in the employees only section. This is also where several fun bugs occurred, one in which lockpicking certain doors resulted in the dislocation of the camera, and another which turned all door handles into ceiling fans. Okay. There's also the first instance of a pervasive oversight without the plus patch, wherein elevator buttons are way out of place. Their model is fine, but the hitbox for selecting a floor is severely dislocated, with several stacked atop each other with almost no window to press them. It's an annoyance right now, but will become a bigger problem in environments without alternate methods of ascension. The first apartment belongs to TV producer Simon Milligan, with his neon-flooded apartment featuring notes on prospective episodes of a supernatural ghost hunters-like program. Apartment 2 is Sean Milton's, which may sound familiar to those keeping an ear out at the Santa Monica diner earlier. In his apartment is a phone message for him and another to meet in an unspecified location. Apartment 3 is the home of one Georgia Welsh, whose expensive taste is offset by a complete lack of her presence throughout any part of the game, barring the mention of her name. Apartment 4 is currently unoccupied, and is the only one inaccessible at the moment. Apartment 5 is our plague bearer lead Paul Anderson's place, with two notable things therein: a phone message and the body of Paul on the floor. His sick love interest, Hannah Glazer, lives upstairs in apartment 6. Breaking into her place elicits the expected reaction.
Paul, is that... Hey, you're not Paul. Who are you? What are you doing in here?
This is the one time where Damien outshines Lenny in conversation. Not because he's persuasive, sexy, or aggressive, but because he makes the decision to be decent. Lenny, for whatever reason, was not given the option to avoid being a prick to this dying woman, and the conversation is laden with barely veiled judgments of her profession as a sex worker. Lenny also basically kills all hope she has before escalating her into a state in which she dies miserable and in fear. What an asshole. Damien tries to give some comfort by lying to Hannah about Paul's death, letting her believe he's still okay. Being kind is also helpful in that it gets Damien a better sense of how Hannah contracted the plague itself, and where to go looking next.
Her name was Jezebel. Jezebel Locke. I'm usually not too good with names, but hers was so strange. I can't seem to get it out of my head. She had a room at the Empire Hotel. I can't remember the number.
Unfortunately, she still dies at the end of the conversation, but maybe she had some peace this way. Our next lead, Jezebel Locke, holds a room at the nearby hotel and conveniently exposes just enough information on a cult known as the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle before aggressing upon our kindred, who make quick work of her. Damien finds a flyer for the cult in the hotel room, whereas Lenny finds nothing. The reason for this is that Damien had already taken out another member of the Brotherhood, with Jezebel being the penultimate conflict in the Plague Bearer quest chain. It's neat to see how the quest design forks here, allowing players to tackle problems in various orders depending on interest. Damien's previous work was accomplished by following the lead of the homeless population. He bribes a lady outside the last round for information on this epidemic. Lenny seduces them because he's a freak. This directs the player to Tin Can Bill, who relates his experience with a rogue plague bearer that emerged from a nearby sewer.
It was a monster, you see. A monster with his face all twisted and ugly, teeth longer than your finger, and these eyes, piss yellow and full of hate. He grabbed me, threw me over his shoulder, took me to the bad place, the dark place. Oh, God, the smell, worse than anything And then he bit me, my neck. Oh, God, it was horrible. Don't remember too much after that. Blacked out and woke up here in my alley. Haven't been feeling too well since then.
He then dies. Taking to the nearest sewer grate leads us down a path to a bloody hall hiding a Nosferatu by the name of Canker. Like the sores. Or like cancer. Because he spreads disease. You get it? Are you breathing?
Join the disciples who have gathered here, floating in their own putrescence. I will show you the mysteries of our brotherhood as I feed on your flesh!
The fight against Canker was made rather difficult for Damien due to a lack of blood points, which left him quite open to the substantial damage he suffered. The only reason he got through the fight in one piece was due to an extremely convenient frenzy, and the fact that I reloaded several times. Lenny only had an easier time of it thanks to substantial abuse of the stunning effect of Veil of Madness. His combat statistics at this point are significantly lower than Damien, and though he's got a snazzy meth lab getup now, he's not sufficiently defended for it. This is a reminder that both vampires got a quick change of outfit while downtown thanks to a seedy black market weapons salesman named Fat Larry.
Player, what's the score? How they hang? Good evening and all that commotion. Welcome to Fat Larry's Trucker Mac, the only store for all your needs after 10 o'clock. I am the proprietor and salesman of the month several years in a row. The ladies call me, oh God, but you can call me Fat Larry with a F-A-T, cause I know I got a weight problem, I just don't give a fuck.
I wish he sold half of the stuff that he says he does.
Yo, koala ears, lazy eye hammocks, and dwarf saddles right here, only here. Yo, man, got a Galapagos turtle, this week only.
This is again one of those cases where the location of the NPC is changed between unofficial and plus patch. No idea why. Lenny at least got the opportunity to do a little bit of asset appropriation for our man of many goods, ambushing a trepidous arms deal between two local gangs in a parking garage that is way too big. We steal the mystery briefcase while the two factions kill each other, slowly wandering through the place with Obfuscate to remain sight unseen. It was an admittedly tense segment for fear of being spotted while the discipline timer was out, but Lenny was lucky enough to not have to do any of the fighting himself. Clearing this expands Larry's inventory as well. Taking the acquired Brotherhood flyer back to Damsel has us follow a symbol on a skull on the walls to a horribly dilapidated building where we require Enlightenment, otherwise known as a pamphlet, to enter. There's only one human being in the whole place, and they pretty clearly don't want to be here either.
I'm scared to go upstairs. I just want to go home. You know, I want to go home.
Seems about right, given that everyone else has been turned into actual zombies. This creates a combat gauntlet where between blows you'll get chomped at by the Brain Eaters down a long series of hallways. It's possible to shake off the zombies faster by mashing buttons. Truth be told, there's not much actual reason to fight these enemies unless they're directly blocking the path forward. They, like all other attackers, don't yield experience when defeated. It's more efficient to continue running past their slow movement patterns towards the next objective. The reason I bring this up has to do with what lies at the end of the segment.
Welcome, brother. I see you have been enlightened. Are you searching for something? Do you seek the truth? You've come to the right place, brother. We got more truth here than we can handle. They call me Bishop Vic, Shepherd of the Damned, your midnight guide through our last days here on Earth. Do you feel it, brother? The curtain being drawn back at last, drawn back by my hand, by the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle.
Vic here is the ideological forebearer of our current plague situation. His ideology is blatantly flawed, vengeful, and self-flagellating.
What god watched over me when that demon tore into my neck and made me into this monster you see before you? No, brother. There is no god who would tolerate such a thing. And so I have become God, and the diseases I carry to the masses will bring about an end of my own making. Until we have all journeyed below into the Ninth Circle.
Try as one might, neither Lenny nor Damien are capable of talking him down. Cult leaders tend to be stubborn that way. This encounter always results in combat, treating players to a boss fight against a fast-moving, hard-hitting, shotgun-shelling damage sponge that'll inevitably kill them on their first attempt. This is why I mentioned bypassing the zombies. Unless you save directly before or during the fight, that segment will have to be done over again. The novelty of the enemy type then weans rapidly since there's no external motivator to fight them. As has been the case for previous fights, Frenzy gives Damien the upper hand on Vic, and Lenny cheated by stunlocking him with Veil of Madness. The only reason this worked in both cases is because they lucked out. Frenzy's semi-random occurrence is not dependable, and Veil of Madness randomly breaks the enemy AI, locking them in place for far longer than normal. Without these advantages, this fight is honestly miserable. Shotgun blasts from him do an absurd amount of damage, especially to Lenny with his fragile no-combat build. Most of his attacks stun, he can move at absurd speeds, and just generally outpaces the player in terms of damage and resistance. Damien's build was mostly combat focused and still only succeeded by chance. This boss fight, and the combat that precedes it, is a low point of design. Little versatility and viable approaches, repetitive enemies and environmental design, and a boss that systematically overpowers the player, forcing them to rely on exploits to progress. It's a segment that actively makes me not want to engage with the combative elements of the game in the manner the developers intended, and punishes those who were already disinterested. Through this, you're encouraged to break the systems, not use them, which is disappointing because the actual combat mechanics, when properly balanced, can be engaging. This is just the worst of it. Taking down Vic deals with the plague issue, and we can take the news back to both Strauss and Damsel. Strauss offers either cash reward or a unique item for completion.
True power lies not in wealth, but in the things it affords you. I hope this object serves you well.
Damsel lets us follow up on aiding the Anarchs by way of being an informant.
Say, you really want to help us out? Stay close to LaCroix. Smooch his ass, play ball. Keep an eye on him for us. You hear anything spicy, you come talk to me. Don't advertise. For all anyone in that tower will know, you're still a worthless, bootlicking Cammy-Do boy.
We'll be able to give status updates throughout the story, but what they do with that information is up in the air. In the rundown warehouse across from the bar, you'll find the gruesome remains of another of the Southland Slasher's victims, with a mortified witness that can give you a bit of background on the killing.
Did you see it? These two guys, the dead guy and the other, they showed up. I've been living here, so I hid. I thought maybe they was owners or cops come to clean the place out. The dead feller called him Muddy. They was waiting on someone. They're going to do some kind of job, they're saying. But the person they was meeting, well, he was late. So the one guy leaves to find the phone and call him, and the dead guy stayed. Oh, that's when the killer, that's when he showed up. 1 second he wasn't there, and then he was. Like out of the shadows he come up. Scared the shit out of the dead guy. I'd like to scream, but I couldn't breathe. Oh, that killer, he grew these claws. I swear it, I saw it. The dead guy went white, like he seen the devil, and then the killer grabbed him round the neck and lifted him up and started cursing at the guy. Oh, I couldn't hear too good. Something about revenge for what he did or what they did. The killer made sure the dead guy knew who he was and then ripped him open. Just tore him apart. He did it real slow, made the guy scream. No, he never come back.
Damien found this early in the quest line, but due to a bizarre change in the Plus patch, Lenny was only able to see this massacre after finding the slasher's phone message to Muddy and Milton in the Skyline apartments. This is one of those qualifiers that makes little sense to me. The events of investigation don't need to be in linear order, since a large part of the process of discovery is found in the form of pre-recorded messages. It doesn't matter if we hear the message before or after finding the body, the outcome is the same. Arguably, it's for a better sense of cohesion, so that the player inevitably gets all pieces of pertinent information, and can connect the dots between the strange call they hear in the diner and the message on the victim's phone, but it's still an alteration I don't think needed to be made. Regardless, the slasher is sloppy and leaves a hotel room key by the victim's remains. We'll follow up on this mystery later. The last side quest downtown for now is in an abandoned hospital. Its entrance only signified by a broken down chain link fence and a mistreated lawn out front, otherwise barely noticeable. The interior opens with a man in a horrified stupor.
It was out of nowhere.
We follow up on this by exploring the abandoned and barricaded hallways of the facility, peering into assorted scenes of terror as crew members are dragged off and eviscerated. At the bottom, we find the source of this nightmare.
Real terror is not the sight of death. It is the fear of death. What is the fear of death? Terror of the unknown. Is it these eyes you peer into? No, I am not the unknown. You and I are closer kin than you and it were.
Pisha is a uniquely rare form of vampire that requires the consumption of flesh alongside blood to sustain themselves, hence the disappearance of the poor crew members. Her design and characterization make no pretense about her activities. Though she's covert enough to avoid Masquerade violations, she exists unapologetically and harbors little remorse, having accepted the nature of her own life. Where this dubious and morally gray line of accepting survival extends into deep black territory is in her request for us to provide her with further victims. This is rationalized as avoidance of a Masquerade breach, since the target in question has seen too much. Going back to Simon, you can either convince him to flee the city, or trick him into believing that the whole incident at the hospital was an elaborate ruse.
Oh, real funny. Oh, you got me good. I'm going to hurt some people very badly.
My ability to make rational decisions fell apart completely here. As Damien, he has Milligan run off. I went back and forth on this, reloading saves and rechecking locations to no avail, since regardless of choice, I locked myself out of further interactions with Pisha by not unlocking the hospital's shortcut exit. Simon lives, but only coincidentally. Not that it makes a narrative difference. Oddly, when it came to the Anarch School problem, Damien had no problem sending Patty to the meat grinder. To be fair, this was his only way to deal with her without a Masquerade breach due to his social incompetence. Lenny sent Simon to his death because his neon apartment signs were a crime against humanity, for which he must pay. Pisha has more to offer the player following their compliance with her request, with a long-term goal of collecting artifacts, promising to reward the player should they retrieve them. There are only 2 objects of note, which are easy to miss without the plus patch due to them being located in areas that originally could not be revisited once completed. With sufficient aid provided for literally everyone else but the person we're indebted to, we finally make our return to the blonde bitch LaCroix and his magnificent tower of excess. Amazingly, we find Officer Chunk at the front desk, having made the most rapid job shift in world history.
Hey there, Chief. Small world, huh? Yep, after that gallery, I didn't think I'd be able to get a job guarding a room full of jack squat from the Boogity Man. But then I get a call offering me this sweet night shift slot, and I'm back in the security game. Enough about my lucky break. You, here to see one of the bigwigs, Chief? Would that be Sebastian LaCroix of the LaCroix Foundation, or Dwayne LaCroix of Insurrection Baby Formula Company? Okay then. Mr. LaCroix, he told me to expect someone fitting your description sometime tonight. You go right on up. Yeah, you have a good power meeting, or whatever it is you types do up there. Do you need any security? Well, you just ring the front desk and ask for Officer Chunk. That's me, in case you were wondering.
Seriously, we saw this guy maybe a few hours ago at most, and in that time he had an existential crisis, lost his job, and gained a new one. Absolute legend. LaCroix is straight to business.
There you are. I was informed of your presence in the building. Since you're here, I'll take the liberty of assuming you've destroyed the warehouse. This is correct, yes?
If you were feeling particularly dickish, you could sell out Mercurio here, but I prefer to keep allies where possible.
You've done well, circumstances being what they were. I will admit, not many in your position would have overcome such a trial. But don't misunderstand me. It was no fool's errand.
The conversations we have with LaCroix give opportunities to express our discontent and desire to separate from our servitude. Damien remains surprisingly professional for one with no particular social aptitude. Turns out that kissing ass can go a long way. Lenny, in his coded language, is more than happy to protest, but that goes nowhere thanks to LaCroix's dominate ability.
You will go to the Elizabeth Dane. You have 3 objectives.
In any event, he puts us to work once again, this time to a ship off the coast in search of an Ankaran sarcophagus, which may or may not contain an ancient, all-powerful and hungry vampire.
Now, I'm not one to predicate a decision based on conjecture, so what I need is fact. And more importantly, I need evidence that the occurrences on the Dane were not supernatural in nature, and in no way relate to this Ankaran sarcophagus.
Damien knows a false front when he sees one, and that's all that LaCroix is. He already had his proclivities towards the Anarchs, but his tenuous allegiance to the Prince grows more strained with each word that oozes out of LaCroix's necrotic lips. Keeping quiet and abiding by his whims while reporting to the Anarchs is his main plan. The less he says, the better. Lenny can't help himself, though. Bullshit has a way of bringing that out in him. You can also ask Sebastian about his background and get his interpretation of people and factions of the night. His judgments, though not entirely incorrect, are laden with the belief in the Camarilla's authority as absolute, as analogous to his own perceived superiority both inherently and as a representative of such a body. It's clear there's a level of propagandizing in his statements, whether he's internalized them or not.
Every night you wake up, be thankful you were not sired by one of their kind, or you would have woken under the ground, forced to claw your way up from the dirt into a brief, bloody, violent existence. Savages, bloodthirsty, irresponsible heathens.
At this point, we don't know enough about the Sabbat to validate his claims, but his statements on the Anarchs are at best exaggerative and infantilizing to try and minimize their perceived power. With the goal of pursuing the Elizabeth Dane in the Ankaran sarcophagus, we're bound for the Santa Monica beaches to meet again with Mercurio, setting us up with a small boat to reach the ship. He's all patched up now too, and if you chose not to deal with the nearby drug house yourself, he'll let you know that he got his revenge.
Oh, by the way, I paid a visit to our friends on the cliff up there early this morning. ODing's a painful way to go, especially when your kneecaps are on the floor next to you. What can I say? Payback can be a bitch like that.
At LaCroix's behest, we will not make a bloodbath of the ship, instead having to sneak past patrols of guards aboard it, doing small amounts of platforming to avoid sightlines before investigating the sarcophagus proper. This segment is rather difficult if you value the stealth request. Regardless of approach, the placement of certain guards makes a standard sneak build come harrowingly close to detection on multiple occasions, and an obfuscate build will be beholden to NPC movement patterns in a state of immobility. It's rather tense as a result. The environment is fairly unique as well, with the container ship allowing for the same diversity of skill use in a well-tuned space. It's small in scale, but large in scope. As much as the standard sneak approaches work, terminals also exist to be hacked, both to gain information and draw attention. Dialogue-focused characters like Lenny can speak with an officer and convince them that they're a reporter, allowing more direct access. Violence, though discouraged, is also an option. The important takeaway from the Dane is that our target sarcophagus has signs of being tampered with, but no direct indication of being opened, or even how or if it's possible to open it at all. Returning downtown has us greeted by Heather, the lady we accidentally ghoulified in Santa Monica. Basically, she's been stalking us since we saved her life. She'll beg you into accepting her company in your safe house. The whole ghoul process makes people obsessive of their blood giver, hence what we saw with Patty in the earlier quest, and what we see now with Heather. This is a problem for many reasons. We accidentally created a dependent pseudo-addict with an obsessive fixation on us. One that can become an implicit masquerade risk if left to their own devices. For this, Damien does accept that she stays in his care for the time being.
I know where you live. I checked there first.
Lenny reasonably tells her to back off and stop stalking him. I find this whole thing to be really creepy, and believe me, that will not let up with this particular thread.
I've said all I need to for now. I don't have time for a monologue. Give me the bullet points of what you saw.
Fine. The summary is given.
Each minor problem like a grain of sand. Each night I inherit the desert.
I wish he'd speak in bullet points. LaCroix seeks confirmation of the whereabouts of a missing major figure in the LA Camarilla, Alistair Grout. We're sent searching his mansion for any signs of why he hasn't showed. If you're ideally sycophantic, LaCroix at this point can reward the player with a key to a better safe house downtown in the Skyline Apartments. For his protests, Lenny receives no such accommodation. On the subject of LaCroix's whims, it's around this point in the game where he'll send an email about a matter of covert means. A sample of werewolf blood has been acquired by the Santa Monica Medical Clinic. For reasons of preserving supernatural secrecy, we need to break into the hospital. Again, and steal back the sample before it's analyzed. Basically the same deal as previous visits to the clinic, but with the added objective of unlocking all aspects of the controlled substances area. The blood bag doesn't appear in the cabinet until after the quest is started, so there's no getting ahead of this one. More than most tasks, this comes off as padding. A repeated objective in an environment that's already been explored multiple times. It's also barely present, being hidden away in the player's emails, which can only be accessed via their safe house, which seldom, if ever, needs to be revisited. Anyway, it's time to revisit said safe houses. In Good Boy Damien's playthrough, the newfound luxury of the apartment is merely a distraction to the pressing issue of Heather. I'll say it now, nothing good can come from this. The majority of dialogue options when talking to Heather are either deeply manipulative, downright abusive, or just really fucking creepy. The dynamic is just fucked.
Me? I am not so special, you know? I go to college. I'm majoring in fashion design. I think I'm pretty creative. I just started school a year late because my parents died. Car crash. I didn't really have anyone special in my life until you came along.
I just feel bad for her. The only good option is to tell her to leave early and live her own life, which Lenny does, but under more unnerving circumstances. Remember that Lenny already told her not to follow him, so imagine his surprise when he returns to his gross Santa Monica safe house only to find his stalker having broken in, continuing to beg to stay.
Look, I know you told me you don't want me around, but I just couldn't do it. Don't you understand? I need you.
At least the second time she actually does leave. Heading to Grout's mansion, we find a familiar face leaving.
You? What are you doing here? No?
Something's off, although this run-in with Nines may well be the least of it. Sights of individuals reminiscent of asylum victims crowd the halls of this eccentric home, with our introduction to the interior being a long hallway leading to a tape recorder, the first of many that chronicle Grout's mental processes of recent memory. His opening speaks volumes to his activities here, lamenting the loss of the more blatantly exploitative forms of biological study that have been lost to time for their lack of accuracy, value, or efficacy.
Phrenology, dactopintilism, and the rest of the old guard has fallen by the wayside, its champions all silenced in death, with my unique exception.
Though he is a rather measured individual, especially for a Malkavian, it's clear that his experimentation has near complete disregard for ethics or human autonomy, hence the dozens of people confined to roam the halls and constraints in bizarre medical fashions.
But also I shall mourn the disappearance of that peculiar environment present only in an insane asylum. That palpable atmosphere of blistered brains and churning bowels, the odoriferous melange of freely flowing bodily humors, that gently rolling cacophony of distant sobs and screams, the muttered cursing at perceived enemies, and the blissful gurgling of the lobotomized, like a newborn babe discovering the sky. I shall still find test subjects as surely as I find bloody sustenance in the night, but this climate, I fear, may never be replicated.
The primary goal of this environment is similar to the Ghost Hotel in Santa Monica, that being to explore and absorb the story delivered both in Grout's expositional tapes and environmentally. The aesthetics of the space are reminiscent of the analogous imagery of chess in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass, more popularly depicted as Alice in Wonderland, especially as it relates to the more likely inspiration in American McGee's Alice. The similarly polished and dirty, opulent and depraved and distorted Victorian architectural features and interior design are shared between works, aiding the atmosphere of unease and themes of psychological horror and otherworldliness. Bloodlines affords a good level of detail to the space and utilizes the nonsensical to its advantage. Its biggest flaws are in the undesired initiation of combat and the lackluster puzzle design that slows the experience to a halt. The former is an infrequent issue, as enemies will only occasionally aggress. The latter is a major, somewhat obtuse lever-pulling puzzle that is repeated twice in the same room. I feel like everyone says this, but you're more likely to complete the puzzle by accident or brute force than by logic. Aside from this, the experience of wandering the rooms of the mansion while witnessing Grout's increasingly withdrawn musings via tape makes an extremely memorable story segment that manages to create a fleshed-out character via indirect storytelling.
Often I reflect with great regret on the missed opportunity that was my infector. Had I been conscious after the attack, I could have stopped the orderlies from locking her in the roaming pen. What I would give for just one interview, a few simple questions of the plague-ridden woman who met her end that dawn. Of course, there is no guarantee she would have been any more helpful than my current crop of test subjects, mewling wretches. My studies proceed at a languid pace. I'm mired in a foul ennui as my wife's illness advances. My subjects grow restless without proper supervision, but I cannot pull myself back from this black depression. How many nights I've wasted now, gazing from the tower walk, pondering the frailty of existence. After decades of solitary study into this affliction, I have learned that it is by no means mine alone. Indeed, the city is home to an entire society of similarly afflicted individuals with whom I've only recently made contact. They are an understandably standoffish sort, by and large, but I have been able to confirm with them that the condition is indeed vampirism, which apparently comes in a multitude of strains, each with a spectacular set of symptoms such as invisibility and even a sort of lycanthropy. Through numerous official interactions with the governing body of this secret society, I have concluded that their fundamental understanding of the vampiric condition is woefully lacking and mired in suspicion and pseudo-religious dogma that would make a Turk balk for its strictures. Indeed, they seemed impressed with my studies and the eloquence with which I was able to present them. Apparently, the typical sufferer of my particular strain of vampirism is far from the vanguard of the King's English. So impressed were they that they even offered me an office in their government, a rather high office by the sound of things. I believe I shall accept. If nothing else, it should provide a lofty vantage point from which to observe the breadth and epidemiology of the affliction, so that I may move more expeditiously toward a cure. The voices have increased in frequency and direction of late. They have begun to stay with me long after conversation has ceased, and are serving as quite a distraction. I fear others are beginning to notice my preoccupation at the vampire gatherings. I am thinking again of the particular vampire of whom I spoke previously, who I dare not name for my growing fear. If the voices are to be believed, then my caution is warranted, for they speak of his blackest crimes, both past and future. More than once I have seen the suspicion in his eyes and heard the distrust in his voice when speaking with me. The fear must register on my face, as it is all I can do in these moments to keep from crying out in chorus with the voices. I am no longer safe. I know it. The voices have proven themselves authentic, and I have withdrawn from the Vampire Society entirely. My absence will no doubt draw attention, but I could no longer hold my fragile composure around the ravenous eyes of my vampire peers, especially not around him. The voices compelled me to make what I fear is a Faustian bargain, but I had to, for their demands are constant and merciless. I have secluded myself within the mansion. I know he will strike out at me. He will go to any length to achieve his ambitions, and he knows it, I know. I have taken precautions to protect my beloved wife. Her cure will have to wait until our immediate safety is guaranteed. The mansion was constructed with security in mind, but at that time I was not privy to the full range of vampire capabilities. The voices echo in the twisted corridors of my psyche, dark whisperings of a macabre and formless menace, the approach of which portends an end to all of this.
This is another location where Lenny's world differentiates itself, as the plus patch restores a significant section of the mansion that engages in various forms of visual trickery. Orientation changes in rooms with doors on floors and ceilings, a mini-house with staring and moving mannequins, and a sunroom with caretaker enemies that attack after being released from what appears to be a crypt door. These sections are visually distinct and quite interesting, but serve little gameplay purpose. Unlike the rest of the mansion, it doesn't further the narrative of Grout either, making it distinctly disconnected from the rest of the space. In terms of making a value judgment about this, I do think that the mansion is better for its inclusion, but its integration could have been more holistic were it not quite as blatantly segmented, and given an extrinsic and story-relevant motivator for exploring it. Nonetheless, the mansion will weave you through its many halls until you find the approach to Grout's resting place, where he keeps his perfectly preserved and presumably inanimate wife contained in a twirling glass cage. In case it wasn't clear, Grout is, though quite cogent and straightforward, still an eccentric and paranoid Malkavian who has consistently crushed the autonomy of others for his experiments. While his intentions, at least as far as his wife is concerned, may be good-ish, his actions are exceedingly inhumane. He took out his wife's brain and put her in a jar. There's never a chance to question Grout about this, as we meet a disintegrated corpse in his room, staked, chained, and left for dead. Somebody reached Grout before we did. An explosion goes off, leading us to find the Kindred's bane, Hunters.
Grout, lay low and be cleansed by the flames! Grout is dead? Pity it could not be by my hand. No matter. Soon your self-made kings and false prophets and all who bear the mark of the beast will be washed from the earth for the coming of the Lord. As you burn, tell them it was Grünfeld Bach who sent your damned soul to that lake of fire. All agents of Satan shall return to whence they came. Let this righteous display serve as a promise to all who serve the archfiend Lacroix. I'm coming for you, Lacroix. By the power of the Lord, I will cleanse your black soul.
Having set the place alight, it might be a good time to get out of here. Expectedly, fire bad. Avoiding it while dealing with the remaining attackers is more troublesome than it would seem. Our kindred managed to jump out a window to safety before making their way back downtown to inform Lacroix of this incident. He knows this particular hunter quite well, or more accurately, his family.
My history with that family dates back to Bach's grandfather, who pursued me into Africa, where I killed him. Bach's father tracked me to London to meet his death. And now Bach and the Society of Leopold have followed me across America. They never learn.
Sebastian is likely lying about the nature of hunters, especially in the case of Bach, as we'll discover later. He's conveniently dismissing them as a group, in part reflecting the inlaid arrogance of the Ventru, but his disbelief in their, especially Bach's faith, is objectively incorrect. True faith is a mechanic in the world of darkness that imbues powers to those that truly and fervently devote themselves to their creed. This is a spectrum, partially based on the strength of one's beliefs, but based on Bach's abilities, seen in future, it reflects a high enough degree of this concept that it invalidates Lacroix's besmirching of them. Given Lacroix's age and experience with this particular sect of hunters, he should know this very well. I believe he's intentionally misleading our characters to undervalue any and all forces of resistance as minuscule compared to his power. In any event, both of our protagonists drat out 9s for his appearance at Grout's mansion.
Under most circumstances, I would call a blood hunt on the murderer immediately. However, the anarchs of this city may interpret such an action to be a declaration of war. I do not want a war with them. This decision will take some time.
This marks the beginning of one of the only plot threads I wish got reworked. The stakes are interesting, to be certain, but why in God's name would any reasonable person not go to the anarchs first? We've been keeping up with them this whole time and are pretty clearly leaning their way so far. If you respected the group, would you not consult with them for clarification first? Or better still, not tell Lacroix at all if you don't trust him? This is a contingency that wasn't accounted for and pigeonholes the player back into the core storyline in a manner that feels particularly contrived. Subsequent elements of the narrative depend upon this blood hunt beginning, and the discovery of 9s facilitating such an event, but it didn't have to be the player that let this information go. An easy rewrite would be to use the Nosferatu. They're basically impossible to see unless they want to be seen, and are tenuously allied with the Camarilla. They're already known to be the city's informational network. This way, Lacroix would have the information regardless of whether or not the player chooses to tell them, and the story can continue as otherwise written. Sebastian gives us yet another task in our ceaseless servitude, sending us after the sarcophagus itself, which has now been stashed in the Museum of Natural History. The anarchs at the last round are surprisingly non-violent given the proverbial guillotine we just dropped on 9s. Skelter gets pissed, but lets you off the hook pretty quick. Damsel says almost nothing about it. Jack is practically unfazed.
Listen, kid, you did what you had to do. Just a messenger, right?
The museum begins differently depending on whether or not the plus patch is installed, the use of which creates and places the player in an exterior approach from our cabbie friend. There's a note that currently seems to lead nowhere, marking a psychic shop which allegedly moved to Santa Monica. The shop, even in the plus patch, remains inaccessible. It's just not implemented. Seeing what the exterior of the museum looks like is interesting, and it modifies its entry point, slightly changing the experience of the segment. You would otherwise enter through the roof access into the service hallways before reaching the upper floor, moving past guards and working your way downstairs. The museum, other than the entrance, is identical between versions. Stealth is encouraged, and extremely easy if you have Obfuscate. We go through the vents and grab some keys from a security room that takes the player towards the basement. Maintaining stealth becomes far more difficult for Damien here, due to the excess of patrolling guards, coupled with security cameras that consistently detect him. The stealth approach takes advantage of guards' patrol patterns and waits for them to be away from terminals that disable security features, such as the cameras, lasers, and locks. I had to eventually give up on the pretense of hiding with Damien, and so things got appropriately violent. This is at least a good excuse to test out Bloodsucker Communion, a convenient blood refill and distant kill move. Tucked away in a corner behind some breakable glass is the first of the occult objects for Pisha. Once the guards are bypassed, or massacred, you can work your way to the storage rooms of the museum, where Beckett has been conveniently idling.
I can't understand why someone would go through the trouble of stealing a box with a very ancient corpse. This city's not that dull.
As a researcher, he's able to give a lot of history on the myths behind why the sarcophagus is so deeply sought after. He'll explain Cain, the presumed Mesopotamian king contained within the coffin, and offer his thoughts on the myth of vampire Armageddon, which he thoroughly doubts. His philosophy and inquisitive nature is atypical of the gangrel, making his perspective all the more refreshing as his consistent search for answers separates him from any affiliation but his own.
For 300 years I've been trying to determine the function of our existence, the kindred's role in the world. I'm not content to attribute it to some act of supernatural biblical vengeance. We exist for a reason, and if it takes another 300, I'll figure it out. Any thoughts?
His motives are clear and consistent, which makes him far more trustworthy and straightforward than most we've faced in this moonlit power struggle. Damien has been consistently making for the last round at every step of the journey at this point to report in where possible.
I heard you were down poking around the museum.
How the hell does he know already?
Kid, you don't live to be as old as me without cultivating a few connections, the least of which should be able to penetrate the iron veil of the local Natural History Museum. Seems like he has a lot riding on that sarcophagus to get such a fierce bug in that powdered wig of his. I got another scenario for you here, kiddo. Gonna bounce it off you, see what you think. You ever hear of, diablerie? Well, it's when a vampire drains another more powerful vampire to death. Diablerie is the Sabbat's specialty, but it's a big taboo in civilized kindred circles, and damn sure forbidden by the Camarilla. When a younger vampire diablerizes an elder, the younger vampire gains all of their powers. The prince is willing to tear LA apart to find this thing so he can have it. Why? What would a power-hungry vampire like LaCroix want with a sleeping ancient? I wonder.
His speculation is unfortunately quite believable, matching the desperation of LaCroix to have it within the Camarilla, specifically within his reach. Speaking of which, LaCroix is just pleased as punch that we don't have the box.
Stolen! How? Who would...
Gary.
He nearly lets his professionalism slip, barely catching himself before accidentally calling for the death of an individual of near equal standing to him in the Camarilla.
I want him found. I want him... found. The sarcophagus could be... exploited.
This calls for stepping into Nosferatu territory, localized in an unknown quarter of Hollywood. So we're off to the cab driver once more.
Sup? Welcome to Red Spot, home of the Monstro Chug. 72 ounces of your favorite beverage for 89 cents, blah blah. You need help or something?
Hollywood is, like most of LA, anarch territory. Camarilla presence is minimal, barring the brokerage of information from the Nosferatu via their primogen Gary Golden. It's not surprising, then, that we're approached straight away by an anarch, giving us an invitation to meet with the figurehead of the region, Isaac Abrams. Yeah, I'll get to it in a second. Peeking around the not 7-Eleven reveals that the stoner clerk is packing.
I got this special where you buy some really expensive burrito tots or grapple juice. You get a free weapon of your choice, bro. You interested?
While this is functionally a chance to get a change of clothes, potentially giving more defense, the convenience store is far more interesting for its collection of very cool and real products. These reek of shoddy craftsmanship, and I love it. The text and graphics are barely aligned, and not at all reformatted from what were definitely not real products. The graphic replacements are very low effort, there's very little visual cohesion, most renames of products are nonsensical or cheap dirty jokes like meaties and kuto hokulo. Some of these are downright deep fried. These products are spubby shitposts almost 15 years before their time. I'm particularly fond of Chin magazine. Distraction aside, we should probably meet Isaac before his mouthpiece kicks our teeth in.
I could have swore I told you to see the Baron. Yeah, that was a laugh. Except my sense of humor is a little askew, you know? Conflict just cracks me the hell up.
Located behind the jewelry store, Isaac reflects the opulence of the establishment in his dress and in his surroundings. He greets us with the reverence one would expect for an agent of LaCroix.
Good evening, neonate. Isaac Abrams. I've been expecting you. Seems the wooden soldiers of the Camarilla shuffle in a little too often these nights. That baby-faced two-bit Prince LaCroix got something to say to me?
Despite the hostile greeting, he is actually quite civil with our kindred. He's quite a bit more formal than the average anarch, both in how he appears and conducts himself. The expectation of a formal meeting in his domain and a more obvious hierarchy with him in an elevated position betrays our typified ideals of the Anarch faction to this point. In spite of this, he is still anti-Camarilla and shares the general ideas of his in-group. His objective for us, as all tasks are quid pro quo here, is seemingly simple.
What I want is a simple exchange. Last week I paid for a certain item, a movie, and this evening I got an email saying that the seller is ready to deliver it. Unfortunately, he's become a bit paranoid all of a sudden. Won't meet me in person, won't drop it off, won't even answer his phone. Says he'll send the location of the pickup to a computer in the nearby internet cafe tonight. You see where I'm going with this? Go to the Ground Zero Internet Cafe, look for a directory named Joseph K, and use the password Kafka. There'll be an email in there that will specify a nearby location. Meet the contact, pick up the item, come back. Not too painful, right?
On to the Internet Cafe for our lead.
Oh my gosh, is that you? Everyone was worried sick about you. When you didn't show up and didn't call and nobody knew anything about what happened to you, we thought you were dead. Are you okay? You know what, never mind. We have to help you.
Well, shit. Our characters' pasts are catching up to them. Unfortunately, this cannot stand. The ideal solution is to convince Samantha that we're not the person she thinks we are, otherwise she'll inevitably attempt to phone for help, resulting in a Masquerade breach. It's a sad encounter, having to push away a person that our character knew, and presumably seems to genuinely care about our well-being. It's conceptually interesting to try and have to wrestle with the conflict of identity between the old world and new world of secrecy the player has been pushed into, forced to abandon everything they allegedly knew. Predefining a character like this is always a double-edged sword, however. Giving the protagonist a devised agency separate from the intent of the player can enrich the world and characters of a game's story, but it also can create substantial conflicts with the player's own definition of their character. In this case, Damien was especially asocial in life, making the idea of him having friends that were actively worried in his absence unlikely. Mind that this is largely headcanon. The complaint rests upon my own shoulders. Or it would be if the source material and clan selection didn't have similar predispositions for storytelling. Being a gang rule means eschewing the populace for the natural to a significant extent. The scenario is not impossible. There could be a friendly and social park ranger turned gangrel, but it's very unlikely given the standardized trait of isolationism of the gangrel clan. Furthermore, the pre-established canon of our protagonist relationships can and does blindside the player with characterization and plot elements that are not their own. It creates a dissonance between the protagonist and the player's protagonist. It's not necessarily a bad thing, as a pre-established narrative can bring about interesting storytelling opportunities. One need not look further than Fallout New Vegas, culminating in Lone Civ Road's immensely satisfying elaboration of the most minor defining character trait put upon the player in the introduction. Where this latter example succeeds is in making the pre-established condition of the protagonist be fundamental to the inciting incident of the main story, but otherwise superfluous to the degree that the player and player character could effectively forget about it altogether. For context, in New Vegas, the player begins as a courier and is shot in the head while delivering a particularly valuable package. They survive this and are mildly encouraged to seek answers about who attempted to kill them and why. This former occupation is later leveraged in the game's expansions to great effect, with our character being responsible for the delivery of another package containing a high-powered explosive that leveled a whole town. This is outside of our player's knowledge and takes place prior to the main game, but it's used to build a whole new story, stakes, and conflicts for many characters that doesn't clash with any possibility of headcanon. Unfortunately, the utilization of this device in Bloodlines is neither developed enough, nor established early enough to be used to the same positive effect. I don't hate its implementation here, but it can be done better. If you're not overly convincing, you can always feed on Samantha and make her forget she ever saw you. Returning to the same spot Samantha was found at a later time, we can find another target of LaCroix's interest, a food critic of some sway within Los Angeles.
More flatbread and olive oil. And take back this Chardonnay and open up a Chianti. Let it breathe for 20 minutes and then bring it out with a ziti. Okay? Wanted to know what? Interrupt me while I'm working? Do you understand that this is an important opening and I, emphasize I, am going to make or possibly break this restaurant? Now go get yourself some onion rings or hot wings or whatever it is you eat. The refined palate of a true gourmand is, to put it in a language you can relate to, trying to decide if this place is thumbs up or thumbs down.
This prick can make or break restaurants, and breaking this one is exactly what LaCroix intends for us to do. I don't like LaCroix, but I can't let things lie, and so have Lenny confront him in an attempt to bring the place down. This took many attempts with various speech checks. He hates being intimidated, and persuasion nor seduction work particularly well either. Can't imagine why he doesn't want a piece of this. Surprisingly, Lenny's dementation discipline is the ticket to success, as we alter his mind so that he believes he's eating maggots.
What? This place will pay for this. As sure as my name is Tommy Flayton, they'll never serve food in this town again.
Goodbye, restaurant. Hello, $100. Inside the scummy internet cafe is the information we were sent for, alongside other terminals with private emails on public computers, and a Hollywood celebrity database. The database features quite a few comical entries of chimps and chumps, but contains information on a Nosferatu primogen Gary Golden's acting escapades in life. This is a nice way to build the game's lore in a non-mandatory fashion, and the entries are plentiful, but mercifully short. It can be one of many tells of the game's era in its references to popular culture, see Johnny Jackass, but remains amusing even without understanding of the sources. Troika and its writers have a decent history of this incorporation of popular culture into their writing in non-obvious ways. It was, and apparently remained, a philosophy in their writing to not be overbearing when making such references, and they do a good job of incorporating it as mostly optional content that can still be understood as humorous without context. Though Tim Kane's involvement in Bloodlines is comparatively minimal to Troika's other projects, his philosophy towards referential humor that originated in Fallout can still be felt in these later works. Damien then fed on a dude pissing. Our tape merchant is hiding out in an alley behind the Fast Buck in Vesuvius.
What do you want? Yeah? I mean, what? Who the hell is Isaac? I don't know anyone named Isaac. Get lost, pal. Alright. Sorry. It's just that... I mean, something is... I just want out of this whole thing. I don't want anything to do with that damn tape. Every place I go, wherever I look, I see things. In the shadows. My phone rings, I hear something breathing on the other end, and... Shit. I'm out, man. I'm out of this whole thing. I don't have it. I stashed it someplace. Look, you need to find Ginger Swans. Huh? What the hell was that? Oh, shit. Did you see that? I'm getting the fuck out of here.
His terror is justified.
What the... Oh, Christ!
Unfortunately, we're still without our mystery tape, leaving us to pursue the name of Ginger Swan for answers. If you were paying attention to the celebrity database, you'd know that Swan has been deceased for some time, pushing our attention to the nearby graveyard. This is only accessible via the movement of physics objects to expose a hole in the wall to the graveyard itself. The problem is that the objects just weren't interactable. I tried reloading and restarting to no avail. The playthrough could have very well ended here were this not a source game, allowing the use of easy console commands like noclip. I assume the developers kept this unrestricted specifically because they were aware of how unstable the game was, and I'm grateful if that was the case. Though technically unstable, this game is enthralling. The Yard features one of the few quests I actually couldn't complete. Heading into the shack introduces us to our shotgun-wielding friend Romero.
See, it's like this. Every night around this time for the past, several months now, the dead have been getting up with an itch to stroll down Hollywood Boulevard. Nobody knows why, but they're working on it. Till they figured out they needed a volunteer to patch the problem, and I stepped forward. Problem temporarily solved, the Baron's happy, I get to shoot zombies, and guarantee I get my blood for another month. I've carved out a nice niche here. Hey, you wouldn't be interested in watching the place while I go handle some business, would you? I'm not supposed to leave, or it might end up in a zombie holocaust or something. Like one time these goths snuck in? Ooh, wasn't pretty.
Against his better judgment, he leaves the responsibility of tending the zombie threat at the graveyard to the guy he just met while he gets some beer.
Just don't let him bite you. No. Just hurts like a bitch.
Despite him only being gone for a few minutes, the graveyard will inevitably be flooded with zombies at disparate ends of the map. Even accounting for Damien's high unarmed stats, the rapidly spawning undead will inevitably tear down the gates. Romero is expectedly disappointed.
What the hell? I can't get a six-pack without the whole shithouse going up in flames? How do I explain this? What's the opposite of not screwed? That's me right now.
He's not why we're here, though. The cemetery holds the grave of Ginger Swan, in which our desired tape can be found. I would expect celebrity graves to have more security than this. Returning to Isaac with the tape, we get to preview its contents, showing bizarre flesh creatures attacking a woman in a mansion. Believe it or not, the tape may actually have relevance to our search for the Nosferatu, at least according to Abrams' speculation.
It just so happens that around the time this snuff film started circulating, the Nosferatu disappeared. I tried to elicit their help in tracking down the source, and for the first time in all these years, I was dismayed by their absence.
We're given means to look around for leads, pushed in the direction of any smut peddlers Hollywood holds, of which there are many. This is a good excuse to peruse the nearby establishments, starting with the main club in Hollywood, the Asp Hole. Vampire-owned. Not very surprising, but it is concerning that there's a very conspicuous hunter hanging out by the main entrance. Heading upstairs has us meet the proprietor, a former actor and melodramatic man-baby by the name of Ash Rivers.
What do you care anyway? I could just do it. Just walk out of here and into a legend. Maybe I live, maybe I don't. What's the difference?
Ash isn't exactly conspicuous about his supernatural condition, which is made inherently more notable due to his former and still semi-current celebrity status. His being in the spotlight as a kindred is a risk in itself, but what is more confusing is his tendency towards self-destructive and risky behavior, drawing undue attention to his unnatural survivability. The player can learn about Rivers via television broadcasts from the beginning of the game, depicting his apparent breaches of secrecy. I assume they're trying to characterize Ash as someone with depression and potentially suicidal tendencies given his propensity for extremely life-threatening behaviors, but his depiction is somewhat inelegant as his excessive brooding comes off as performative and insincere. While conversation with Isaac gives better insight into Rivers' history of self-destruction and frames it in a more sympathetic light, there is zero narrative on trying to assist with his mental health in a productive manner, either self-directed or externally. As it stands, Ash's portrayal makes him seem more like the bad boy archetype than someone intended to represent the more complex subject matter of depression. Because of this, it's difficult to afford his character the same sympathy that Isaac extends to him. Even so, our hand is extended to deal with the hunter problem. There is the option to try and disguise Rivers by swapping outfits with someone who looks oddly similar to him, but that plan sounds far too inane to actually work. It does work, but no. Better solution. Take him through the sewers through ambushes of hunters. Super safe. This takes us to a relatively short set piece of dispatching groups of hunters and protecting Rivers as we escape. In terms of spectacle, this is surprisingly well designed. Brick walls are busted through by hunters for surprise attacks, and we walk under a subway line with the train actively running above us during combat before reaching relative safety. He gives us the worst edgelord quote of all time before leaving.
It was as far as I could fall. It was as low as I could go. Way past oblivion to a point only described as -0.
Further down the street is Vesuvius, a strip club. And guess what? It's also vampire-owned. The proprietor, Vivi, spots us for the kindred we are as soon as we walk in and requests our meeting in her office. Another trouble with hunters, this time one that used to work for her.
Hunters. Yes. They've been staking out Hollywood for several weeks. They've been in Ash's club, mine, a few others. I think they're whittling down their list of suspects. I'm a bit nervous. Until recently, I had one right under my nose. For a few weeks, one of them was working here at Vesuvius, keeping an eye on the clientele. I found a weapon in her locker and I fired her. But she's still in Hollywood watching my club. And me.
We're led to a cheap porno store with a peep show in the basement to find our hunter, named Chastity.
As if that wasn't a dead giveaway.
On account of being the sensitive Toreador, Vivi wants the job done as ethically as possible. As ethical as murder can be, anyway. No unnecessary witnesses or casualties. What this means is somehow getting everyone to separate from Chastity. To do so, you have to clear the cash from the change machine, then hack into the basement's computer to close the doors to the peep show so that all the customers leave. This rarely works, as NPCs often refuse to oblige their intended scripting for some reason. If it does work, you can relocate the other dancer to isolate Chastity and then fight her in the red room. Stealth never works perfectly here, and the scripting was again so busted that I had to give up on the idea of having no witnesses altogether. Especially in the case of Lenny, where the door remained locked, and so he was forced to resort to magic Malkavian powers, cheating, to deal with the target. I'm guessing that using no-clips somehow broke the NPC detection or something, because Lenny got high praise for his good work, whereas Damien got called out.
I know. I heard you from here. So you like loud noises, do you? I asked you to be quiet. All you've done is attract attention to yourself. And now you're in my club. You think there's any chance someone might make the connection? I don't know if you've helped or made things worse.
Not sure how manifesting through walls to multiple witnesses is less detectable than a closed door with none, but okay. Vivi has a follow-up job as well, this time to deal with the risk of Masquerade breach. An aspiring screenwriter at the Lucky Star Motel has been fed information on the Kindred's activities as a guise for a realistic vampire movie script.
The details of his story were too insightful to be coincidental. I think someone's working with David, a Kindred who doesn't realize the consequences of their actions. Do you know what the penalty for revealing ourselves to Kyne is? Death. I'm afraid poor David's big break. The screenplay he's worked so hard on must be destroyed, and his less-than-silent partner must be executed. I know David too well. I'm very fond of David, and I'm too close to do what needs to be done. I don't think Haller knows his collaborator is Kindred. You'll have to take David's screenplay, and somehow you'll have to coax the name of his source out of him. Once you've found out who, kill the traitor. But do not touch David.
Again, Vivi's quest characterizes the Toreador quite well, both in being attached to art and artist. Her affection makes her unable to act personally on this despite its risks. At the motel, David Hatter is more than eager to divulge his passions of film.
Writer's such a tarnished term, you know what I mean? It's like every other guy says he's a writer, right? You write a letter, you're a writer, you know? It's like, what I do, that's screenwriting. Like, I encapsulate the essence of excellent film in my scripts, all right? Like, I'm like a blacksmith with pens, all right? I'm a welder of montage.
He's honestly too easy to get information out of, requiring little prodding to speak on the script itself.
A good writer always does in this town. Hey, you in the business? Because, man, I got tons of ideas for movies. In fact, I should give you one of my completed screenplays. This one's still a work in progress. Hey, man, there's only one copy here right now. I like to keep it pure. I don't even work on a computer. It disrupts the flow, you know? No. I don't usually let people read works in progress. It's a writer's superstition. I don't expect you to understand. Sure. But who do you work for anyway? I mean, I'm worried about the studio not seeing eye to eye on some of the creative decisions and whatnot.
I feel bad for his gullibility. I feel worse for Damien's wallet.
Good enough, you know.
In the same persuasion attempts, he also gives up the info on his source, one of the Thin Bloods back in Santa Monica by the name of Julius. I'm not going to kill the leaker in spite of our instructions. I know the deal with the Thin Bloods, but they don't know themselves. They've been abandoned and have no idea what they're doing. Julius is having a crisis of identity. On the beach, we do an adequate job of putting the fear of God into him so that he never does this again before telling him to make tracks far out of town.
You could let me go? I promise. I would leave Los Angeles. I swear. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Julius has a stutter, but given this conversation, you wouldn't know it since he's begging for his life anyway. We take the script back to Vivi, tear it up for her, and tell her that the informant has been dealt with. We get an autographed photo for this, and flattery for our efforts. The extrinsic rewards in Bloodlines are often poor, but I find that the storylines and quests themselves are so engaging that there's no reason to care about what they offer in a tangible sense. You could give me a piece of paper with a smiley face as a completion reward, which, to be honest, is not that different from what Vivi did. There's also a follow-up to the Southland slasher case if you go snooping around the motel rooms. We get a brief glimpse of the killer at work, again leaving behind sloppy evidence that leads to the scrapyard in Santa Monica. The whole debacle can be given finality if we choose to give chase. The entry shed back in Santa Monica isn't that noteworthy unless the plus patch is installed, in which case a mystery vampire appears for a brief moment before disappearing into thin air. I genuinely had to double take at my screen when I saw this. Nothing like inciting unbridled anxiety in the player for no reason. Aside from this magician jump scare, the scrapyard plays out mostly the same between versions and characters. As you follow the slasher, he tosses cars at you and sets fire to the ground to try and stop the pursuit. The cars are physics objects, meaning that their movement is somewhat unpredictable, and their force is determined by their speed. The cars will often block your path in inconvenient ways, if they don't outright kill you first. Catching up to him can lead to vastly different outcomes depending on one's approach.
No! Back off, vampire! Stay the fuck back! I did nothing to you!
Damien attempts to talk the guy down, and in spite of their shared clanhood, his reformative efforts are in vain. This leaves only the options of letting him walk away, which the game scolds you for, or killing him, which is apparently fine. Damien ends up having to take down his fellow gangrel given his non-persuasive nature. Lenny, being a sparkling conversationalist, manages to appeal to his sensibilities rather quickly, causing him to cease his murder spree.
No! Oh, God, no! No! It's got to stop! I can't live like this! You're right. Oh, God, you're right. I'll never do it again. I swear. Forgive me.
The catalyst for both his killings and his repentance is his family. Call it revenge, call it what you will. I'm not sure that perpetuating the violence he faced is going to help him in any way. If looking for a good end, persuasion is the way to go, but he still puts vampires at risk of discovery with how blatant he was. I wonder just how much his fellow kindred would have actually cared if he were covert. It's supposed to be a bad thing to kill, but isn't universally a masquerade breach. Our characters have more than their fair share of conspicuous kills, but are shining examples of the masquerade. Hell, Damien would have been killing in the same way since he frequently uses his claws. Since we're on the point of random transgressions, Damien decides to make a visit to his downtown apartment to see how things are keeping up.
Oh, you're back. I went out this evening and I met someone and he wouldn't leave me alone, so he came back here with me and, well, I thought you might want to drink his blood. In the bathroom. I locked him in.
Not well.
Hey, what the hell is this shit? Let me out, goddammit! I'll kill that crazy bitch! Misunderstanding? Soon as I get out of here, I'm calling the goddamn cops. Let's see what they think of this, huh? I'll have them lock up both your asses.
Very not well. Probably not a great idea to keep Heather around. Moreover, since the next encounter with her has her warning us of being followed. If you don't tell her to leave here, she will be killed. Felter was right.
Ghouls ain't nothing but trouble if you ask me.
Making our way back to Hollywood, the proprietor of the porno shack where Chastity worked, Flynn of the Sin Bin can now give info on how to acquire the tape, because of course he can. I read this fucker's emails earlier. If there's someone filming weird gross shit, he knows. Honestly, the less said about the talking testicle, the better. The babbling ballsack points us to a payphone with a passphrase.
The moon is a mysterious mistress. The Lucky Star Motel, Room 2. Don't be long.
The motel room is a gruesome scene. Broken down door, blood everywhere. Second time in one night. 5 stars. It also holds the key to the back rooms of the internet cafe, where our tape manufacturers do most of their shooting. The place is the stuff of nightmares, frankly. Any and all kinds of kinks are abetted here, with a range of fucked up sets for filming. The flesh monsters that attack here are comparatively tame. Far too plentiful, but tame. We're able to grab the full tape and go, but not before watching as the faculty of Death Mask Productions are taken by the creatures. Good. Bringing the tape back to Abrams gives the added context we need to follow the next lead.
The house in the tape, I know it. It's in the hills, King's Way if I'm not mistaken. My guess is that the fiend that made this tape is using these creatures to hound the Nosferatu, which would explain their sudden absence. They're trapped. Well, it's unfortunate that the prince needs you to see the Nosferatu, because it looks like this fiend knows how to get at them, and I doubt he's going to draw a map for you. Looks like King's Way is your only way in, unfortunately.
Before going, however, he has one additional task for us to take care of in Hollywood. One big task.
It's a walking block of stone with a taste for blood. I'd suggest whatever method doesn't result in you being eviscerated. In truth, I'd rather have it as an ally, but I doubt it's going to be chatty.
There is the possibility of alliance here. How do you think Damien does with that?
Death for you, demon. Death and final darkness.
Yeah. It's not for lack of trying either. This encounter includes some of the most sensitive conversational navigation in the whole game. In fact, despite trying most every route as perfectly persuasive Lenny, there seemed to be no dialogue tree that granted success. The only way to make tracks is to get inside information on the gargoyle before confronting it. Doing so is rather unintuitive without intimate understanding of the tabletop source material. Gargoyles are sentient life forms created by powerful Tremere, often as bodyguards or servants. They have a tendency to revolt due to this pesky thing called free will, and are highly cautious of others, especially kindred as a result. To gain the trust of the gargoyle of the theater, we have to exploit this knowledge and intentionally manipulate him with it. The knowledge in question is obtained from the one Tremere of note in Bloodlines, Maximilian Strauss.
Yes, I know something of gargoyles, and of this gargoyle in particular. I had hoped that he would meet his final death, but it seems my creation still lives to torment me.
Even with the pre-established understanding of World of Darkness lore, it's still cumbersome to come by this information, or know that you need to talk to Strauss after initiating the quest to have the right dialogue options to sway the gargoyle. In any event, I have a great deal of sympathy for the creature. It was born into forced servitude, no matter how the Tremere frame it. They want escape and the right of self-determination. Given what they've been through, it's not surprising that they meet kindred with hostility. Rightly so, since our goal of diplomacy is to align the gargoyle to a much looser form of subservience to Abrams. It's a better outcome, but I still feel like I did something wrong in having him submit to him under these pretenses. Damien returns to Abrams an empty theater, and Lenny offers him a bounty of powers. Not only does Lenny get him the theater back, the gargoyle is aligned with him, and Lenny divulges the secret of its creator in Strauss for political leverage. This last thing is good for Abrams, but very, very bad for those interested in obtaining a more obscure ending for the game. It's partially Camarilla aligned, but is arguably the only good ending for the faction, and it is only available if you don't sell out Strauss. It doesn't matter to me personally, but the fact that this isn't communicated at all can be frustrating. Not that most people choose this route anyway, but still. With the theater behind us, we can make our way to the mansion at 609 King's Way. The front door is barred shut, so we have to break our way in through the back by climbing up the lattice wall and entering via the upper floors. The inside is, not unlike the video we'd seen, a flesh hell, with the once pristine abode now adorned in massive bloodstains and misshapen bone structures. It becomes difficult to discern what is or was organic material or not. You'll get jumped by a few flesh creatures before reaching the basement where our resident Smeetsy is waiting.
Hello, young K-Knight. I see your face is not so lifeless. Your nerves not so deadened that you cannot express shock. Tell me, child, is my appearance that frightening? Or is it my knowledge of you that is so unnerving?
He is intimidating to be certain, but not as immediately violent as one would expect given the surroundings. If you're passive in conversation, he exposits on his creations and motivations, revealing abundant prejudice that accompanies his horrific actions.
Blessed creatures. I have broken through their mortal crust and drawn from them their greatest strength, mutability. I coax bone, weave flesh, and lay sinew tight until it strains to lash out. Illegals, mongrels, half-bloods, and caitiff, the bane of society, kindred and kin. They are as of little consequence to authority as they are to me. It is a culling of sorts.
It's not surprising for the Sabbat figurehead to be an immoral piece of shit, but given that, I can't figure out why he isn't just immediately trying to gouge our eyes out. Never mind, there he goes. Fighting him here is more tedious than difficult. Not uniquely aggressive, but he will perpetually summon flesh creatures as a distraction and source of damage as he teleports about the basement. Continuous bashing eventually results in his disappearance from the combat zone. He's not dead, but he is a coward. His defeat allows us to follow further into the sewers. Its labyrinthine corridors ebb and flow between visually homogeneous segments as our kindred stumble their way through a myriad of combat encounters, looping paths, and dead ends towards our Nosferatu primogen. The sewers, otherwise known as the Warrens, are so expansive that they demand 4 separate maps to contain them. Throughout exploration, the player can find documentation tucked away in maintenance rooms and on bodies that build a history of the area, its intentionally maze design, and creates a sense of unease to accompany the horrors of the Nosferatu's territory. Records of people getting lost and discovering the undead, the blockading and closure of older sections of the sewer. It creates anticipation for what lies in wait in a manner characteristic of the game's overall emphasis on narrative-driven experiences. Actual progression through the area is mildly repetitive due to the aforementioned homogeneous visuals and a fairly small and spread out series of interactions in these spaces. The events that occur within said space are interesting, however. Standard navigation sees our kindred moving through crawl spaces to bypass closed gates, occasionally fighting more Tzimitzi flesh creatures until reaching a valve that opens a drainage system to the next area. The following section makes heavy use of water, and water flows is its main gimmick, tasking the player with escaping rushing bodies of water before being sucked into mills, and using barrels to stop the mechanism entirely. Liquid-based puzzles are furthered in a room of shallow water and exposed wiring, creating a damage pool until the circuitry above is disabled. This has to be managed with the opening of another pump system to progress further, as a nearby current otherwise prevents the player from reaching the next loading zone. It becomes a task of quickly navigating before the contraption resets. Swimming is a mechanic that's otherwise forgettable for its general lack of use throughout the game, but the actual movement of bodies of water is not that bad. It's mostly intuitive, albeit somewhat bothersome to use camera view to control ascent and descent. I find this part of the Warrens to be the most interesting for the novelty of its submerged segments. It is imperfect to be sure, water currents pull too hard against the player's movements, and how one is meant to solve the puzzles related to the area's currents are mildly obscure. Even so, it divides an otherwise samey part of the game with a variety of mechanics that sets it apart as a unique set piece. Unfortunately, this is followed by more sewer navigation, with a new enemy type in these larger flesh creatures that can shoot green projectiles at the player when not swiping at them. These enemies get a bit spongy and can hit pretty hard, making Damien's melee approach a lot more difficult. Further movement through the sewer maze leads to a boss fight against a massive flesh creature, simply referred to as the Tzimisce creation. Despite looking like it's ready to fall apart by just existing, this thing is obnoxiously sturdy. It also hits fast and hard if you're up close to it. Struggling to survive at close range led to one of the only instances of Damien using firearms from the safety of the upper catwalks of the arena. Though the fight itself was able to elicit minor tension, it is exemplary of an issue of impact present in the game's combat system. Fights lack a weight and tangibility to blows, both from melee and ranged weapons, that diminishes interest in their continued use. This comes down to a combination of sound effects, animations, and responsiveness in enemies to being attacked. To be fair, there is an attempt at impact, with players and enemies occasionally being able to be knocked on the ground by particularly powerful blows. It still doesn't result in a satisfactory level of power or viscerality to attacks, leaving fights feeling hollow. Combat isn't necessarily the focus of the game's source material, and so this lack of weight would be justified were it not for the context of the game's lore, and for the abundance of combat encounters incorporated into the adaptation to video game form. Vampires are supposed to be powerful as hell, taking and dishing blows that would leave mortals terrified. We see this in Bloodlines via the Southland Slasher, the Sheriff, and are supposed to feel this via our own powers. In practical gameplay, we can take only a few shots before dropping dead, whereas enemies take several clips before disintegrating. Having a frequency of segments that demand such use of violent strategies draws more attention to this, and furthers the sense of the player's powers being minimal or weightless thanks to insufficient reactivity and heavy repetition. It's not the strength of the source material, and especially not of the adaptation, which is a shame since both have very interesting concepts to play around with. In any event, taking out the creature and crawling through a space in the back wall allows us to progress further into the Warrens. More sewer hallways, arguably the worst of them given that the boss we just fought has been immediately demoted to regular enemy status with no changes to its health or moveset. Moreover, this part of the Warrens demands backtracking for most, as its progression requires the discovery of a keycard tucked away in a dead end to open a passageway forward. As much as this part kinda blows, I do like the opening where you drop down a series of pipes and fans, not falling too far as to avoid taking damage. Using the keycard and following further reveals the end of the maze, leading to the actual Nosferatu hideout. How did Lenny approach this maze? He didn't. The Plus patch allows players to skip the segment entirely. The community of Bloodlines has been particularly vocal about their distaste for the Warrens, leading to the incorporation of a shortcut at the dungeon entrance. The criticisms of its length and repetition are understandable, but I honestly don't feel that the segment is as bad as people make it out to be, especially as a result of its self-contained story and unique puzzles. I took the shortcut to note the difference. Perhaps it's beyond the scope of the Plus patch, but simply condensing the Warrens may have been a better solution. It has interesting ideas, but appears to outstay its welcome. My ideal would be the removal of Warrens 4, the part where the Tzimisce creation becomes a regular enemy and the tunnels repeat. That, and shortening Warrens 1 for similar reasons. If I have to take a stance on the either-or between Plus patch and unofficial patch on this issue, my personal preference lies with the unofficial patch for its novel mechanics. But the Plus patch allowing you to skip gives the game better pacing. Falling into a cave with a lake bed and dock, we pass through a collection of old signs, lights, and assorted memorabilia that adorns the Nosferatu hideout. They've got a steaming red pond adorned with fairy lights as a centerpiece, and I can't tell if the liquid is meant to be boiled blood or steaming sewage. Otherwise, the area is pretty claustrophobic and unfriendly to the uninitiated. Not altogether unfitting for the people it houses. Our first encounter is with a fairly recent initiation, the former model Amalia. She's one of those Nosferatu exercises in humility, taking someone with the overabundant privilege of appearance and life and intentionally making them into that which is meant to be considered unnaturally hideous. I always find it funny to say that in the context of Nosferatu, as I find none of the NPCs in this game are offensive to the eyes. Nosferatu and Bloodlines just look like they've got wrinkles and scales. It's only people's personalities that are repulsive.
Before this neat little makeover, I used to be a model. I was all over the place. TV, magazines, billboards. I mean, I was hot. Super hot. And I knew it, which is why Gary decided to invite me into his freaky little family. Spare me your head shrink bullshit. You've got no idea what I'm going through here. I mean, I can't sit here and let the world think she's better than me. I've got to do something.
Amalia can also give a few quests, one to commit career assassination on another model by the name of Tawny Sessions, and another one to retrieve a magazine with an old image of her, pre-vampirism. The quests are mutually exclusive and dependent on whether or not you piss her off while chatting. I have no tact, i.e. no patience for her vapidity turned spite, and so got the CoverGirl quest, where you buy the lewd magazine from Sin Bin Flynn for $500 and give it to her. Calling this one a quest is like calling pizza delivery an epic adventure. Another individual by the name of Mitnick is the embodiment of fuck around and find out.
What the? Oh, you did not just try and run a trace on me. Alright, take that. Oh yeah, I hope you backed up that server tonight. Boss is gonna be real pissed when his mom starts getting love letters from porn sites.
He's pretty cool with it, and can issue a quest to establish network hubs throughout the city. It's one of the more interesting side quests for its duration and variability in tasks, taking the player to several unique interiors otherwise unused throughout the game. It's a long one though, so it's better done later when we have easier access to the necessary locations. You can find an extra buff item called Galgium in the Warrens as well, but it's notably absent in the Plus patch. Instead moved to the downtown apartment haven, inconvenient for Lenny seeing as he pissed off LaCroix enough to bar access to it. It makes certain discipline actions last longer. Our last stop of the Warrens is to meet the man himself.
By the clack-smack cracking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. I don't remember seeing you on the guest list for the dinner party. We're having a rap party for the Misfits, about 40 years late. Cast and crew only, boss.
He decides to put on a show before making himself known to us.
Maybe I'm in your head. Uh-oh, you might have picked up one of those psychoses so common to new kindred.
Certainly enjoying himself, antagonizing our kindred while hiding in the shadows.
Behind you, boss.
After appearing, he'll give us information on the sarcophagus, but not before we help him with a missing Nosferatu agent.
You see, I sent an agent, Barabbas, to snoop around Chinatown, do a little hacking, make a few contacts. But he hasn't been calling lately, and it's breaking my heart.
We have to liaise with the undead powerhouse of Chinatown first, the Kuei Jin known as Ming Zhao. So we're off to a new district. Thankfully, the Cave of the Warrens has a direct connection to the Hollywood Cemetery, so there's no backtracking through the sewers. It's a shame you can't just shortcut using the secret entrance if you knew of its existence, but then the whole Tsumitsu Fleshhouse thing would be unnecessary. It's best to let Abrams know that we've dealt with this problem.
Here. And thanks again for your help earlier. And remember what I told you about LaCroix. You're good, kid. He doesn't deserve you.
Time to hit the road.
The Kuei Jin are vampires, but not like kindred. Sometimes known as the vampires of the East. But they ain't kin, boss. They're just someone else that, if you ain't being careful, might give you the final death.
We're out of our element here, a part of the city with minimal canine presence, instead controlled by the cautiously feared Kuei Jin faction. In terms of power dynamics, this isn't our domain. The most pertinent task is to speak with Zhao, whose temple is directly in view as the focal point of the district's main promenade. The visual design of this area, especially the main street, is exceptional. Brilliantly colorful, primarily drenched in neon reds. It's highly detailed, but not to the point of visually overwhelming the player. Architecture makes heavy reference to both the various types of traditional Chinese roofings, especially of hip and hard hill varieties, and to the pagoda, although its use is employed without the strictly spiritual implication in most cases. The visual contrast to the majority of semi-modern high-rises and industrial locales is a pleasant change of scenery as well. The temple is no different, with a near perfectly symmetrical garden prefacing our meeting with Ming Zhao.
Welcome, kindred. And thank you for respecting our traditions by announcing your presence in our domain. I am Ming Zhao, High Priestess to the people of Chinatown. Can I get you anything? Tea, perhaps?
Her temperament is quite accommodating of her presence, betraying the impression given by Gary. The inquisitive kindred can take the time to learn slightly more about Zhao's vaguely defined supernatural affiliation. We don't get too many concrete answers, but there is an underlying resentment of the comparatives to those of Cain's lineage.
No. We are not simply some exotic Cainite bloodline. Kuei Jin do not share your history, nor do we share in your false prophecies. We are not damned, not burdened with an ancient guilt, as in the legend of your biblical progenitor.
Nonetheless, it's interesting to learn what little we can about another supernatural entity. While asking about the Ankaran sarcophagus in the middle of dismissing kindred history and mythos, she does make a really fair point in that the whole apocalyptic debacle is a distraction amidst plays for power, though I don't think that was her intention in this statement.
Such a distasteful existence you live, skulking in the shadows, fighting for scraps and fearing the return of your fictitious fathers, completely oblivious to your true purpose.
You can be abrasive, but I chose to be civil in spite of repeated assertions of superiority. This was a little harder for Lenny, seeing as he wasn't welcomed with his open arms.
What wretched strain of Cain's curse is this?
Asking about the missing Nosferatu agent will redirect us to the proprietor of the Red Dragon restaurant, Wang Ho. Exiting the temple, we bear witness to an active crime, with a couple guys running off with a limp body in the middle of a well-lit street. Perhaps counterintuitively, we're not meant to follow them, instead going to their origin point, which is, coincidentally, the Red Dragon. The establishment is surprisingly empty of customers, with only the bar open to patrons. To meet with Wong, we have to request a meeting with him via the hostess, which opens a secret doorway in the wall that leads upstairs. I would ask why there's such a need for security, but I think we already have our answer.
The Tong, a local street gang here in Chinatown, just broke into my restaurant and kidnapped my daughter at gunpoint. The Tong have chosen the coward's path, using my daughter as leverage against me.
This plotline is a non-stop barrage of conveniences.
I will undoubtedly hear from the Tong very shortly. Hello. Of course. Goodbye. I know where the Tong are keeping my daughter.
If you want to be generous, you can call it tightly paced, but the plausibility of witnessing the events and getting the information as to Kiki's location as we're mid-conversation is suspect. Nonetheless, it serves to move things along and give activities to explore the new district. Ordinarily, I'd be pursuing side activities first, but some of them require access to the Lotus Blossom, which is otherwise locked, before accepting this particular quest. The Blossom itself is located straight down the side alley and has two entrances, one facing the alley and one down a stairwell to the basement. While you can barge in the front door, this isn't the best idea. Quite a few gang members are keeping guard in inconvenient locations, and the doorway to the stairwell is locked. Chances are, you will end up getting caught, which for my characters is less than ideal given that both lack the capability to sponge bullets. The basement is a much safer route, only having to bypass 2 guards in the steam room and a small amount of them on the upper floor before reaching Kiki. She's got a sharp tongue, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm Kiki. Who the hell are you? The Tong Welcoming Committee? Oh, I'm so impressed. What? Like you want me to thank you or something? In your dreams, asshole. That's an original idea. Man, Dad must really be hurting for good help. Lead the way, hero.
Despite her harassment, guiding her out is as easy as getting in via the basement, whereafter she'll return to the Red Dragon. The following conversation with Wang Ho has him give thanks, and more interestingly, overstep while speaking of the changing nature of Chinatown.
For a long time I have been trying to clean up Chinatown. It was a difficult job, but the community came together, and we started to take back our streets from criminals like the Tong. Businesses reopened. Families moved back into their homes. Yes. I thought that the Tong were almost gone, but then something happened. Their numbers began to grow, and suddenly they had a lot of money to buy weapons. With them followed the drugs and the violence. It is almost worse now than before. Everything seemed to change as soon as... I am sorry. I have said too much. Well, things seemed to change as soon as Ming Xiao arrived and reopened the Temple of Golden Virtue. That was 3 years ago. I do not mean to insinuate that she has anything to do with the resurgence of the Tong. The two events merely seem to coincide.
He's also able to connect us with his information broker to find out what happened to Barnabas, pushing us in the direction of Zhao's nearby warehouse. Distractions abound, however, one of which lies in this very building.
Let me tell you something. You come closer so I can hear. Let me tell you something. Kids don't know nothing.
So our resident alcoholic, former assassin, wants a hit on his old friend and partner Ji Wenjia to hoard the wealth from an old kill split between them. Instead of this being a direct affair, the best thing to do is to try and talk it out. Prior to this initiation of the quest, Lu Fang will only respond to the player with a canned reply.
Sorry, Lu Fang no speak English when he drunk.
A similar story goes for his target Ji Wenjia, who will ordinarily only provide the player with a bunk fortune for a nominal fee.
Next time you get on plane, change seat to exit row. This makes sure you not sit next to big fat ass.
Talking to him about the hit job, however, elicits quite a different response.
Wait, you work for Lu? You want key, right? How much he pay you? What? Lu a liar! You bring him key, he go senile, say, what deal? I don't know deal. You not trust Lu. Ji Wenjia your friend. Wait. I give you 30%. You take care of Lu, I give you more money. God, I hate Lu.
From here, the quest becomes an increasing bidding war to have each other killed. Going back and forth as both parties further defame each other and increase our cut up to 80% of their total cash. Anything above 50% is against their interest, so Damien goes for the full 80 before making a coin toss. It's tedious, albeit amusing, to watch the stubbornness and desperation of both characters destroy each other, but the whole affair is quite dehumanizing. Perhaps intentionally so, given that it's an interaction between two assassins, but still, neither character feels like anything more than a joke or an archetype. Interestingly, the Silver-Tongued Kindred can broker peace against their own self-interest, if they continually take the route of persuasion and prodding to rekindle the friendship between Lu Fang and Ji Wenjia. So for Lenny, love wins again.
Lu Fang want friend, not more blood. I make good or bad blood from all the years. Ji Wenjia, welcome to Lu Fang. I want friend. Thank you. I hope next time you see Lu Fang, Ji Wenjia there will drink too.
In another building on the main street is a store of assorted merchandise, with a proprietor that seems to stare straight through us as he talks.
Lin's eyes wanted more than his hands could keep. Ambitious eyes are, sadly, not for sale here at the moment. Though I do have a buyer interested. Do you know when the next eye harvest is, by chance? Lin's body is being kept in the freezer in the back of a local noodle shop, I hear. There are people there who want him intact. But I think his eyes would fill my shelf nicely if they were to wander in. Eye gouge hell. A fitting punishment for Lin.
His task takes us to the back end of the noodle bar where we sneak into the freezer and steal the eyes before returning them.
Yes, they stare ambitiously. Hello, Lin. Do you like it there?
Because I have no sense of red flags, I take another job from him, this time to give instead of take.
A customer has bought an unlucky talisman from me and wishes it delivered to an enemy of theirs. I need you to place this in the locker of a patron at the Lotus Blossom Massage Parlor so that the bad luck can bloom.
The locker in the Lotus Blossom's basement is easy enough to access, but upon planting the talisman, you will always be caught.
Hey! What the hell you think you're doing? That's my locker, sucker!
Lenny's able to take an interesting tact with this thanks to his dementation skill.
Sucker! Ow! Ow!
Ribbit.
Damien, being Damien, can't talk his way out of this, and so runs off like a frightened squirrel. In both cases, the result is the same, ending our work for the haunting old shop owner. Guy's creepy as hell, but his shop is surprisingly cozy. It seems the interiors of this area have extra attention to detail, making the fleeting moments within them more visually impactful. On the subject of which, one of the first buildings directly across from the Red Dragon is Seng's Herbal Remedies. While there isn't any kind of quest involving Seng, he's given more dialogue than the average merchant.
Hi! Welcome to Seng's Herbal Remedies. I am Seng. How may I assist you? Selling remedies is honest work. I came to America after discharge from Chinese herbal remedies forces to help aging parents with store. Definitely, I am now American citizen. God bless the Allegiance flag!
Gunpowder is the herbal remedy of choice, but there's also armor and blood bags if you need them. Nearby in the front of the noodle shop is a girl who speaks of a type of demon she's hunting.
Ogami Yukie desu. I am she, demon hunter. I come to this city for the blood of the demon that killed my master. Do not interfere. My revenge will cut through you if it has to.
Her patterns of speech adhere more to an average North American Japanese media fetishist, and I do mean that in the literal sense of the term, not the sexual one, than that of a narrative Japanese speaker. The way she's written is like hearing your friend who's obsessed with anime throw about the handful of Japanese words they know for the chance to explain them to you.
Sakana. Fishes.
I feel like there's a better way to depict diversity in language, especially in the feat of multilingualism, than this. It's clear that Yukie is fluent in English and Japanese, but the dichotomy of the two in this dialogue feels unnatural. Part of that is a result of the delivery, part of that is the selective use of Japaneseisms in conversation, particularly the phonetic pronunciation of Los Angeles in spite of the character's phonetic ability adhering to the English syllabary rather than that of Japanese.
I follow trail of corpses from Japan to Rosu and Garesu.
If the writers really want to use this trope in language, then it should be used consistently or with a purpose. Otherwise it comes across as haphazardly implemented to draw attention to the character's nationality through language in an othering manner. It's also a dilemma since the voice actor for Yukie is not credited directly, and asking anyone to do a performative Japanese accent would be extremely problematic for many reasons. So at best, this can be described as a product of its time. A superficial exoticization of the Japanese language embodied through a foreign hunter. On the subject of which, it's somewhat odd to be tasked to work with the hunter, but her animosity towards us is minor, instead focused on a very specific target of revenge. Not a trope, guys, I swear.
My sensei killed demon that killed my family. And now I take the life of his killer.
I swear it's not a trope.
You're both here, my hunter and my target. This is very convenient.
It's not a trope.
Surprise.
Ogami Yukie desu. I return you to hell.
Fuck, it's a trope. The quest is lifted out of an anime stereotype. Familial revenge plot against immoral demon hiding in plain sight, luring prey into their trap before monologuing and transforming. School-age youth with katana fights the demon for their Monster of the Week plot. The design of the Henge Yokai is cool, but I find the quest itself disappointing, and it's one of the weaker examples of the game's writing since it isn't trying to say anything or advance the genre it depicts in any meaningful way. The fight itself, also like most bosses in Bloodlines, is just not all that fun beyond the fleeting interest in using new disciplines or weapons depending on character build. If you think I'm being reductive about the quest, I'm really not. Yukie is a stereotype. Zigena barely exists as a character, and the quest kinda just ends after you kill him and Yukie leaves. Amazingly, there is a rare chance for the cutscene of meeting Zigena in the warehouse to bug out, and if you interact with Yukie here, the quest is flagged as completed, skipping the fight entirely. As a side note, on the way to the warehouse, Lenny spotted a dude getting sucked off in an alley and gave him sloppy seconds. The next thing to do is conveniently located in the warehouse right next door to the Henge Yokai fight, where we meet Wang Ho's informant Zhao.
I don't know where your friend is, but I know the Tong are involved. The leader of the Tong, Johnny, he'll know where they are. Johnny's at Glaze. It's his club. You'll need a password to enter. The password is 725. There will be Tong everywhere. Johnny's office is upstairs.
Immediately after this, the warehouse is flooded with Tong members, which we stick around to dispatch as compensation for Zhao's risky divulgence. There are a lot of them, making this fight rather difficult. I believe it's optional, but it feels like such a horrendously evil thing to just leave him to die. Following the fight, we move towards Glaze to get answers from Johnny. Like with the Lotus Blossom, I can't recommend taking the front entrance here since most interactions will likely result in violence. The back door lets you sneak past the patrolling Tong to Johnny's office on the upper floor where he lies in wait.
Who the hell you think you are, asshole? Huh? Do you know who I am? You know where you are? You wanna die?
He's real cocky until pressed, where his cowardice starts slipping in.
Who told you that? How would you know about that? Who are you? Answer me!
There's no way to resolve this peacefully.
You had to kill him, didn't you? It's part of your code of survival, covering your tracks, so to speak. And before you attempt to deceive me, you should know I'm monitoring your heat signature. It's room temperature. I also must protect my true identity. You may refer to me as the Mandarin. You are searching for one of your kind, I understand. I have him at my facility. Come to the Fu Syndicate building. We will discuss terms of release.
The Fu Syndicate is the only high-rise in Chinatown, with its wealth being flaunted in the form of sleek marble and stone tilings. The lobby is completely emptied, with a mysterious Nosferatu captor only chiming in by television feed.
So glad you finally decided to show up. If you want to meet your comrade, walk through those doors.
No matter how stubborn you are, which, believe me, is my specialty, you have to acquiesce to his demands, trapping ourselves within an experimentation chamber. If it's not meant to kill us outright, it's meant to test our limits, but I'm leaning on the former. The test chambers start innocuous, with bright lights and a lack of breathable air confirming our undead status, then move on to lasers and rotating saw blades. To disable the saws and move forward, the back panels with the red lights above need to be shot out. This leads to a combat test room, where this poor guy tries to compel the Christ out of us before being torn to shreds and replaced by heavily armored units. The next room over requires us to shoot out these generators that are causing the floor to be electrified. They take a lot of bullets. The next room is a marvel of modern engineering. They have flamethrowers to test our vulnerability to fire, which would otherwise kill us were it not for the fact that they left the propellant canisters in the room with us, which we can shoot to explode, thereby breaking the security glass and allowing us to escape. In the plus patch, there's an additional room that hides another collectible in the squashed Odious Chalice if you break its glass as well. After feeding on our captors and stealing their key, we're able to free Barnabas.
They get you too? I've got no excuse. A Nosferatu getting caught by a bunch of humans? This is a new low.
He can help us break out of the place and clear the Syndicate's data if our hacking abilities aren't up to snuff. Damien's capable of breaking their machinery on his own, but Lenny takes the help since he doesn't know how a computer works. Barnabas will also assist in taking down the remaining guards as you work your way through the rest of the building and leave. Gary must be fucking omniscient since he calls up via the nearest payphone the second we leave the building to give us our info, but not before giving us a little slap in the face.
The same information I gave your prince, I also traded to the Giovanni for a bit of juicy gossip. You both had an equal opportunity to take it. They just had a bit more initiative.
Could have told us from the beginning, but of course he wanted something first. In any event, he gives an info dump on our next target, another stereotype.
Oh, you're going to love this. They've got skeletons in their closet. Literally. I should have played the Catskills. Incest, organized crime, death cults. That's the Giovanni. Spaghetti and corpses, boss.
If nothing else, it's nice to have the world's most proficient stalker on our side.
Puppet! The strength of your blood is all that saved you from yourself. Wretched, weak-minded mongrel. The blood is wasted in you. Wasted!
Before hitting up the Giovanni's for the sarcophagus, we've got some leftover work to do. Heading back to the Santa Monica Haven, there are a few emails as confirmations of our previous work, and inciting us to do a few more jobs otherwise left unstated. The first is a request from Bertram to find a data CD hidden in the Warrens. It's tucked away on the floor amidst a mess of objects, making it a little difficult to spot, but isn't otherwise at all troublesome. Bringing the CD back to Bertram can provide a free point in hacking. Secondary on our list of online contract work is a long list of scavenger hunts for unique items across the city, some of which we already have, some of which we don't. Why Gary wants these things, I don't know. Why he gives, or even has risque pinups of several of the game's characters, I also don't know. Damien wasn't exactly diligent about checking his emails, so he never did this quest, but Lenny went all out on the scavenging. Our first object of interest is an old film Gary was in, which we can find the reel for in the back of the Hollywood Theater. The appeal of this questline is primarily in the discovery of otherwise unnoticed locations. I didn't even know there was a back end to the theater before doing this. Each item is delivered via mailbox, which conveniently places us right back near our emails to read about the next item. Second up, Gary wants a photograph taken by the crew of Haunted LA that is Nosferatu Compromat. This one's found inside Simon Milligan's Skyline apartment. Next up is to find a tape of fellow Nosferatu Amalia from her human days. Context clues from a much earlier objective foretell its location. In Carson, the bounty hunter's apartment, his computer password was noted to be none other than Amalia. In the same apartment is the tape we're looking for. So far, almost all of what Gary's been looking for seems to be explicitly blackmail. If not, he's just a freak with it. The next object on our list ties directly into another question, the one to set up network hubs for Mitnick. The object in question is hidden in a location that remains locked until you progress far enough for the Nosferatu hacker, so our sidetrack is sidetracked for now. Mitnick's first job is to break into the security systems of Megahertz Computing in Santa Monica using a crack he made. The keycard to the front door Mitnick mails us finally gives access to the cramped little office tucked away in a back alley. The power isn't on, so we sneak into the back room and activate the breaker before proceeding and activating the hub on its central computer with the password Gil Bates, a reference to Troika's previous work in Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Our follow-up task takes us downtown to the Nocturne Theater. It's more heavily guarded, and killing or being spotted will result in failure. We have to enter the theater via the downtown sewers, but entrance takes us to a boiler room before we find the stage where we were almost beheaded at the beginning of the game. A nice reuse of an environment that allows us greater perspective than the restricted cameras that the cutscene offered. Sneaking past the guards and climbing up to the rafters, Lenny plants a camera with a full view of the stage before working his way to the back offices, activating the camera and establishing the second network hub before silently escaping. Our next job is one that ties into Gary's smut quest, taking us to Metalhead Industries in Hollywood. Stealth remains a requirement, which is easy enough thanks to the magic invisibility powers. It's a two-step process of hacking from a side room to unlock the main office door before setting up the hub. The nearby safe has our item locked away by the password Turbo Lover. Really? Lenny's hacking skill isn't high enough to automatically intuit any password, but remember that they're all preset. Manual entrance is the only way through, which realistically means cheating via a password guide, but I'm rationalizing it as his Malkavian omniscience giving him the passwords. It's a wooden duck. What the hell does Gary want with a wooden duck? Regardless, we progress the quest for both Mitnick and Gary, the former now directing us to our final setup in a business called Kamikaze Zen in Chinatown. The largest of these optional interiors, it's a winding path of office rooms with many guards towards a safe in the back that we've been encouraged to take from. Our main job is to activate a virus via one of the office computers to shut down power and proceed, which puts the player on a timer to find the needed items and info to pass the security doors and reach the vault. Somewhat counterintuitively, there are assorted emails of interest that flesh out the organization and its members, partially as a joke, but also in the interest of world building. Reading these while the timer is ticking is risky, but I do it anyway. Establish the hub, break into the safe, and grab the Plus Patch exclusive nameplate, conveniently also needed for the expanded Gary questline, and leave via the vents. It actually gets pretty tense, making for an exciting finale to an easily missable quest. After mailing in the nameplate from the safe, our next job for Gary is to find a throwing star, which can be found on the upper floor of the Red Dragon. Next, we provide Gary with the squashed Odious Chalice from the Foo Syndicate, followed by the final object of a fleshy Samitsi ball from the Hollywood Mansion. That's it for Gary's funny scavenger hunt, and now our apartment looks even worse than it did before. The quest is just weird, man. Get Gary a bunch of random shit and get lewd posters of major female characters. Where's my full Monty photo of LaCroix? For real though, it seems awfully disrespectful to have interpreted most major female characters as objects of sexual desire like this. I take no particular issue with sexual content that makes sense or serves a purpose, but the trend to sexualize nearly all of the game's female characters as a reward system feels highly reductive, if not misogynistic and outright sexist. At best, it's sleazy. With our correspondence behind us, we can finally become the life, or death, of the party at the Giovanni Mansion. We arrive outside, with entrance barred only to those with invitation and familial connection. Lenny's adventure here consisted of ethically requesting an invitation from this fine man out front.
Who are you?
There I am. You're looking sharp, old boy. That time on the treadmill's really paying off. Oh, and you'll be needing this if you want to attend that party. Me.
On the inside, he skulks around the halls and guards back rooms using Obfuscate, not strictly necessary given that the mansion can be explored socially. The main hall features a few individuals of note, 3 of whom compete for the sacred family ritual initiation to kindred status. Each of them is interested in dirt on the other to better their own chances of embrace. Mira Giovanni introduces us to this problem.
They gather us up here to decide just who's the best and brightest of this generation is. The lucky few are given the real power in this family. But some of us need to win more than others. Oh, forget it. You wouldn't understand. Actually, there are 2 people at this party I know they had their eye on for a long time. One's Chris, my cousin. The other's Adam, who made Bruno a huge amount of money on tech investments a few years back. With him out of the running, they'd choose me.
She was the only one I couldn't pry information from, but she'll put us on the track of Christopher Giovanni and Adam Duncern. Adam is far too confident for his own good.
Most people here, they've got cash they don't know what to do with. And if one of us falls on hard times, don't you think as family, they're obligated to help him out? Besides, I get the kiss tonight. Everyone will be investing with me. In fact, if I could ensure my place at the grown-ups table by, say, drawing some attention away from my financial shortcomings, I'd be guaranteed the kiss. Know any dirt about the others I could use? I can't pay you, but I got this watch and this ring.
He lets slip the fact that he's broke like it's nothing at all, which makes it all too easy to have him drop out of the running. Christopher is more guarded.
All you hear is, what have you done? How much did you make? Who do you know? You can't tell anyone anything, because they might use it against you.
Prying for info with him is a give and take, where Lenny tells him he's been without God for some time. And then Chris drops this.
I found out a few months ago. My mother had an affair before I was born. Turns out my father isn't a Giovanni at all. My real father's this writer named Michael Avalone.
You cannot escape Chris Avalone. He permeates all CRPGs, even the ones he wasn't involved in. Neat little reference to an industry friend of Troika's founders. Better blackmail for the Giovannis. With that, Mira's seat is confirmed. Our second mystical object of interest to Pisha is in the room that hides a secret passageway, meaning that once this is over, Lenny can grab whatever reward our human-eating friend has for him. The discovery of the sarcophagus can be hastened through conversation with Nadia Milliner, who Lenny can persuade to share some secrets of the mansion, guiding us into the secret zombie embalming chambers. She gets scared and runs off, leaving us a perfect opportunity to continue down the path of undead towards our coffin. The crypt is filled with falling floor traps, zombies, and long corridors to run through before inevitably reaching the object of interest. Now, Davian obviously wasn't suave enough to get the invitation from the gentleman out front, so his entrance involved a lot more force. The mansion became a combat gauntlet of armed guards before introducing the family's patriarch, Bruno Giovanni, who was swiftly dispatched by our gangrel's heavy hands. Not exactly a clean entrance, but what can you do? The sarcophagus lies at the end of the crypt, guarded by two Kuei-jin who betray our understanding of kindred relations.
Your presence here violates the agreement between our leaders. Leave now, or face the consequences of your actions. There is an alliance between your leader LaCroix and Mistress Ming Zhao. You violate the agreement. If you do not leave, we are not responsible for your death.
Well, ain't that a kick in the head. A 2v1 boss fight follows, where each can teleport and occasionally work together to blast the player away. Dealing with both concurrently can be rather difficult, making it one of few fights where blocking may actually be advisable. Or you can try and figure out how many hits to get in before they teleport away. That also works. Their defeat allows us to take the sarcophagus back to LaCroix by truck, meaning the Prince, and Beckett.
Outstanding. There was some doubt by members of my court as to your ability, but I placed my faith wisely. Finally, the Ankoran sarcophagus is ours.
Both our kindred lightly let LaCroix know he's a betrayer. Lightly may not be the best way to describe Lenny's tact.
What? Preposterous! No kindred would trust them, nor would they trust us. Did Jack tell you that? Because it sounds like you've been taken for a fool. And you believed them. They've been trying to take over LA for years. It's a ruse, a falsehood, spread to undermine my rule and turn kindred against each other, thin our ranks. They are duplicitous, evil creatures. Did they not try to kill you?
He protests to save his own skin and nothing more. Best to let it go for now.
What have you assessed so far?
Unfortunately for the Heralds of Doom, it appears we won't be opening Pandora's box. The markings, as far as I can tell, are of Assyrian origin. An extraordinary piece, but nothing earth-shattering.
I see. Then there is no good reason why we shouldn't open it. Won't budge. Beckett, do you see any mechanism for the lid?
I haven't as yet had a chance to pore over it with my fine-tooth comb. I think I have one in my bag.
Why won't it open, Beckett? And you, I thought you said it looked as if it had been opened on the Dane. I want it open! You and Beckett, figure out a way to open it. I need to know what's inside. I have other matters to attend to.
I love how LaCroix throws a little temper tantrum, like a baby told that there's no dessert before eating their peas. Beckett treats it as such.
The young ones get so temperamental.
We're at an impasse as to how to open it, but Beckett has some idea of the one who can tell us.
His name is Dr. Anders Johansen, a professor of archaeology from Norway. He was the one responsible for finding the sarcophagus, and as far as I know, the only authority on its origin and design. Until yesterday, he could have been found in his suite at the Empire Hotel downtown. But when I stopped by earlier this evening, all I found was spilt coffee on a morning paper. Appears he's been abducted. I detected the scent of myrrh incense, which is usually burned in monasteries. Also, I found beach sand in part of a muddy footprint. Putting two and two together, I located a monastery near a beach in Malibu, where I believe hunters are holding Johansen captive.
Now that we're dealing with hunters full-on, caution is highly recommended.
The society, for the most part, knows very little about us, but they do know how to kill and torture us, and that's enough.
Before heading off, we could use some extra defense, which can be attained by returning to Pisha with the occult objects from the museum in Giovanni Mansion. Importantly, we're given the Key of Alamut, reducing all forms of damage.
It instills dread in those that would harm you, and makes it harder for them to strike you. Make no mistake, our dealings do not make us allies. If indeed we meet again, do not ask me for any favors. I will give you this final advice, however. Leave this city. These are its final nights. Discord looms heavy. I've felt this before. In November of 1938, I was translating documents in Leipzig, Germany, written by a purported Crusades-era necromancer. There also I felt a sense of impending chaos. Soon after was the Kristallnacht, the wellspring of a new world war.
This doesn't bode well. This is also as good a time as any to let the Anarchs in on LaCroix's betrayal.
If this is true, listen, I can't believe even LaCroix's that low, but keep an eye on this. If there's anything I hate more than camis, it's the goddamn Quay gin.
Jack also takes well to Lenny's particular flavor of doomsaying.
Lots of blood being spilled for a 10,000-year-old conversation piece, wouldn't you say? Man, you guys give me the heebie-jeebies. Sounds like you know a lot more about something than you're supposed to. Lucky for you, you probably don't understand what you're saying. If you did, I'd be talking to a pile of ash right now.
That a threat? Sounds like a threat. The Society of Leopold Base is heavily guarded by those that know how to kill a vampire quickly, so it's best not to draw any attention to ourselves. Damien carefully brushes past the rocks while avoiding the patrols before making his way through the back door of the church, often sitting in wait for the right moment to walk past after disabling the detection lasers. It takes some careful use of animalism to slowly pick off the guards without being seen to clear a safe path. Along the way, he finds a diary written by Grunfeld Bach detailing his fervor in hunting down LaCroix and summarizing his experience of being one step behind us in every major story event. The kidnapping of Johansen is a trap, but not the best laid one given what they're up against. It's putting themselves in a lot of danger for a group so minimally prepared as to have easily disarmable lasers. Who puts an off switch on a vampire detector? In an alcove upstairs lies a few interesting items in the Vampire Apocrypha, briefly detailing the unconfirmed occult lore of the Ankaran sarcophagus, seemingly ancient document depicting the sarcophagus and the legend of the biblical brother killer, and lastly, a key to the basement of the base, where an immovable barrel hides a secret passageway to a system of caverns where more hunters block the path forward. Unsurprisingly, Lenny is able to bypass all the guards using Obfuscate, and Damien ends up in a more violent encounter, unable to hide himself in the open. He did find a nice refreshing can of cock though, so that's cool. Also of note, within the plus patch, Ash Rivers is able to be found in these caves, trapped by the Brotherhood. I don't know why they wouldn't have killed him, but here he is. Lenny frees him before moving on to the end of the cavern, where Bach decides to take us on in a 1v1.
I knew Johansen would lure the servants of Satan, but I set this trap for the Archfiend himself! Where is LaCroix?
Perhaps when LaCroix runs out of minions, he will show me his face, and God will guide my shots through it!
Grunfeld is profoundly gifted with the powers of true faith, being able to blind us with the cross and seemingly teleport across the map. Makes fighting him exceedingly difficult for a melee build like Damien's, as you can barely get a single hit on him before he gives you a Jesus jump scare and hides. That can make the encounter exceedingly slow, since I had to resort to using guns that Damien had no skills in, therefore no aim with, to slowly chip away at his health. Mercifully, the arena you fight him in has just enough cover to prevent a lot of his pot shots from hitting, at least until they're destroyed. With Bach defeated, we can go on to the back room where Johansson is being kept.
Why are they doing this? What is this nonsense with the guns and the crosses and the talk of vampires? Why do they insist on keeping me here? Who are these people?
The professor will give plenty of information on the history of the sarcophagus, although it's extremely hard to absorb over the sound of his fake Norwegian accent.
Well, the markings on the sarcophagus seem to hint that it is from sometime between 1050 and 800 BC, which was a period of fierce expansion by the Assyrians. Oddly, for those years, only one king shows up on the historical record.
Still, the history of Messerach is important to our kindred predictions of the end times, so it's best to hear him out. He gets a bit antsy if you press him on how he found the dig site for the sarcophagus, and with a high enough persuasion, you can pry the answer out of him.
Okay, I tell you, I was not even aware of the sarcophagus' existence until I received a package with no reply address in the mail. Inside was the information on how to find it and the key. Please keep it a secret, or I could be ruined.
This statement seems somewhat innocuous at first, but basically unravels the entirety of our efforts thus far. Based on the secrecy the informant operated under, it's likely another kindred or undead knew the location of the sarcophagus, and intentionally sent Ingvar forward to find it. Kindred, knowing the myth of Gehenna, would reasonably know that bringing this coffin to light would cause immense chaos. Combined with the previous records of tampering aboard the Dane, it's clear that someone has been intentionally directing others to chase this thing down and attempt to open it. The question then remains, who's facilitating this conflict and why? That's still up in the air. What's not, however, is the information on how to open the sarcophagus.
Quite interesting. There is a surprisingly complex mechanical lock on the face of the sarcophagus. By sheer luck, we were able to find the key not far from the sarcophagus. Why no one ever found it and robbed it? It's perplexing. How strange, you would ask. I haven't seen the key since it was loaded onto the Elizabeth Dane in Turkey. It was stolen before the sarcophagus even. I am still hopeful that the police find both pieces before the contents can be disturbed.
Past the info dump, we agree to help Ingvar escape his confinement. On the way out, we find Grunfeld, barely alive, has activated a timer to blow the Society of Leopold base sky high, leaving only a few seconds to dash to the nearby boat and escape. Returning downtown, we find burning rubble outside of LaCroix Tower, and a trail of blood leading to the elevator on the inside. Looks like somebody finally took their shot at the big boss man.
With whom do they think they're dealing? Attack me in my own building! They're desperate. They've shown their weakness. A last-ditch attempt to steal the prize.
Despite assumptions, it's the Sabbat that were responsible for the attack rather than hunters, though LaCroix creates a public-facing presentation of this attack as a generic terror attempt. He'll send our kindred out to destroy the Sabbat, who are hiding at the Hollowbrook Hotel nearby. Beckett will give some insight to his views on the factions and his general lack of allegiance.
What I am is kindred. How others choose to categorize themselves concerns me only where local customs are concerned. Individualism is a path fraught with obstacles and sometimes angry mobs. But for all its hardships, it is the only one worth taking.
On top of this, you can discuss Johansson's findings with him, corroborating our understanding and providing cause for future research. At this point, Lenny receives an email from our apolitical friend, requesting our aid in the pursuit of a Sabbat agent spotted at the public library, beginning by meeting with Beckett's compatriot Steve in the Santa Monica smoke shop. Or so one would hope. Steve is nowhere to be seen, leaving behind a note in the back of the smoke shop that indicates his movement to the pier to chase our Sabbat foe. Lenny sucks off a guy here. Gets his pipe polished here. What? At the edge of the pier lies another note detailing the encounter to be a trap, confirmed upon reading by an ambush by a fire axe-wielding Sabbat member. The The note itself offers a hint of a moving shop in Santa Monica, which is directing the player towards the cafe between the medical clinic and art gallery. The instruction of moving shop is accurate, but not clear until you explore the cafe itself and realize that it's in the process of packing up. The password to the computer within is given a clear clue, referring to the ancient city of Ankara as the Coffin City. Steve's journal ties together a story about the particular La Sombre kindred of interest, detailing their movements that have been concurrent to our adventure. Notably, it implies an ambiguous influence of the La Sombre agent on both the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle, particularly the bouncer who regularly visits the smoke shop, and on the Southland Slasher. It's been interpreted that this individual has been sparking the violence of both factions, dominating their members to incite further violence. The instability and breach of the Masquerade would be in line with Sabbat goals, and the Plus patch furthers the La Sombre's influence by briefly showing them at the junkyard site where we confront the Slasher to confirm their involvement. Whoever this is, they are proving themselves to be a risk to Kindred society. It should be noted that the entirety of the library quest is a restoration of the Plus patch, otherwise unincorporated into the main game. This may be why it's the only time Beckett emails the player, as all other interactions with him have been in person. The last journal entry provides a hint to a secret passageway hidden within downtown's public library, allowing us to access it via the sewers. This takes us to the maintenance room in the basement, wherein the elevator needs to be activated by repairing the main breaker system. The vacuum tubes needed for repairs are conveniently located in the same environment, allowing for quick access to the main floor, an expansive lobby featuring minimal security. It's adorned with various posters for books and displays that make for a convincing depiction of a large public collection of various works. The bottom tagline for All the Little Fishies has the most lore-heavy typo I've ever seen. If that's intentional, kudos for the Kindred terminology snuck in there. The library is a surprisingly well-detailed space, with interior variety between its halls and exhibits. The main stacks, warm hues, and plush seating hide a spare library card, which gives us free access to the only operational computer in the whole building. While there are plenty of ordinary computers, one of which has a nearby note of a changed password, the only usable one is located in a back room behind an art gallery. Inputting card and password, we're given a hint in that art is the answer, imploring us to explore the aforementioned gallery for interactables. Going over the sculptures and paintings eventually reveals a switch embedded in a mosaic, opening a secret passage to the basement. Controllers briefly wrestled away from the player to put them into a cinematic where our lead interrupts some sort of occult ritual. The La Sombra has a single text box of dialogue, with only a few lines. It's apparent that this performance is a product of the mod team, with notably different technical and performative qualities than that of the base game.
It seems that these final nights has brought us together once again. I see you've begun to embrace the beast within you. I smell the sweetest blood of my brethren upon your very hands. But enough with the pleasantries. Witness the power of my flesh transformed into the vessel of your destruction. Farewell, young Cainite.
We never really get a chance to learn of the La Sombra's intentions directly, as he aggresses upon us immediately. He has a unique teleport animation, but is otherwise unremarkable in combat, firing an Uzi from a distance and using a sword at close range. His defeat marks the official endpoint of the quest. All in all, for what was originally cut content, the library is a quest of surprisingly high quality. It utilizes a variety of map areas exclusively, many of which are otherwise inaccessible. These are interesting both in their adaptation from their initial concepts, and in the restoration efforts of the modding community to bring these areas to life. They remain otherwise superfluous to the larger context of the game, and that's evidence in their segmentation and differentiation from the general progression structure, and its lack of ties to other content or storylines. Nonetheless, all of these restored areas have unique character and atmosphere, and an impressive level of detail to them that rivals and even surpasses many areas in the core game. The smoke shop is perfectly moody, the library is expansive and dense with segments and objects of interest. The quest design makes good use of the environment and its tools, with minor puzzle-solving elements in line with the investigative approach of main game content. Special praise goes to the justification in the gallery section of the library for incentivizing the player to actively look at and appreciate the art while searching for the lever to the secret passageway. The arena for the La Sombra is visually distinct, a little on the nose with the ritual elements, but it's a fittingly mysterious and foreboding location for the character it houses. Voice work is admittedly a concession here, as is often the case with modifications. Proper vocal equipment, direction, and acting are too specialized and costly for a restoration with a budget of $0. Given that it's all passion behind it, I don't mind the disparity with the majority of voiceovers, especially so when you compare the performance to Boyarsky's. The quest even goes a step above by faking out the player a little bit. Despite claiming it concludes with the defeat of the La Sombra, returning to the library elevator has us jump by its Tzimisce flesh creature, reinforcing the unease and intrigue of this largely ambiguous chain of events. Onto the real Sabbat bloodbath. The front doors to the Hollowbrook Hotel are locked, forcing our entrance via a lift on the side. The plus patch restores an open hall lobby that mainly functions as set dressing. It's multi-layered and well put together, but the ability to progress via a door on the same upper floor through which you enter makes its inclusion mechanically pointless. From here, the experience of the hotel equalizes between Damien and Lenny's playthrough. There's no option for diplomacy, and sneaking is only relevant for stealth kills. This is a combat gauntlet, and a long one at that. Enemies are in extreme abundance, and the dilapidated interior of the hotel is horribly labyrinthine. In defense of the area, it does sell the chaos of single-handedly eradicating an army, unrealistic though that prospect may be. It does, however, become extremely repetitive with the small pool of enemies and obnoxiously similar-looking corridors for the majority of the segment. There is a small exception to this near the end as you face a unique enemy in the form of Tremere, who summons blue flames that create an area of damage where they strike and has a similarly textured shield to all damage. It's highly anticlimactic, and the solution to this is to simply climb the stairs and lay into him from behind the shield. The flames rarely hit, and he kinda just sits there when you attack him. I don't believe the strength or focus of Vampire the Masquerade to be in mass fights, or really combat in general. It flourishes as a storytelling and role-playing tool, and a particularly interpersonal one at that. Bloodline places far too much emphasis on this kind of action, which plays more to a stereotypical video games' power fantasy trope. Moreover, I don't feel that Troika's designers had a handle on how to make horde encounters. No game that has come from its developers has ever benefited from overpopulating fights, often prolonging systems that are best experienced in short bursts, or with sufficient strategy to their use. Bloodlines is arguably worse off in this regard than previous games, given that its action combat feels largely unimpactful and, even across build varieties, shallow. Melee weapons feel largely the same, guns feel largely the same, discipline attacks, though visually distinct, feel the same. You've got a couple different kinds of attacks for each, but it all boils down to the same outcome. Find the most efficient method of dealing damage and wait for the enemy to die. Having played through the segment twice, first with Damien's unarmed and animalism feats, and second with Lenny's dementation and newfound passion for firearms, I can say that neither has sufficient depth or variety to justify a segment as repetitive as the hotel is. Melee is a 3-hit combo. Guns are aim and shoot. Disciplines are click and watch. Melee's depth is in having to use different directional combos to mitigate the decreasing damage from each's repetition, but this doesn't apply to these enemies as their health is too low for the mechanic to matter. The different types of guns aren't able to differentiate their purpose in an environment this cramped. You'll always be up close and personal. Rifles versus shotguns versus pistols, and surprisingly, the pistols seem to come out on top. Discipline use demands sufficient blood supply, which the segment does accommodate for in placing human blood bags throughout the environment. Even so, no matter how many different levels you have in a combative discipline, eventually the effects all begin to feel the same. Oh look, he stops moving and takes damage after a while. Eventually, we reach the bottom point of the hotel in our attempt to reduce the Los Angeles Sabbat population to 0. The basement is noticeably more bloody in the plus patch, which I feel is actually detrimental to the visual shock of the upcoming boss arena. The mess of bodies strewn about with the chandeliers, with their pools of blood dripping into the crater below, only dimly illuminated by torch and candlelight, is gruesome to be sure, but serves the purpose of visually foretelling the brutality of our foe.
I recognize the smell of your blood, young Cainite. Very potent. Greater than our last meeting. I could smell it, even over the flood of my fallen brethren. Doesn't that make you wonder?
The only thing he says that's worth internalizing is his fear of the sarcophagus.
Miserable, ignorant cattle spawn. You are blind. The sarcophagus must be destroyed. I will do it myself if I must. And you will be purified. It is the blood that he is speaking through. The blood of all the pawns. It all must be purified.
Regardless of what either party says, someone dies here. Ideally not us. Statistically, it's probably us. The Tzimisce transforms into its war form before laying into us, only providing brief moments to safely counterattack as it jumps out of the blood pools. It's quite a difficult fight if you aren't one for learning attack patterns, as knowing when to back off is crucial for survival. A stockpile of blood bags is also necessary if you're a discipline-only player. With the Smeetsy destroyed, we're graciously transported outside, immediately greeted by none other than Ming Zhao.
Be at peace, kindred. You stand amongst friends now.
Assuming you're non-hostile, the exchange is pleasant, if not underpinned by a subtle sense of superiority to our kindred kind.
A true friend in death is as true love, precious, rare, and sweet. Pray your senses have not gone so languid that this blessing cannot be savored.
She's come bearing information, confirming her now former alliance with LaCroix firsthand, and tying together a hanging plot thread from her time in Grout's mansion.
LaCroix feared Alistair Grout, the Malkavian primogen, for the cursed insight of his bloodline was strong and brought him uncomfortably close to the truth about LaCroix's ambitions. LaCroix saw an opportunity to rid himself of two problems, a hardened rebel leader and a problematic primogen, in one fell stroke. And, as you can see, I was integral to his plan. LaCroix convinced me that an alliance with the Camarilla could strengthen the position of the Kuei Jin, and so with my help, your prince framed Nines Rodriguez for the murder of Alistair Grout.
I appreciate the warning, though I'm not sure what purpose it serves her to tell me this. Returning to Prince Betrayer LaCroix, we're greeted by the still surviving face of Chunk.
Chief, you believe what happened the other night? I couldn't come into work on account I bought a tamale from a street vendor and got the scoots on terribly.
Thank God.
You're telling me. But if I had been there, those punks wouldn't have gotten past the front desk. There's two things I can't tolerate, and that's terrorists and tainted tamales.
The legend lives another day. LaCroix love bombs us with praise for our massacre before denying further accusations of involvement with the Kuei Jin.
This nonsense again! Look, I told you before, no kindred would ever ally themselves with those demons. This is a subterfuge, a trick to start a civil war. And apparently, it's worked.
The benefit of Ming Zhao's reveal is that Nines can be taken out of hiding, with the blood hunt being called off. The Anarchs aren't in the best position with Rodriguez MIA, as LaCroix knows.
Go to the last round immediately. Tell them the Kuei Jin have admitted to killing Grout, and that the blood hunt against Nines Rodriguez is officially over. Tell them I have realized the true threat the Kuei Jin pose, and wish to negotiate a pact. You will be my emissary for the Alliance, so naturally you speak on behalf of the Camarilla. Choose your words carefully. I will begin organizing plans for war. Good luck. The prosperity of all this city's kindred depends on your success tonight.
The attempt to bridge the political gap is interrupted by Beckett, who rushes in an uncharacteristically anxious manner.
Don't open it. Whatever you do, do not open the Ankaran sarcophagus. If that sarcophagus is opened, there will be disaster. In what form, I cannot be sure. But after studying the evidence, I'm convinced now that it is better left undisturbed, and anyone who'd pursue any other course is deserving of the consequences. There's an intangible sensation I haven't been able to put my finger on since I came to town. I still don't know where it seeps from. But if the sarcophagus is a possibility, to eliminate that chance, it should remain closed. I thought you deserved a chance. There's a good possibility we may not meet again. Goodbye, young one.
Seems the fear of Gehenna can even grip the most stoic of undead scholars. In any event, I trust him more than I do most kindred. He's upfront about his intentions and activities, and values knowledge above most things. If he says not to pry further, it's probably best not to pry further. Anyway, time to pry further. Taking the news of the Camarilla Anarch Alliance to Damsel at the last round goes over well.
That bastard! He sold us out? We told him Nines didn't do it! That son of a... And that Kuei Jin bitch! If I ever get my hands on her, I'll tie her eyelashes to her ass hairs and bowl her ass into a car compactor! Demon... Oh, whore!
Holy shit. We're off to Griffith Observatory to find Nines. A near abandoned parking lot takes our kindred to cable cars that scale the mountain to the peak. Cars might have been taken a little bit too literally in Damien's case. This isn't the only time this has happened, and the effects can be detrimental to actually seeing what you need to interact with, but it does make for some highly entertaining B-roll. I think I'd be more annoyed by this bug if it weren't so amusing. Nonetheless, if you can glimpse the view of the skyline from the cable cars, it is astonishingly pretty for what is basically a glorified JPEG of smog hell. 9 makes himself readily known as we approach.
Heard a lot about you. You've been a big help to the cause, I hear. I appreciate it. So LaCroix needs us all of a sudden, huh?
The conversation of alliance goes relatively smoothly, though hesitation to work with LaCroix at this point is warranted.
Something's not right. Not what I mean, kid. Smell that? Smells like smoke. We gotta get out of here. Kid, we've been followed. That fire's coming from all directions. It's man-made. We gotta get out of here. This is bad. No, kid, you don't understand. The fire wasn't set to kill us. Come on, we gotta get to the tram. I didn't hide out here because it was a nice view. I did it because no one would come looking for me in these parts. This is werewolf country. You don't understand what these things are capable of. Guns are useless, and getting close is suicide. The only thing to do is run. Now let's get to the tram. We can't waste any more time. Shit! It's leaving! Come on, kid, we gotta get inside that building until it comes back.
With 9's wrestled off the cliff, we're left to fend for ourselves against another werewolf while waiting for the next tram to arrive. Obviously, this isn't a simple case of standing and waiting for the car to come. That would get you killed. Instead, the observatory becomes a game of cat and mouse as you weave in and out of rooms while trying not to be mauled to death by the werewolf busting down the doors and walls. It is possible to kill the werewolf if you activate the power around the back of the building, open the dome shutters by the telescope, lead the werewolf towards them, and then close the shutters with the right timing. It's no hydraulic press, but it'll do. This is a faster and safer solution than trying to outmaneuver the wolf for 4 solid minutes, and gives you a moment to breathe before catching the next car. We're saved by Jack, who takes us back home before things really start falling apart.
LaCroix put out the word. He says you're in league with the Kuei Jin, Ming Xiao's puppet. That you're the one who set up 9s for her. See, he's figured it all out. And now your death is a big bullet point in his new Unity campaign. There's a blood hunt on you. He had to turn things around on you real quick since you found out about his deal with Ming Xiao. This is his plan B. Plan A was to kill you in 9s in Griffith Park. Now LaCroix is playing the victim. The way he tells it, you were like his own child. He entrusted you with so much. And you took full advantage, sold out to the Kuei Jin, and cost the people their hero. They're saying 9s is dead and you killed him. Look, I'm here to help you. Again. But damn it, it's time. Time to make a choice. You need backing. You need the protection of one of the factions. Friends are the last thing you want to be without right now. But you have to get out of here. I got a driver who can get you where you need to go. Interesting guy, you'll like him. But this place is being watched. He's across Santa Monica by the junkyard. Get there and he'll get you out of town. Alright, get running. Hope you make it out of Santa Monica at least. I'd like to see how this turns out for you.
We're in the final stretch now. Once we reach our driver, it's time to pick a side. I'd say that our last trip through Santa Monica would be a good time to mull our allegiances over were it not for the pack of kindred trying to kill us. Stealth kind of works here, but the design of the segment demands that the player proceed through the most densely populated map segments, cutting off back alleys and shortcuts that would make the task easier. It'll take a minute. For the finale, Bloodlines allows for the choice between multiple different endings depending on what actions the player has taken throughout their adventure. This is entirely dependent on how we take the advice Jack gives us. Given how we've been chewed up and spat out by LaCroix, I would see absolutely no good reason to side with him, but it is an option. Were we more diligent and less divulgent with our information of Tremere Regent Strauss, it would have been possible to side with him to usurp the prince as leader of the LA Camarilla. Since I already sold him out to Abrams, that option is annulled. Not that I think I would have had either Damien or Lenny take that route. You can take your chances by siding with Ming Xiao and the Kuei Jin. In Damien's experience, Xiao was cordial and somewhat respectful, even helpful. She provided her late warning to LaCroix's betrayal for seemingly no benefit to herself. Lenny got a better glimpse at the underlying contempt she has for kindred, but that same animosity remained even with Damien. Frankly, given the record of their advances into LA and war with the Anarchs, trusting her in the long term seems like a bad judgment call. That leaves either the option of telling everyone to pound sand, or to ally with the one group that's been good to us this entire time. The Anarchs are tightly knit, not overzealous for power. They're absent of the superiority complex of our Camarilla counterparts. Los Angeles has historically been their territory, and while they don't like to admit it, they uphold the reasonable elements of the Masquerade for self-preservation. Nines, Jack, and the rest of the crew have been saving our ass for nothing this whole time. It's gotta be them. I feel like there's some argument to be made that the Camarilla is undersold as a faction here, with the ideological and political leanings of the narrative directing the player to, more often than not, side with the Anarchs. Given that we're consistently used and betrayed by the Camarilla, assessing any benefit or validity the group might have is difficult, especially when compared with what we see of the Anarchs. We've been shown that the latter hold a functioning society without the presence of this hierarchical and authoritarian institution. The Camarilla, by contrast, has been depicted as a faction of oppression for the benefit of its leaders. Part of this lies specifically with LaCroix, as is evidenced by the Strauss ending, but the incentive to continue on the path of the Camarilla even in this event is weakly established. We don't see the benefits of this institution, and as such have no reason to perpetuate it. This includes being a massive kiss-ass to LaCroix and receiving the grand rewards of an apartment with no real security and $800. Oh boy. Even if you were playing a selfish adventurer, the betrayal should be enough to deter the pursuit of this route. I still appreciate the inclusion of these ending choices, I'm just skeptical of why anyone would choose to continue trusting LaCroix. Reaching the taxi driver brings us to our choice. As we're driven along the freeway, we can converse with our chauffeur on these factions and the paths available to us. He acts as a mediator between ourselves and our uncertainty, giving mild indications on his own interpretations of each faction.
The Camarilla. I once thought they could provide stability for our kind, but the LaCroix of the world have quashed such hopes. The Anarchs have tried to hold on to this city like it was an ocean, but it continually seeps from their fingers as more and more of them are eaten by sharks. Do you really believe they can keep the predators away forever?
Regardless of our choice, he will oblige and deliver us to the desired location. The ride with Lenny starts with some interesting options, to say the least.
I'll drive. If you figure out where you want to be taken, tell me. Yes? No? There is something troubling you? In your voice there is desperation. Certainly, there is an exit out of your predicament.
Hold on to this, it'll be important later. For both our kindred, we make the same choice, but arrive at different destinations. Damien makes tracks to the Lucky Star Motel in Hollywood to meet with the relocated Anarchs, whereas Lenny arrives at a unique location that's a reference to Hollywood's Chateau Marmont, scoping out the entrance to the hotel before meeting with the assorted Anarchs from throughout the story. Because Lenny made the Southland slasher into a repentant soul, he can be found standing guard in the hotel gardens. Similarly, the gargoyle Lenny recruited at the theater can also be found on the upper balcony. The hotel is a visual step up from the Lucky Star, with a much more elegant and open design, but the function remains the same, as does the dialogue with Skelter, Damsel, and Nines.
Hey, you're alive! Wow. The way Nines said things went down, I figured a werewolf would be crapping you out about now.
Rumor is you killed me. Sorry I couldn't clear your name yet, but I knew you'd make it in here in one piece. Hell, you got out of the park alive. Quite a feat, kid.
I'm glad to see that Nines is still kicking. As part of the Anarch ending, we're to put an end to both parties in our betrayal, starting with the Kuei Jin.
I've already sent the troops out to raise hell all over the city. The Kuei Jin think we're busy with the camp, so they won't be expecting an attack. You know what's gotta be done, right? Zhao's been in LA for too many nights. Make tonight her last. Once Zhao's out of the way, head to LaCroix's tower. You oust LaCroix, you'll be a hero in this city. I'm counting on you.
The game is graceful here, offering a chance to stock up on supplies before facing yet another gauntlet of enemies. You can go to Mercurio, who's got some of the best inventory, including a flamethrower. This might seem like a contradiction given his allegiance to the Camarilla, and he even says as such.
Word is you turned your back on the Camarilla. I don't understand. I served these people for 30 years, they've always treated me well. I think you're making a big mistake. But I'm not gonna stop you. I got no death wish.
Still, the extra resources are worth having for the long road ahead. Our mysterious taxi driver will then drop us off at the gate of the Chinatown temple, now filled to the brim with combatants who want us dead. I enjoy the elaboration of the area we previously had seen in conversation with Zhao, showing an entire back garden section that diverts into 2 pathways. It's symmetrical, and functionally the same chain of melee and ranged guards either way, but the visual design of the environment is unique, and were it not for the large groups of enemies at our throat, would be fun to explore. Slashing our way to the temple basement, we find that it's another maze of visually similar corridors. This time, however, Kuei-jin lie in wait behind the paper walls to jump the player when they step on these pressure plates. Similar pressure plates will send out environmental traps such as bamboo spikes that serve more to annoy the player than to kill them. Despite the visual similarity of the environment, it's easier to navigate than the Hallowbrook Hotel, and features occasional rooms of distinction. The floor ends with a small puzzle of push stone statues onto 2 plates that unveil a staircase leading further below. We then find ourselves in an ancient fortification, elaborately carved and detailed. Unfortunately, more enemies guard the hallways here, protecting a series of jade statues connected to the room's central puzzle. The puzzle itself is fine, good even, at least in isolation. The intention is to have the player note the design of the pillar on which they find each jade creature, and then match that to the corresponding pillar in the central chamber. It's simple matching and memorization, but is betrayed by the urgency placed upon the player by waves of guards that seemingly respawn as you explore, not to mention the blade traps in the halls that can instantly kill you. The puzzle demands you take the time to learn a pattern, but the combat demands that you quickly move in and out before taking too much damage. In any event, the jade cat is placed on the round 8-shaped pillar, the elephant is placed on the vertically aligned pillar, the dragon on the horizontally striped one, and the crane on the swirling striped one. This opens a portal to our final meeting with Zhao.
You were never more than a pawn, Kindred. Puppet of those who drew the boundaries on your horizon. It was I who sensed in you the power to right the balance of this city. It will give me no joy to bring you final death. You will have time to ponder this folly as you are devoured by worms and disease in the hell of burrowing maggots. 1,000 years shall you suffer.
She transforms into a Lovecraftian slug and we take arms against her. Zhao is rather spongy, making the fight a somewhat lengthy affair regardless of character build. Some disciplines are capable of doing decently consistent damage, but melee attacks work just as well, minus the inherent vulnerability they carry. Guns don't seem to be particularly great at dealing with her. Partway through the encounter, Zhao is able to produce clones of herself. This requires you to target the original copy to continue doing damage. The other's just there to do more damage to you. With enough punching and slashing, she'll eventually fall, unveiling the key to the Ankaran sarcophagus. In the ultimate big brain ploy, our kindred are now going to take this key straight to LaCroix. They're not going to stash it anywhere, bury it, try to destroy it, or just, not bring it. Why don't you hand him a loaded shotgun while you're at it? Paint a big red target on your forehead. Lenny kind of already has that. The final visit to LaCroix Tower tries to break your spirit by starting you off facing down Captain Competence, Officer Chunk.
See, I don't know what happened, but LaCroix says I'm not supposed to let you up under any circumstances. He says I should escort you out of the building, so I'm afraid you're gonna have to leave. Come on now, just leave, okay? I don't want to have to use force, but I am authorized to do so. Please don't make me do this, Chief. If you won't go, then I've got no choice.
Chunk being Chunk, you can just bypass him entirely without fighting. Not even with persuasion or anything, just walk right on by. After clearing out guards that aren't as near and dear to my heart, the elevator drops us off at a lower floor for the only time in the game. Nothing is ever simple, with our kindred now having to manually ascend the rest of the building. Given the previous combat gauntlets, I was expecting LaCroix Tower to be nothing special. While it is disappointing that the ending of the game is very one-note in its overuse of long mob fights, this final dungeon is an exception. There's a designed progression here, both in the visual design of the various floors and in the types of enemies you face as you ascend the tower. After the elevator, you sneak around in the dark of a lofty office space, taking out more of the same guards you're used to. Rising up a level into the service corridors has you exit to a food court filled with armored units that rappel down from the broken glass roofing. Heading further up through a pipe, which was initially confusing as the pipe was replaced by a shelving unit in my first visit as Damien, thanks object replacement bug, allows us to reach an area of the tower that remains under construction. This area, amidst its wooden scaffolding and concrete pillars, holds a small army of soldiers, one which is actively being controlled by LaCroix. I'm frankly not interested in what he has to say at this point. So much so that Damien manages to kill the dominated soldier before he can even say a word. A construction lift takes us to another elevator into the money pit. So much marble, so little taste. Here we find LaCroix's elite guard. I thought they were hunters at first. The trench coats threw me off. They tend to hurt a lot more than the average assailant, so where possible, stealth kills were optimal. It's somewhat unavoidable in the floor's boardroom, however, with 2 guards standing directly adjacent to our exit elevator. No amount of throwing a chair will get you through. Oh wait, yes it will. The floor this leads to has us come face to face with the sheriff, who asserts dominance by showcasing his sexy nipples before stomping down to the ground to crush our skull. This fight, more than the vast swaths of enemies in our wake, is the reason why you should stock up on blood bags and other items. Without a steady supply of blood to buff yourself up, the sheriff will kill you. He moves fast, hits hard, and teleports constantly. It takes care and patience to know when to hit him and when to step away, especially given his tendency to teleport after as much as a scratch. His teleportation patterns are fairly consistent, making it so you can block by flicking your camera 180 degrees around after an attack. Once we eradicate his health bar, he transforms into a massive bat creature and flings us out the window. The second phase is much easier than it seems if you pay attention to context clues. I didn't, and so ended up standing around for several minutes feeding off the same guard enemies so that I wouldn't die, all while waiting for the sheriff to swoop down so I could hit him with a ranged discipline. Remember that Damien has no skill with ranged weapons. Guns will not hit. What you're actually supposed to do is interact with the floodlights to stun the Batman and then lay into it until it recovers. You can also just fill it with bullets if you have the skill. Lenny is now good at everything by very real and legitimate means. The sheriff's eventual demise is the final obstacle in the way of our ending, with LaCroix having no defenses left.
You betrayed me. I gave you guidance, responsibility, opportunity, power. And now, you enter my building, cripple my organization, kill my most loyal associates. You, Judas, you devil. You think you've beaten me? Huh. I've still got my sarcophagus.
Motherfucker, you have the nerve to say we betrayed you? Who's around to hear this? God? Satan? You hearing this shit?
Give me the key. I said, give me the key.
For the first time, Dominate fails on us, leaving us to do the good work before walking out the door and leaving King Shit to his own misery.
You fool! You had it in your grasp! You had Los Angeles in your hands, and you threw it all away! That's why you're not a leader, why you'll never be anything but an errand boy! I'll build a new world order. Tell your anarchs, the days are numbered. Now, my sacrifice. Who are you?
Damn. Kid, I knew your reputation, but hell, I don't think any of us could have done LaCroix like that.
Now ain't that a beautiful thing? Hey, mess around, buddy, I'm talking to you. You don't really talk much, do you? Hey, it happened just like you said. They never even knew what hit them. Threw that sarcophagus out there and they just tore each other up trying to get to it. And the kid, worked out all right, huh?
Remember, wherever we go, it is the blood of Cain which makes our fate. Farewell, vampire.
Fucking A, Jack. The whole thing was him. The sudden discovery, the tampering aboard the Dane, inciting this whole power struggle was a big middle finger to LaCroix. That's how he was able to keep tabs on our activities the whole time. He knew way more than he was letting on, just fucking with everyone to see what they'd do. And all this trouble for a glorified letter bomb. To be fair, it may not have been all him. There's a strong implication that our cab driver is of far more importance than the game is willing to outright state. His elusive nature, presence in the ending, overarching presence throughout the game, and our viscerally fearful Malkavian reaction to properly conversing with him all seem to imply that he's the progenitor of all kindred, Cain. The myth/lores that Cain still lives, watching and judging kindred kind. There's also a belief among kindred that Cain's return will entail the destruction of all kindred beneath him, thus instilling the fear into Lenny from his Malkavian extrasensory intuition. It's not a guarantee, but the going theory is that this is Cain, which is immensely amusing to me for the fact that the cursed brother killer, the ultimate vampire, the you fucking lose guy, is just hanging out driving a cab. I love this ending for its well-deserved destruction of LaCroix, and for dropping a potentially massive lore bomb in its last few seconds before rolling the credits. It's a satisfying conclusion to the narrative, even if it presents the events as intentionally contrived. What's not ideal, however, is the Anarch part of the Anarch ending, and that the scene for this is a repurposing of the solo ending, and a really lazy one at that. The portion where you meet with Nines and crew again is actually longer than presented here, with the full version being dedicated to flipping off the Anarchs and walking away. That's why it cuts off so abruptly. A shame to see shoddy asset reuse like this in the game's final moments, but it doesn't sour the experience too much given what follows. There's no post-credits or anything like that. The end is the end. On the subject of which, we can talk about what happens in the other endings a bit more. I alluded to it earlier, but the solo ending is near identical to the Anarch ending, without Anarch support. Breach the Kuei-jin, storm LaCroix, leave, boom. The Camarilla endings are twofold. In one, you side with LaCroix after having killed Ming Zhao, leaving you both to be reduced to cinders by Jack's coffin bomb. In the other, you enlist Maximilian Strauss to usurp LaCroix as LA's Camarilla prince. You still deal with Ming Zhao and LaCroix yourself, but you get to see Strauss take over, and the sarcophagus is stored away, hopefully to never be opened. Siding with Ming Zhao entails just reaching LaCroix, skipping the Chinatown gauntlet. For your hard work, you're trapped in a coffin and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The game offers hints to Zhao's betrayal, from her disdain for Cainites to even the betrayal of LaCroix's alliance by giving us that information. Moreover, there's a quest I missed in both playthroughs that shows Zhao's duplicitous nature. While escaping from the Fu Syndicate, there's a message on one of the computers from Zhao issuing an order to kill the proprietor of the Red Dragon, Wong Ho. The careful player will know that siding with Zhao is likely a poor decision given this, but it's cool that you can still do it. The Plus patch features a secret ending for players with low enough humanity that allows them to side with Andre, the Tsumitsu. In this, you eliminate LaCroix as a threat and dump the sarcophagus into the ocean. It's a cool addition, but not an option I'd personally pursue. Of course, there's also the Joic Easter egg ending with the Dancing Wolves. Very nice. Thanks to the work of the dedicated modding community, there's actually more content to go over in the Plus patch. During character creation, you're offered the chance to play through a short campaign as a hunter as an alternative way of feeling out the world. Because of its placement in the character creation screen, I assumed it was a short series of quests to determine which type of skills you use the most, and then attribute that to whatever clan benefits the most from those choices. Kinda like the predictive skill intro of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. This isn't at all accurate. The Hunter campaign features its own set of unique skills that draw from faith rather than blood points. It's mostly an aesthetic change to the systems players are used to. Hunters can pray anywhere outside of combat to restore faith, which can then be used on the selection of miracles you have access to. This includes a heal and spirit heal, a defense increase in faith shield, a blinding ability in holy light, and an equivalent to Auspex in divine vision. No damaging functions, but the skills are useful. Character selection for the Hunter campaign retains archetypes akin to the clan selection of the base game, but instead offers 3 different kinds of hunters with varying initial specializations, and a mild variety in their Numina powers, equivalent to disciplines. The mod warns you not to specialize in anything other than the combat statistics, which speaks volumes to the content of this campaign. It opens in the Society of Leopold Church, where we speak with this fellow to select between 4 areas to commit undead genocide: the Temple in Chinatown, the Hollowbrook Hotel, the Giovanni Mansion, and the streets of Santa Monica. Before leaving, the church has containers that consistently allow for ammo restocking between segments. You may have noticed a pattern in the locations we're tasked with visiting, in that all of them are repurposed mob fight areas from throughout the main game. The gameplay of the Hunter campaign is entirely combat-oriented, with you shooting down the armies of the undead in the same areas from the base game. Each area features minor scripting tweaks to remove the option of non-hostility, and small alterations in level design. Otherwise, it's reusing the Giovanni Mansion guard fight and zombie hordes, the Hollowbrook Hotel Sabbat massacre, the Chinatown Temple slaughter, and the Santa Monica escape sequence almost verbatim. Exceptions to this include the omission of boss fights such as Bruno Giovanni, Andre, and Ming Zhao, and the elaboration of the Hollowbrook lobby as a site of prolonged battle that includes the Tsumitsu creation enemies from the Warrens. The most significant addition comes after the completion of these events, wherein the Society of Leopold faces an attack from kindred forces. This repurposed what was previously an optional stealth segment into a horde battle against waves of vampires that emerged from behind a conveniently placed van at the back of the map. In the same way that the combat encounters are drawn out and tedious in the base game, they remain as such in this Hunter campaign. That's not the fault of the mod per se, although its choice to highlight and prolong one of the weakest aspects of the core design is questionable. It acts as an attempt to almost shift the game's genre from RPG to FPS. The scripting and implementation is a little hacky, with almost all features being the result of rearrangement of already existing features and data. The campaign's access via character creation. It slightly changes the clan system to fit Hunter archetypes. Faith and Numina are equivalent mechanics to Blood and Disciplines. Areas are near complete copies of segments of the main campaign, down to enemy placement and variety. This isn't a pointed critique, rather an acknowledgement of West 5's own statement on the campaign as being largely dependent on workarounds. It is intriguing to see an attempt at incorporating the ideas of the game's scrapped multiplayer mode in this manner, without actually having to implement multiplayer. As standalone content, I'm impressed by its addition, but the underlying mechanics of combat, especially when isolated like this, leave a lackluster impression of a game that's otherwise a remarkable work in all aspects.
RPG House, not in L.A. It's in Irvine, a little south. Tim Kaine, Leonard Boyarsky, and Jason Anderson are the major players. Working on a secret project. I don't know much about it. Camarola's concerned they know too much.
Bloodlines developer Troika Games started as a studio of 3, Tim Kaine, Jason Anderson, and Leonard Boyarsky. These 3 already had a fairly significant legacy in game development for the creation of Fallout, with Kaine as the original designer and lead programmer, and Anderson and Boyarsky as lead artists. The working culture at Interplay, where the 3 initially worked together, became increasingly undesirable for the budding creatives, and so partway through the development of Fallout 2, they left and established their own studio. For their first release in 2001's Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura, they contracted with publisher Sierra Entertainment and were able to expand their staff to 12. Arcanum is, quite a detailed game with fairly expansive scope, so to see it created with a primary dev team of 12 is impressive. But behind this achievement lay an immense culture of overburdened employees with excessive crunch hours made even worse with the studio's subsequent juggling of 2 properties simultaneously. This was against the intentions set out by its founders, and instead was the result of the company's unstable environment and dependency on funding from external publishers. Between 2001 and 2004, Troika's staff, increased to a height of 32, was divided between Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, the Temple of Elemental Evil, contracted by Atari, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, contracted by Activision. Balancing the development of the 2 games proved troublesome, furthering the excess in working hours, and essentially delaying the production for Bloodlines into a nearly 4-year process, still ending in a technically incomplete retail product. This goes to explain Tim Kaine's diminished role for Bloodlines, being a project of Anderson and Boyarsky respectively, while Kaine worked primarily on the Temple of Elemental Evil. The extent to which the staff were pushed to meet Bloodlines' ever-extending deadlines meant that their hours were unrelenting for the majority of development, with Anderson stating in a 2006 piece for The Escapist magazine that Bloodlines' 3+ year development featured maybe 1 or 2 months of regular working hours. The game did ultimately release on November 16, 2004, with middling sales akin to that of the studio's other releases, reason being, at least in the developers' eyes, that the games were unfinished from a stability perspective. Anderson states in the same Escapist article, "Right or wrong, we just needed more time to test and polish the games, and none of our 3 publishers were willing to give it to us. Each and every game was pulled out of our hands before we were through with it. In all fairness, I have to say that we were late and over budget, but that still does not justify giving the public an unfinished product." Similarly, Boyarsky offers a degree of sympathy for their publisher, Activision, in a 2017 interview for PC Games N, acquiescing to being late to their shifting deadlines over the course of development. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was an unfortunate case of overambition for a studio too underfunded and understaffed to make their vision a reality in a reasonable time frame. Had the expectations been different for Troika or Activision, Bloodlines may have been allowed to flourish as a game. Even so, this would be no guarantee that Troika could continue as a company following its eventual release. Troika Games closed in February of 2005, following several months of failure to secure funding for their future projects. At the time, Boyarsky attributed this lack of publisher interest to rising costs of development coupled with inadequate sales from their comparatively niche demographic. A shame considering the creative qualities the studio fostered, with their prototypes and concepts being lost to time. Under most circumstances, especially in the case of Activision, my initial instinct is to criticize the publisher for unrealistic expectations that force unhealthy and inhumane working conditions. Activision has a reputation for overworking and underpaying staff. At their worst, see their subsidiary in Blizzard, and at their best, how they overproduced their successes into the ground with the Tony Hawk, Guitar Hero, and Call of Duty franchise. Call of Duty survives somehow. The Tony Hawk franchise has been on life support for over a decade. Guitar Hero is dead. For Bloodlines, however, Activision isn't necessarily to blame for all the faults of the end product. They still, whether intentionally or not, caused a small team to work in triple shifts to get the game out, but there was effort to facilitate a smoother development process. In the final year of the game's creation, producer David Mullick was placed onto Bloodlines staff to assist with the practicality of actually finishing the product. Up to that point, the game was struggling to come together, even to the admittance of Boyarsky. The most depressing thing I think about it was that for the 3-4 years we worked on it, I'd say for a good 75 to 80% of that time it wasn't a game. It didn't really come together. You couldn't really play it. In a 2014 interview for GameStakers, Mullick outlined not only that the deadline for the game's release had been extended on multiple occasions, but that the setting of such tight conditions was an effort to focus an otherwise over-ambitious team into using their time to fix and refine what already existed rather than add new features. Part of the project's difficulty was foreseeable for Mullick, noting the in-development source engine's frequent changes being a bottleneck to the game's creation process. The end result was a game that was feature-complete but technically unsound, made by severely overworked developers and vastly over the speculated budget of the publisher. It underperformed, and Troika died as a studio. The game, however, did not. The reason most are able to enjoy the game at all is the result of the work of one Werner Spall, otherwise known as Wesp 5. The Bloodlines community patch wasn't created by Spall, instead created by Dan Upright in December of 2004, it's been primarily Spall who's continued to work to fix the game's numerous bugs and restore cut content to the game for decades now. Modding efforts have centralized around his work, especially in the places beyond Spall's knowledge of source and development. The Plus patch includes the credits of the many individuals, mostly screen names, that contributed to making Bloodlines functional, and the work is arguably just as important to that of the original developers in a modern context. Otherwise, Bloodlines would be functionally unplayable. The patch has an interesting history in itself, with its philosophy initially dividing select community members on the basis of content restoration rather than pure fixes. At one point in time, the unofficial patch had its restored content as mandatory, which some believed to be at odds with the qualities of the original game. Eventually, the unofficial patch forked its installation options to choose bug fixes and/or restorations if the user wishes. The continued work on the unofficial patch is astonishing, with Spall's reason behind his persistence being passion, stating in a 2014 Eurogamer article that, first of all, patching, and especially restoring stuff, is sometimes much more fun than just playing the game, because it's active and creative. Second, it annoys me very much that some beautiful gems like Bloodlines failed because they didn't get the hype that larger blockbusters get, or were released unpolished or unfinished. Evidently, Spall has been modding and patching games since his childhood, patching MIDI Maze for the Atari ST, and finding an especially distinct interest in shooter games. His other modding works include Half-Life Zen Warrior, Theme Doom, and unofficial patches for Boiling Point Road to Hell, White Gold War in Paradise, and the Precursors. The content that's been restored in the Plus patch has been based on a wide degree of pre-release materials and developer interviews surrounding Bloodlines' release period, and otherwise is based on content latent in the game files that was otherwise unincorporated. As far as cut content is concerned, much of the record for which Spall drew from was GameSpot's developer diaries from Anderson and Boyarsky, which detailed the design philosophy that governed development and the scope of features that were partially implemented but otherwise unused, such as predefined character backgrounds. These articles are interesting sources to see what was promised by the game's creative leads, and how it's influenced the post-release fan developments created for Bloodlines. Of course, some liberties are taken with modding efforts, especially as we move beyond the unofficial patch into pure modding territory, for which numerous full campaign mods do exist. It's evident that Bloodlines, unfinished and destructive to Troika though it was, remains captivating enough to produce a substantially prolonged creative interest beyond its capital purpose. As far as the portfolios of Bloodlines developers are concerned, there's quite a bit to go over given the particular impact of Troika's staff on the CRPG genre. Creative director Jason Anderson began their work in the games industry at Interplay as an artist for 1995's Stonekeep, before being assigned game designer and lead artist role for Fallout. For their involvement in Troika's works, Anderson was given shared project lead and lead programming roles for Arcanum, of Steamwork, and Magic Obscura. For Bloodlines, Anderson's roles were numerous, as creative director, scripter, level builder, and design, dialogue, and story writer. Future works include 2011's Hunted: The Demon's Forge, 2014's Wasteland 2, and an ambiguous credit on Turtle Rock Studios' Evolve. Bloodlines project lead, Leonard Boyarsky, features a similar history to Anderson, having worked as an artist at Interplay, becoming heavily involved in Fallout as lead artist and game designer before his time at Troika, where he would also hold project lead and lead programming role for Arcanum. For Bloodlines, on top of project lead, Boyarsky is given writing credit for design, dialogue, and story, as well as credit for his role as concept and texture artist. Future work includes designer and writer for Diablo 3, portrait artist for Wasteland 2, and director, narrative design lead, and franchise creative director for 2019's The Outer Worlds. Lead programming on Bloodlines was handled by Andrew Meggs, previously working as programmer for Colt's Wild West Shootout and lead programmer for Myth 3 The Wolf Age. Subsequent works include Dark Age of Camelot, Epic Edition, Warhammer Online, Age of Reckoning, and The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Programming staff opens with Tim Kaine, founder of Troika, alongside Anderson and Boyarsky. His work dates back to 1991's The Bard's Tale construction set as a programmer, until 1997 where his creation of Fallout granted a wide degree of creative input and variety of roles in its production. For Troika, Kaine was involved as project lead and lead programming staff for Arcanum, lead designer and project leader for the Temple of Elemental Evil, and the aforementioned work on Bloodlines as programmer. Works beyond Troika include programming and content design for 2014's WildStar, system design for 2015's Pillars of Eternity, and direction for 2019's The Outer Worlds. Brock Hines has their earliest credits as beta tester for Diablo 2 as one of the Ring of 1,000, and QA work for Star Trek Klingon Academy. Hines was programmer and lead scripter for Bloodlines, core coder for NASCAR 06 Total Team Control, programmer for Neverwinter Nights 2, and lead engineer for 2021's Back 4 Blood. Additionally, there's ambiguous credit given for 2019's now delisted Journey of the Gods, another work where Turtle Rock Studios doesn't attribute specific credits to its employees. Stephen Morit's first credited work as programmer was for Troika on Arcanum, working in such a capacity for all of Troika's games before the studio's closure. In more recent years, Morit has been involved in WildStar and select Obsidian Entertainment projects and more technical back-end work. Jesse Reynolds, having worked on similar Interplay projects and being lead programmer on Fallout 2, was another programmer for Troika's works, and later, Neverwinter Nights 2, Alpha Protocol, WildStar, and Back 4 Blood. Steve Shimizu is somewhat of an exception to the norm. Where many employees of Troika were usually selected from those its founders knew from working at Interplay, Shimizu has no such background. Instead, his early works were on varied console games, ranging from Beavis and Butthead to Shimizu's lead programmer role for Fear Effect 2. Bloodlines was the only Troika project Shimizu was involved in, and following that, features various credit for Blizzard titles from Diablo 3 onward. Dennis Taylor's work history goes across many publishers, with a QA testing role for Savage the Ultimate Quest for Survival, varied roles on a few Medal of Honor games, WildStar, and The Sopranos Road to Respect. Aaron Brunsetter's earliest credited game was for Troika on the Temple of Elemental Evil alongside Bloodlines. After Troika's closure, his work has largely been engineering positions for Sony Computer Entertainment America. Sean Craig's programming portfolio includes various works across a variety of companies, including credits for Courier Crisis, Warriors of Might and Magic, and WildStar. Nate Trost features similar involvement to Andrew Meggs, working together at Contraband for Colt's Wild West Shootout, but their future career emphasizes Nintendo handheld releases and software engineering for Telltale games from 2016 to 2018. Two programmers that are only credited with Troika works are Lee Needham and Hui Nguyen, only being involved in the Temple of Elemental Evil and Bloodlines. Beyond Anderson's role in scripting, staff include Mark Barber, with subsequent involvement in Monster High and Disney games, Jocelyn Chu, previously working on Jet X2O and subsequently working on Activision-adjacent studios for Star Wars Battlefront 2, The Saboteur, and the Call of Duty franchise under Infinity Ward. TJ Perillo holds roles as a scripter and writer for Bloodlines, with assorted future roles, primarily as a designer for Halo since 2012. Many of the programmers and scripters share work on the 2006 Sopranos game Road to Respect, with Steve Rhodes similarly involved in both that and Bloodlines as scripter in the latter and designer in the former. Rhodes has since worked as a designer for the Middle-earth Shadow of games and 2023's Hogwarts Legacy. Alongside Nguyen, David Webb was responsible for additional scripting, having largely worked as tester and technical consultant from 1997 to 2004 and designer from 2005 onwards. Lead animation role fell to Mark Bremerkamp, with one game credit on Stuart Little 2 prior to Bloodlines, and several animation roles in the years beyond for Obsidian Entertainment. Under Bremerkamp, the animation staff included the talent of Nathan Brown, Long Nguyen, Christine Thomas, and Aaron Weldon. Character modeling was led by Chad Moore, who, on top of working on design, dialogue, and story for Bloodlines, has been widely involved in motion capture animations across a variety of games, and held the role of creative director for WildStar. Further modelers include Sean Keegan and Brian Bode, as well as character modelers Jason Kane and Craig Matchett. Justin Cherry shares concept art credit with Boyarsky, with the former having the role of art director for select Neverwinter Nights 2 expansions and Dungeon Siege 3. Responsible for further game art are the texture artists, with Boyarsky and Cherry credited again alongside Daniel Alpert, another staff member who moved on to Obsidian following Troika's closure. Additional art was provided by many, including Sissy Chang, who has a variety of roles in the gaming industry, as a QA technician and analyst for Square in the late 90s, artist and designer for Troika in the early 2000s, an event manager, creative service, and even associate director for Capcom from 2009 to 2017. Jason Kane is similarly credited for additional art, alongside the contributions of Peter Delgado, Lucas Feld, Christopher Glenn, Brian Godlewski, Thomas Judd, Jason Manley, Michael McCarthy, Pete Mayhuizen, and Corey Pelton. Bloodlines also features the work of art interns Ross Cangelosi, David Kim, Taehoon Kim, and Mike Peleschi. Level building was handled by Jason Anderson, along with the likes of Chris Ashton, with similar level design roles for Valve and Turtle Rock Studios on Counter-Strike and Left 4 Dead, and lead artist on Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, David Marsh, Valve and Turtle Rock Studios' Jamie Sue, and Brian Wormack. Additional level design was provided by John Atea and Hector Espinoza, the former's only other credit being 2016's Cardinal Quest II, while the latter has done artwork for quite a few CRPG projects, especially for Obsidian in the last decade. As far as dialogue design and story credits are concerned, all but one individual have already been covered. Moore, Perillo, Anderson, and Boyarsky all contributed to this part of the game, alongside Brian Mitsoda, who, accompanying many QA testing credits, would become writer for a few select titles including Alpha Protocol, Torment Tides of Numeria, and the Fermi Paradox. Mitsoda is also credited as writer, creator, designer, and project lead for 2014's Dead State. Additional writing was provided by Stephen Boaks, notable for their lead design role for Free Realms, as well as design credits for Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale, and assorted QA testing roles, Tiffany Chu, designer for Arcanum, Turning Point, Fall of Liberty, Legendary, Free Realms, and lead designer for the Workshop Entertainment Incorporated on Gears of War 4 and Obsidian's Armored Warfare. David Webb, previously credited for scripting, was also responsible for additional design and dialogue. Audio scripting was handled by Brett Johnson, similarly credited for sound design work up to 2016. Additional support roles were fulfilled by many, including those previously discussed such as Mark Barber, Leonard Boyarsky, Jocelyn Chu, Brock Hines, Brett Johnson, Brian Mitsuda, Chad Moore, Long Nguyen, TJ Perillo, Steve Rhodes, Steve Shimizu, and Nate Trost. Of those not previously credited, Ian Bankins holds a somewhat diverse history of testing and product coordination roles for first-person shooters. Tracy Boyarsky has contributed additional support for Arcanum. James Foster Ketty offered voice roles for Thief 2. For Thuy Vu Ho and Ben Bullock, Bloodlines is their only credited project. Data security and administrative credits at Troika fell to MIS manager Scott Jacobson, otherwise designer on Arcanum. Troika producer is credited to Thomas R. Decker, formerly tester, designer, product manager, and producer across select Interplay titles. Office managers were Princess Island and Sharon Shellman, the latter being artist for StarCraft and Fallout before holding a programming role for Arcanum. When looking at the audio work for Bloodlines, most of it can be attributed to Rick Schaefer of Womb Music, wherein he was responsible for the game's original compositions, contributed to sound design and Foley art, and was involved in the voice recording, editing, and post-production process. Rick's work in the games industry is extensive, having done a combination of his aforementioned roles for many licensed games in the mid-2000s, Doom 3, Alpha Protocol, The Elder Scrolls Online, and Doom Eternal. Further adding to sound effects and Foley art is Jason Friedman, otherwise credited for select works from the late 90s to the late 2000s, both in and out of the games industry. Friedman was also a member of Womb Music, as is Bloodlines casting and voice director Margaret Tang. Tang has a similar catalog of works to Schaefer, given that they both represent the same company, with notable works including True Crime Streets of LA, Gun, Doom 2016, and God of War Ragnarok. Tang was also on staff for voiceover recording, editing, and post-production for Bloodlines. The excellent selection and direction of vocal talent for the game is her doing. On the subject of which, the actors present for Bloodlines' excellent array of characters include many storied performers. Andre Sogliuso has an extensive backlog, with a versatility that allows for starkly different roles to be portrayed. Most would be familiar with his portrayal of the Khajiit in The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, or Sparks the Dragonfly from Spyro Year of the Dragon. Andy Milder, who played LaCroix, has a greater degree of presence in television than the games industry, with recurring roles in Legion of Superheroes as Lightning Lad, Dean Hodes and Weeds, and features in select episodes of Parks and Recreation as Freddy. Armando Valdez Kennedy has voiced assorted characters across a number of games, notably as Red Faction Armageddon's protagonist Darius Mason. Among Courtney Taylor's many characters, RPG enthusiasts will recognize her as Juhani from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Jack from Mass Effect, and as several characters from Fallout New Vegas, notably Gloria Van Graff. Dana Lee, the voice of Mr. Ox, Shu, and the Temple Guards, has been acting since the 1970s, with appearances on Hawaii Five-0, Starsky and Hutch, The A-Team, Curb Your Enthusiasm, and more. The man has been acting for over 50 years now. Kudos. Darren Norris, playing the lovable Chunk among others, is probably best known for their long-standing role as Cosmo from Fairly OddParents, but has also played numerous characters in Knights of the Old Republic 2. Debbie Mae West voiced Patty, Hannah, and Jezebel Locke in Bloodlines, but may otherwise be recognizable for voicing Meryl in Metal Gear Solid or Tsunade in Naruto. Bertram Tongue's actor, D. Bradley Baker, has a rich history of voiceover for animation and games, often playing multiple characters in single projects including SpongeBob, Baldur's Gate, and Adventure Time. Adita Breida, playing Ming Zhao, mostly features in roles for television and film, but has worked across select video games such as Spyro Year of the Dragon, Command & Conquer, Red Alert 3, and Star Wars The Old Republic. Aaron Fitzgerald, playing both Nadia Milliner and Mira Giovanni in Bloodlines, is another actor quite recognizable for their voiceover work for role-playing games, being the main English voice actor for Persona 4 Golden's Chie Satonaka, Final Fantasy XIV's Nanamo Unamo, and Sakubo from the Dot Hack series. Fred Tatasciore's portfolio is frighteningly expansive, having worked on over 1,000 different projects over the years. That's not hyperbole, he's legitimately credited on over 1,000 different works. As far as games go, beyond voicing David Hatter, Tommy the Food Critic, and the Hollywood Gargoyle in Bloodlines, some notable roles include Tabitha and Rhonda from Fallout New Vegas, Damon Baird in Gears of War, and Mario Auditore from Assassin's Creed 2. Grant Albrecht is also all over Bloodlines, voicing Arthur Kilpatrick, Alistair Grout, and Johansson. Beyond this, Albrecht played the End in Metal Gear Solid 3, George Washington in Saints Row 3, and Cryptosporidium in Destroy All Humans. Greg Ellis, with his versatility in playing Knox Harrington, E., Brian Nilsson, and generic Sabat goons, has been able to hold similar niches across a variety of mediums. In gaming, Ellis is also known for playing Cullen in Dragon Age Origins 2 and Inquisition, Ty from the eponymous Tasmanian Tiger series in 2 and 3, and the Disciple from Knights of the Old Republic. Greg Griffin, alternatively credited here as Grey DeLisle, is responsible for the performance of Jeanette and Teresa Vorman, and sports a ubiquitous catalog of voiceover titles, including Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Mass Effect 1 through 3, and as Daphne in Scooby-Doo since 2000. Hope Levy, who played the nurse in Santa Monica, has a range of works from television to gaming, in which assorted roles include Resident Evil's Rebecca Chambers, Ape Escape 3's Kay, and worker baby Peg from the Boss Baby television series. James Arnold Taylor, playing Vandal Cleaver, Julius, and the Southland Slasher, is most well known for voicing Tidus in Final Fantasy X, Ratchet in the Ratchet & Clank series, and Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Clone Wars animated series. Jay Gordon, voicing Ash, Mitnick, Johnny, and Barabbas, is best known for his musical career as frontrunner for the band Orgy. He's an interesting case, with a number of production credits across games between 2001 and 2016, though his vocal performances have also extended to Minority Report Everybody Runs, Gothic 3, and to a recurrent role as J. Jonah Jameson in select Spider-Man video games. Jim Ward, having given voice to Isaac Abrams, Maximilian Strauss, and Grunfeld Bach in Bloodlines, is the voice of Ratchet & Clank's Captain Quark, Fallout New Vegas' Dr. Klein, among other Old World Blues robots, and Resident Evil 4's Jack Krauser. John DiMaggio is famous for a number of characters he's played: Futurama's Bender, Adventure Time's Jake the Dog, Final Fantasy X's Waka. He's even made an appearance in Better Call Saul. Josh Paskowitz, the voice of Slater, has very few voiceover roles, only acting for a few years in the early 2000s, but is noteworthy for being a prominent member of the California surfing community, an independent artist, and member of The Flies. Kat Cressida voices Venus and Misty, but is most likely known for playing Dee Dee in Dexter's Laboratory. Keon Young, voicing Lu Feng, the Mandarin, and Seng, has an even longer history of working than Dana Lee, with his earliest credited work being from 1969. In terms of game credits, Young has recent roles for the Like a Dragon franchise's English dubs, and has been the voice of Joe Hayabusa from the Ninja Gaiden series since 2008. Margaret Tang receives another credit for her performance as Lily, Amalia, and Kiki, though Bloodlines is one of the rare instances in which she lent her own voice to a project rather than casting or directing. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, the voice of Bloodlines Pisha, is similarly credited as voice director across many a project, but has a greater variety of voiceover roles ranging from Naruto's Kurenai Yuhi, Tekken 5 through 8's Nina Williams, and Ghost in the Shell's Motoko Kusanagi since 2004. Matt Morton, voicing Tin Can Bill, Igor, the Santa Monica Doomsayer, and the Downtown Homeless Men, is a bit of a jack of all trades when it comes to video games. Yes, he has acting roles across a few, but he also has fairly extensive work as QA tester, localization manager, and producer on many other projects. Michael Goff, bringing us the voice of Beckett and Stanley Gimble, is also known for being the voice of Winnie the Pooh's Gopher, Diablo's Deckard Cain, and for playing Shrek in many a video game adaptation. Also, he's the English VA for Jin Uzuki from Xenosaga. Michael Yama, who played Wong Hoon Chung, amidst a myriad of acting credits since the late 70s, has worked with Markiplier. Also not a joke. Yama plays the old man in The Whale in 2019's The Edge of Sleep. The Nosferatu, Gary Golden, was played by Neil Ross, the Codex narrator for Mass Effect 1-3, Mayor Domino from the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Norman Osborn in the 1981 Spider-Man television series. Nika Futterman, voicing Vivi in Bloodlines, has a variety of major and minor roles in many a game, including that of Dogen Boole in Psychonauts, Styx the Badger in Sonic Boom, and as the callout in The Offspring's Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Phil Lamar, responsible for the portrayal of Fat Larry, Skelter, Malcolm, and Dennis, is the one and only Samurai Jack, Futurama's Hermes Conrad, and Vamp from Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. Robin Atkin Downes' diversity of characters in Bloodlines reflects his versatility in the field of voice acting. In Bloodlines, he plays Trip, Copper, Phil, Boris, Brother Canker, and assorted society of Leopold hunters. Downes is most recognizable in gaming, however, for voicing Brynjolf in Skyrim, the medic in Team Fortress 2, and Travis Touchdown from No More Heroes. Steve Bloom provides the voice for Andre in The Videotape Courier, otherwise recognizable for being the English voice actor for Orochimaru in Naruto, Vincent Valentine from Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII, and Jack Kamen from Mad World. Edward Yin is credited, though the character they played in Bloodlines is unknown. Furthermore, his credits are quite limited, with presence only in this game, True Crime Streets of LA, and Doom 3. What is interesting are those who aren't credited for voiceover work. Leonard Boyarsky plays two characters in this game, Gomez and Carson. Brian Mitsoda voices Romero and the TV news host. Lastly, the game's radio host, Deb of Night, as well as Samantha and Maria Rossellini, are voiced by Karis Campbell, otherwise known for playing Rana on The West Wing, Miss Koenig on ER, and Deborah Williams in LA Noir's Reefer Madness DLC. This last credit is, like the rest of non-credited staff, speculative, and I can find no direct sources from the actors or development team on their role here. It is instead based on vocal similarity, an imprecise measure, but one that is at least corroborated by other listeners, wikis, and databases. There are a few characters that have no current connections to voice actors, such as Tongue member Ricky, exotic dancer Carrie, and demon hunter Yukiya Ogami. IMDb claims Damien Kaner to have played an elderly female vampire, though no such character appears to exist in the game, nor does this actor's credit. Administrative publisher credits aside, all that's left would be to mention the license tracks present in Bloodlines. These play almost exclusively from the game's various clubs, though some are used as tracks in the credits. Bloodlines pulls from Lacuna Coil's Swamp from the 2002 album Comalies, Tiamat's Kane from the 2003 album Prey, Al Jorgensen's Bloodlines from Ministry's Houses of the Mole reprint, Die My Darling's Needle's Eye off the 2004 album Leichenschrei Trissel Bible Chapter 2, Daniel Ash's Come Alive off the 2005 album of the same name, so technically he actually made it for this, Ariel 2012's Pound from the 2004 album Ariel, Chiasm's Isolated from 2001's Disorder, Jenna Torture's Let Your Bitch from the 2002 EP Flesh of the Law, and Darling Violetta's Smaller God off the 2003 album Parlor. This would be all there is credits-wise were it not for the work of the dedicated community. Some contributors here are rather obscure, with minimal online presence under the screen names associated with the unofficial patch. Nonetheless, I would like to credit those with substantial or continued work in modding as an example of the labor of love that went into fixing this game. We've already spoken of Werner Spall, or West 5, a bit regarding development, but they continue to act as primary contributor to the unofficial patch. Spall continued the work of Dan Upright in 2005, and has since continued in the capacities of project lead, additional level building, scripting, design, dialogue and story, models, graphics, and tools. Burgermeister, otherwise known as Lee Marsh, contributed to level design and to design, dialogue, and story. Marsh continues activity in the VTMB modding community, having made the very well-received Clan Quest mod, which is large enough to be an official expansion. They provided the library for the Plus Patch expansion. Anton Schreck, otherwise known as David Faust, with credits in level building, design, dialogue and story, and scripting, leads development on the Bloodlines Prelude modification. Again, substantial enough to be an official expansion or altogether new game. Faust provided the Hollowbrook Atrium, the Chateau Hotel exterior, and the drafts for several other added locations for the Plus Patch. Additional level builder Arthur Cox, or Ultra Blizzard, was the former developer of Project Valkyrie, which attempted to port VTMB into Unity. Their work has resulted in quite a few tools for editing and converting the game's assets for use in other engines. They added the pier ending in Santa Monica. Psycho A, or Alex, on top of additional level building, programming, graphics, localization, and tools credits, worked in part to create the official source development kit for Bloodlines. Behar, credited as programmer for the patch, has also created an unofficial widescreen patch for Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. Psycho A worked with Dutch U to optimize the maps for the patch, and with Behar, Wesp 5, and Fire 64 on the SDK. Furthermore, Behar and Psycho A are responsible for allowing the patch to be launched through Steam options with the game mod name launch option, and for creating the loader executable. Joran Wabity, contributing to additional programming and tools, fixed the pervasive 2GB memory bug. Frank7777 added the refresh rate fix. Additional programmer Ian9 fixed issues in the client DLL file. Some Comment Joe dropped Blacktooth, and C6 corrected lights through wall, LOD, and save speed in engine.dll. Interestingly, C6 is not listed in the in-game credit sequence, but is referenced on the Nexus mods page by Wesp 5. Scripter, tool developer, and tester RobinHood70 was also a tester for the unofficial Oblivion patch, and is an active holder of the bureaucrat role for the UESP wiki. Zeromorph, otherwise known as Brad Bullenbaugh, contributed to additional scripting for the Plus patch. Beyond this, they're the creator of Team Camarilla International, the development team behind the Final Nights mod and Camarilla Edition mod for Bloodlines. Xulx is cited as one of many responsible for attempting to restore the multiplayer functionality to Bloodlines, contributing additional scripting to the unofficial patch. Beatrix Hopper, or Horatian, contributed to design, dialogue, and story for both the Plus patch and the Preludes mod. Lanuska worked on models and graphics for the Plus patch, and has become the lead developer of the anti-tribute modification for the game. Didi Lulu is credited with models and tools, fittingly, because they developed the tool to import and export the game's models. Voiceover credit, among many, is given to Peter Coleman, presumably for the modded dialogue of Andre. He's worked in several other shows, shorts, and even has official roles in 2022's Vampire the Masquerade Swansong. Rick Schaefer is also credited in the patch credits due to the implementation of unused music for Bloodlines. Further music was provided by Outstar Walker, otherwise known as Outstar or Martina Zake, who has an active YouTube presence along a history of development at CD Projekt Red. Brian Mitsoda is also interestingly credited here with a support role, though to what extent is unknown. Offcorn, who was one of the first to re-implement the histories and character creation, is cited for guides in the patch credits and is an active modder for many a game, with their most popular mod being the Dragon Age class and specialization pack. Another guide writer cited in these credits is Du, the creator of both the companion mod and VTMB mod developer's guide. Those who haven't been mentioned amongst the many for their work on the unofficial patch are due to a discernible lack of related works. The specifics of their contributions are more easily identifiable by reading the variety of the unofficial patch's version notes. Nonetheless, a huge thanks to everyone involved for making such an enigmatic game work well in the modern age, and for continuing to make content for it over 20 years on from its initial release. Bloodlines received moderate critical success upon release, though the extent of this varies to a fairly wide degree depending on the publication. There are almost no reviews that deem the game as less than passable, which is surprising from a modern perspective given how technically unstable the game is, and presumably was at launch. This is, of course, noted in these reviews, but never to such an extent that the game is perceived as non-functional. Adam Bissner's review for Game Informer is fair in its praise of the ambition of the developers, but seems to have a mismatched expectation for the action element of this action role-playing game. While I don't disagree that dexterity can compensate for statistical advancement in some games, this is not the place for it. Bloodlines is, above all else, an RPG derived from tabletop systems of stat progression. Vampire and World of Darkness are comparatively looser with the math than other tabletop games, but it still aims to have your abilities determined by systems, not by real-world ability. Bloodlines is much the same, taking from both Troika's and World of Darkness's progression systems. I also don't agree that melee combat is suspect, but only insofar as damage is minimal with all types of attacks. The claim of being locked into whatever skill route you spec into is not altogether wrong, however. It is difficult to change the direction of your character partway through. Mike Griffin's review for Play magazine is not particularly well aged, thanks to the statement on the female bounce. Fucking hell, dude. But exists in moderate praise of the underlying concepts and writing, held back by a game that is seen as undercooked in their eyes. Michael Repara's review for GMR magazine, though brief, is still able to distill the main points, positive and negative, of the game into a decent blurb that speaks to the refreshing nature of playing an empowered vampire. It's laden with comparison, especially to Deus Ex, though it's not the only review to do so. Robert Coffey's work for Computer Gaming World magazine takes the time to outline the push and pull of the game's core concepts of humanity and secrecy, an interesting point many others omit from their considerations. It's one of the few reviews I've seen criticize the open-ended nature of some quests, though this is for their understandably predictable approach. It's true that most stealth segments have you engage in the same three core interactions: vent, hack, sneak, and this can become repetitive in time. Many of these contemporary reviews tend to bolster the game's mechanical qualities on account of the strengths of its writing and environmental design. This review is no exception, citing lackluster combat made more forgivable by it being largely secondary to the world. Given the technical breakdown here, you'd assume that the game would be worse received, but no. Near perfect on the hope that the glue and duct tape could be put together in the future. Kieran Gillen's Eurogamer review is interesting in that it opens with prose that attempts to connect the writer's seclusion and inverted sleeping patterns with the experience of playing a vampire to demonstrate how much the game permeated their mental processes while playing. It's exaggerative, but is a unique look into the effectiveness with which Bloodlines sinks its proverbial teeth into its audience. Among comparisons to Deus Ex and the definition of the immersive sim, this review takes the time to explain mechanics before lauding praise for the writing, citing it as one of, if not the best examples of video game writing they've ever seen. Unfortunately, they use Jeanette as an example of this, and make some undue assertions. Otherwise, Gillen's satisfaction on the work from a narrative perspective is demonstrably immense. The same critiques of technical stability and decline of quality near the end are present here as well. Jason Ocampo's GameSpot review is one of the few to speak candidly to the immense replay value present in the game, sporting several endings and distinct playstyle differences. This is usually undersold, likely due to review embargo time constraints, but here, it's properly leveraged as a genuine benefit to the game. This review criticizes the combat from the perspective of a guns build, claiming a contradiction to Bissner in that firearms are seen here as combative disadvantages. Strangely, this review makes little mention of the technical inadequacies of Bloodlines, claiming it to only have some stability problems. Alan Rausch's review for GameSpy speculates that the weakest elements of Bloodlines are the result of utilizing the source engine. This claim is especially interesting considering this is one of the earliest reviews published for the game, and yet it manages to define a central conflict between the strengths of Troika's developers and the engine/toolset they used to create the game. It's also quite accurate, not only because Troika was using an early and unfinished build of an engine that they lacked intimate familiarity with, but because the engine itself was made to facilitate a very different kind of game than Bloodlines was intended to be. Where the RPG elements are concerned, the game receives an excess of praise, not unwarranted for its success in adaptation and on its own systemic merits. The source engine is claimed to have benefits here, which is true insofar as visuals are concerned. Combat is expectedly criticized for its sluggishness. Like many familiar with Source, the lack of unique physics interactions is deemed disappointing. I find mild issue with lamenting the potential of an engine feature that wasn't necessarily the focus of the developers, but I would be lying if I said I didn't want more physics interactions. Again, and I am consistently shocked by this, technical issues are minimized. For the last of the contemporary reviews, Tom McNamara's work for IGN gives some background detail on Troika and the RPG scene they existed within as an establishment for their explanations of Bloodlines itself. This is a useful detail, not as necessarily a point of comparison to deride or minimize the game's achievements, but as a form of level setting of the game as primarily a role-playing game above all else. This is especially relevant to the review's main praise of choice in character creation and action, allowing for a variety of different gameplay experiences and playthroughs. Visuals are heavily praised for the good use of Source Engine's facial animations, which are honestly still competitive. Combat is expectedly considered underwhelming, and the technical issues, though not cited as game-breaking, are present, arguably more abundant than most contemporary reception. It's evident by these reviews that Bloodlines' reception is more complicated than the standard measures of numeric judgment are able to assess. In some ways, it's seen as excelling, and in others as varying degrees of fundamentally flawed, if not completely broken. How these scores are weighted is not necessarily indicative of the experience one has with the game, so they're mostly worth ignoring. Still, it's interesting to try and understand how important different aspects of a game are to people. With over 20 years since its release, however, there's been enough time and engagement for critical reception to pass hands to a more modern community. Bloodlines grew to develop a reputation as something closer to a cult classic in the decades following its release. Its strengths have built an enduring legacy that has and continues to permeate the video game community, eliciting extensive continued works that aim to further dissect elements of the game and the discourse surrounding it. Much of the reception is largely positive, though the benefit of player-made reviews, retrospectives, and discussion is the lesser limitations to form in which critique is grounded. This gives much more room to elaborate upon the nuances of the game and give it the attention many feel it deserves. In this sense, there have been many articles and videos that add to interpretations of the game. There are 3 videos of personal note that I feel have well encapsulated the modern reception of the game, and add interpretive depth to the experience. Beginning with Ragnar Rox's 2016 A Love Letter to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Modern may be a slight stretch in this case, but this video acts as the most approachable in terms of length and has the most solid visual and graphic design, giving it a surprising longevity and a point of exception to the average video essayist. This video well balances a succinct description of the fundamental concepts of the game's world and lore elements, while providing appropriate praise and critique to some of the most prominent elements of the game. Much of the praise herein is directed toward the writing of Bloodlines for its strong hooks and interesting stakes, as well as the organic replayability of the game, certainly one of its strongest elements. Ragnarok cites characters as elaborations of their stereotypes, which is a sentiment I can't agree with, at least not in the game's entirety, especially with relevance to the game's treatment of minorities. There is critique to the combat and writing, mostly regarding the dip in quality towards the end of the game, which is a fairly consistent critique across reviews both new and old. Altogether, it's still an excellently made video and has the benefit of brevity where other video essays don't. Warlocracy's 2022 video essay, simply titled Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, takes a broader approach to its analysis, with especially pointed comparisons to the legacy of genre shifts of the CRPG to something closer to an ARPG that occurred around the time of Bloodlines' development and release. The value of this critique is in establishing the misconception of Bloodlines as a storytelling medium, akin to Troika's previous works or early Elder Scrolls games. Bloodlines is smaller in scope and more deliberate in the small series of handcrafted narratives than its CRPG predecessors, closer to that of mid-2000s BioWare titles such as KOTOR and Mass Effect. The emphasis placed on action combat is seen as particularly detractive to the experience of Bloodlines, which is not a critique unique to this review, but is framed interestingly here with a back and forth between ideas of the combat mechanics as serviceable and completely disengaging, especially when faced with the immensity of late-game dungeon experiences, which are stated here to far outstay their welcome. Warlocracy also intersperses casual philosophical references and real-world trivia into the interview as relevant to its content, as is the case in explaining the game's referential character Mitnick, a prominent real-world hacker. There's also this nugget of wisdom.
Goodbye, wondrous femininity. My penis now penetrates man's behinds. Saladas the Thracian makes the girls mourn. The one who buggers a fire burns his penis.
Lastly, if there's one video I can recommend as supplemental material, it has to be Sulmatul's Does Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines Still Hold Up? An analyzed playthrough. It is admittedly quite a watch at nearly 6 hours long, though I imagine that's not a problem if you could sit through this. The thorough nature of this video allows for critique to be well substantiated by the game itself, taking viewers through an interpretation of the narrative that attempts to discern the extent to which Bloodlines is actually trying to make a meaningful statement with its narrative. She takes the time to closely dissect the writing and offers especially pointed critique on both the decline in quality in the late game and the breadth of offensive content, including misogyny, sexism, racism, and ableism. There's special attention paid to whether or not the game is using these real-world prejudices to a meaningful effect, i.e. attempting to condemn them, or if the game is reveling in them. Her conclusion supports the latter claim, given the frequency of exploitation of minority, especially female characters, for no narrative purpose. Furthermore, this video provides a unique perspective to the appeal of the vampire setting as queer-coded, especially connecting to her own experience in transitioning. This is but one of many meaningful connections to real-world experience that aids in the interpretive value of Bloodlines as an experience, and is symptomatic of an immense respect for media critique. On top of that, it summarizes the experience of playing the game in a way that most other content does not, through analysis and critique of the game's progression in a mostly linear fashion. Her arguments are well established, everything is well contextualized, and the video is engaging all the way through. I cannot praise this enough. The closing remark on loving what the game could be rather than is also serves to illustrate the reason behind continued fan engagement with the work. Wanting to realize the potential of its promise is the reason behind continued patches, mods, and interpretive works of analysis. If I'm to make a value judgment here, modern reception of the game is much more nuanced than that of its contemporary review period. That's obviously an easy claim to make, given that formal game reviewers were limited by the demands of their occupation and publication. Nonetheless, these modern works show a great deal of interest for Bloodlines that keeps it circulating in online gaming circles, and is emblematic of how enthralling the game can be. The allure of Bloodlines comes from multiple places. The myth of vampires is a concept that continually sees resurgence in fiction and popular culture, with a fixation on the supernatural and romanticization of the immortal being the most enduring draws of the subject matter. With Vampire the Masquerade and the World of Darkness, these concepts are brought into a modern setting in a manner that allows for its players to create engaging stories of identity, politics, power, and subterfuge with the underlying themes of personal horror and the meaning of humanity. The tabletop game has the conceptual appeal of becoming the monster and placing the players in the position of potentially overcoming the constricting power dynamics of modern society. It is escapist fantasy, first and foremost. It has its own world to provide from which you make your own stories. Though World of Darkness is not the dominant tabletop role-playing game, it does have a broader appeal in its relative subversion from numerically heavy play systems of its contemporaries, not as much dice rolling and calculating as Dungeons & Dragons. Its focus on the social and the thematic works well in tandem with the imposed secrecy of the supernatural world it defines. Furthermore, its correlation with traditionally punk and goth aesthetics assisted in selling itself to those that saw themselves in the fictional vampires of its setting. Outsiders, the disenfranchised, and the countercultural could relate to feeling as though they had to hide amongst people, fight against oppressive social hierarchies, and the like. It's why World of Darkness had a reputation for drawing in eccentric and devoted players. In the case of Bloodlines, the highly faithful adaptation of its source material managed to exaggerate its thematic and aesthetic strengths into something more immediately interactive. The game's writing and world are intriguing, varied, and memorable. It features intricately designed quests and environments that build upon each other in interesting ways. At times, it's an excellent game, but it's an excellent game that faced major problems. It's deeply unpolished, especially on the technical end, making it difficult to play for many. Writing and design show excellence in places, but the quality of the work descends as it continues to the endgame. In an attempt to be a mature and edgy game, it dips into offensive territory on multiple occasions. It is, perhaps inaccurately, deemed responsible for the end of its creator's studio in Troika Games. It's also published by Activision, which is an immediate point against it. Despite these problems, Bloodlines manages to captivate people well beyond its sell-by date. Its devoted community continually works to make the game more approachable through patches, more understandable through written works and videos, and more discursively valuable for RPG enthusiasts through the wide degree of analysis of its content. It's a deeply flawed game, but one that shows its promise in such a way that those who experience it are compelled to dissect it, to understand it, or to fix it. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is alluring specifically because of what it can be, what it proves itself capable of being, but does not sustain indefinitely. It's a very good work, but a very flawed work, and that's arguably much more interesting than a perfect work. Bloodlines is not the first Vampire the Masquerade game, nor would it be the last. Vampire the Masquerade Redemption predates Bloodlines by a few years, standing as an interesting game in its own right. Video game adaptations continued in 2019 with Coteries of New York, testing the waters with an investigative visual novel-esque entry, with subsequent works varying in terms of genre. Bloodlines' sequel, Bloodlines 2, has been known to the public since as early as 2019, initially being a project by Hardsuit Labs before years of stagnation and turbulence at publisher Paradox Interactive caused development to be moved to studio The Chinese Room in 2023. For context, the game has been in conceptual development since at least 2015. The first public announcement was in 2019, and Hardsuit Labs was taken off the project in 2021. The game is slated to release in October 2025, though further delays would not be unexpected. Reception is understandably cautious, but one can hope, and if not hope, maybe patch. Still, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines exists as a game that managed to draw me in just as much as it seems to do everyone else who plays it. It becomes a recurrent obsession, thanks in no small part to its replayability. We'll see if what I've done here is enough to have me satiated with the game, or if it'll draw me back like it does everyone else. In either event, I'm happy with the time I spent playing Bloodlines. It's a remarkable game both in what it does wrong and what it does right. Innovative and ambitious to a fault. If nothing else, it sells the experience of Los Angeles perfectly. I've never wanted to leave a place more.